I see when I look at Bumble, I just say, like, there's a piece today on Revolve.
I hope this the stream's back up again.
These companies had this incredible. They came public during this moment in the stock. Like, if you look at a long-term chart of Revolve,
check right now.
not
Hold
so
on.
good. Now, I do want to point out that Urban Outfitters, buried within the Urban Outfitters quarter, was unbelievable numbers for Nuuly, which is their rent the clothing thing that they have.
Yeah.
It's doing incredibly well. Nobody cares. I'm going to spend some time on it. This is an ugly day, David.
Tesla being bought off the bell this morning, right off the bell here.
Yeah, the S&P's down, what, a quarter of 1%.
It's not Bitcoin.
Do you guys see me right now or no?
The NASDAQ is down almost 0.5%.
Have you looked at Ethereum?
No, I haven't looked at Ethereum.
Can you guys see me out there? Are we back up and running again? Yes? All right, good. We lost the stream for a minute. They didn't like us coming on early this morning at 9 a.m.
The United, with the Workers United, they're beginning discussions on it, what they're calling a foundational framework, whatever that means.
Well, good. They better get the foundational framework of the afternoon cold drink, and that's what I care about. But this is an overhang, and a lot of people feel it's good. But in the end, what we want from Luxman Narasimhan are good numbers, not tuna with good taste.
It hasn't gone particularly well so far, and it's a number of things completely out of his control.
Yeah,
as
I would
you've
say
said.
that the protests, because it's an alleged Jewish company, which it's not,
which it's
but
not,
everyone's afraid to talk about.
I don't know even what that means.
That's what's happened.
But that has impacted
that
them.
hurts sales, and then of course China. Great piece this morning, Eunice, about the buildings that people don't seem to be grabbing.
Let's try that again, see if that works for you. Hold on a second here.
China, money coming out of China going to Japan.
Say again?
That's money coming out of China going into Japan is behind a lot of the big rally in Japan. And the Chinese, I think, they're not capital strapped because they can just sell our treasuries, but there's a belief that China financed the war in Ukraine by taking all the Russian oil.
All right, we're back, right?
Yeah, well
sorry about that.
Taking some of that oil as well.
Not great.
Buyers coming in right now on Tesla, by the way. IOVA getting a dip buy right on the opening bell this morning as well. Brought them up earlier this morning. We've got some alerts coming in on them for
the first time
some sweeps yesterday.
Since 1989, right?
Yeah,
Something
and
like that.
by the way, they could. It's not done going up. I think they're doing quite well. And
Also had sweeps yesterday at 345 on AMD.
to another of these big country funds.
Tesla squeezing off the opening bell this morning.
Hess came back and said, we got no issues. That was late yesterday. Of course, the story that we led with yesterday, this dispute between Exxon and Chevron about a right of first refusal. Hess's language was very strong, just saying, no way we're closing this deal. I'm just sorry, I'm looking for it right now.
First thing I want to say this morning is thank you to anyone that signed up as a pro trader yesterday.
Reverse triangular merger.
Lots of appreciation there for you guys. I went and took a look yesterday. I couldn't believe how many people had signed up. If you don't know, we did launch the website yesterday, and we're trying to do a soft launch. Along the way, we're encountering, the usual stuff. If you experience any issues becoming a member or a supporter, anything like that, we do offer 24-hour support right now. So if you have encounter any issues, say something in the chat, or if you're in the Discord, there should be a support ticket category available to you on the left-hand side of the Discord.
Fourth quarter full year 2023 results, $5.960 billion in 2023 revenue. Obviously, they launched TKO Holdings.
Hey, Stacy, good to see you again this morning.
They didn't take any questions. They're like, we have a potential pending transaction. They don't as yet have a bid, but we're not going to take any Q&A. I got another update for people if they care, which is this thing's taken a long time. We know that. It's taken longer than anybody had anticipated for Silver Lake, which controls 71% of the vote in the company and is the only potential buyer here and has indicated it will make a bid previously. It has taken a very long time for
Hey, good morning. How are you? How are you?
As
or hella high.
Expectations from the special committee side are a bid will be made. It has not yet been so. I'm hearing today from people familiar with the situation, it will be at least another month before said bid is made.
Another month?
Yes. Doesn't even mean necessarily that they'll reach a deal, although one would expect they kind of have some sense in terms of where they'd like to be in terms of price. Jim, you can come up with any number of reasons as to why. One thing I'm hearing is apparently any number of the Silver Lake funds through the years have invested at different levels in the different parts of the capital structure. And so
see what's going on inside the Discord this morning.
Associated with Endeavor, whether it's MME or now TKO, you got to straighten that all out. Not sure why that would take months in
Why
terms
would I
of the
want to own
different
the
funds.
stock then?
And then there's a question of some litigation that's coming up in April, although some people
Big balls in the Discord saying that IWM has a possible bull plane setup.
I don't
bid
get
still
it.
expected.
Let's take a look at IWM this morning.
I want questions answered, that kind of thing. Can I give
Right.
you two that are positive?
Yes.
Okay. First Solar is actually a real solar company. A lot of the others, including the end phases, and a lot of them that
FSLR,
Pippa
yeah.
Stevens reports on, it turned out to be more financing plays.
Right.
First Solar is an actual commercial play. That's the one that we like on Mad Money, and I think it can still be bought up 6. And then we had Chipper
IWM with a buy or dip buy off of the hourly trigger.
take over.
What was
Here's the chart for it down below.
Okay, thank you.
And then Levi Strauss is up substantially since they were on. And then Contour Brands disappointed. So we have a new winner and champion of jeans. And it is Levi Strauss, not Contour Brands.
What is Contour Brands?
Well, Lee.
Here's the chart for IWM.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and then look, we've got VF
I
Corp
thought that was
down.
VF Corp.
They spun them off.
Target of 203.58 and possibly even 204.63.
I don't even, I couldn't even tell you what I had for breakfast this morning. How do you remember that stuff? It's amazing. It's amazing.
I don't know.
It's amazing.
Wesson now was spun off by ConAgra. Wesson is better than ConAgra.
There it is. Look at how they spelled Contour.
And they had a good. I know.
Right there.
The Contour's been doing well.
I'm
just
unhappy
saying
with
that,
them.
Are they switching? Is Levi now the one that people like? And I think Wesson versus ConAgra is another really painful one. These are companies that spin off other companies, and maybe the spin-off
is not worth
or
investing
doing
in.
better.
Yes.
Right, until today. Contour's numbers were disappointing, and I have to dig deeper on that.
I don't really remember. Was the spin done? Is that a no-growth business?
Well,
did they saddle a lot of debt on it? What was the?
Well, VF Corp is.
VF Corp's been having a lot of its own
struggling,
issues.
But
It's got
they brought in Bracken Darrell, who, by the way, is Logitech, but before that, PG. So we always, when we bring in PG people, we always feel like we have grounded people who will get to the bottom of it. But VF Corp has been very, very difficult. I have to get into ASICs because ASICs are being used aggressively for Bitcoin right now. The application-specific.
What? What?
David, I want younger people to watch us. I don't want to just talk about Blue Owl all day.
Blue Owl's been great.
I know.
That dividend of Blue Owl's going to go to $1.
There's another good piece about the owl.
Mike,
and pricing for you to.
Yeah, Blue Owl,
You got nothing
alternative
left.
assets, private credit, huge. We don't talk about
Private
that
credit.
enough
Oh my
at
God!
all.
Did you see the private
Take a
credit
look at
piece?
the owl, man.
Oh my God! The private credit piece today. There was a private credit you got to own. Which one was private credit today? I don't know. Every day there's a
Just
private credit.
let them deal with all that stuff. We're going to go to the...
Zero Date Hero said the old rip and dip.
You know the guys at Apollo.
Yes, I do.
I think Apollo's Chariot's one of the scariest.
IOVA going up right now, trading $18.15.
We haven't moved at all. 4299.
More dip buyers trying to step in right now on SPX. If you watch the chart down below in the 30-minute chart, this last half an hour bar, bulls trying to buy the dip yet again. See it right down here in this 30-minute key right here. Same place they were buying yesterday. Tesla still parked on its hourly trigger. 199.75. This is kind of support for Tesla right now. Q's just kind of hanging around as well. IWM definitely looks like at least like a play to 203.58, possibly 204.63. Binky says in Discord that he's watching Google this morning. Frankie Fourfingers saying that he's feeling silly not taking along at Apple and Goog today. Some Goog flow came through a couple days ago. We'll take a look at both of those right now. So Goog getting blooded this morning. Let's check their 30-minute chart. It's a neat chart to be watching right now. So Google coming down into their weekly support. They've got the daily trigger coming down on top of it, so it looks like it's in correction mode. There's Goog for you. Apple getting pushed down this morning as well, trading 181.34. Its daily trigger. It's rolling down right now as well. You can see that push up and then down.
CNBC.
All right, let's take a look at the laggards on the NASDAQ.
And that is because of investigation about China, by the way.
Okay, there you heard that. AMD, which we mentioned earlier, also a laggard. And there's Alphabet. Oh,
MongoDB had such a monster quarter. I'm not selling it here.
Mongo.
No, it's a real company, as is Datadog.
I know. I just can't help but think of Alex Karras.
That's
Sorry.
really helpful.
Every time. All right. Get ready for stop trading, will you, Jim?
Hey, David. Yeah, stream. I don't think the stream liked me being on at 9 a.m. I think it was like, no, we're not doing that. Here, let's see if we can get David on. He wants to chat this morning. Give me a second here. I'll give him a quick thing. Or a quick DM here. Bull's giving up the half hour right now on SPX. Gamma flip 5040. Yeah, the stream just like dropped out. I had to like reset everything. Rash dropping in some Google put action coming in. Tesla getting worked over, now trading below its hourly trigger at 199.75. I was talking to a buddy. I was like, 5 days of going down slowly. Chase has to be having a brutal morning, like just his eyes are bleeding. It's like Wednesday, sideways again.
And more from video.
The only chance at volatility this week, Thursday.
Production.
.com.
All right, let's
Rasher saying this was 2 days ago.
It was one squawk, and they reported a quarter that did not meet standards, and stock
After 10:30. Yeah, it sounds great.
it's clawing its way
Looks
back.
like we might have David AMS on this morning after 10:30.
Does mention this is important, David, for your world. Sales for the acquired.
We also have Vol Wiz coming on the show on Friday at 3 p.m. tentatively.
Improve against easier comps.
And according to a poll,
put that
Canadian home
against
prices
Mr. Lee's
rise
documentary
1.2%
tomorrow night, the
in
big shot,
2024 and
because
3.3%
directly
in
be in the sweet spot
2025.
of what you wouldn't want, which is Twinkies.
By the way, that Viking Therapeutics yesterday, speaking of GLP-1s, we did it right at this time
And they're
yesterday.
doing a stock offering. It didn't even
Ended
seem
up,
to matter.
I saw it was
Look,
up
the
over
stock is up
100%.
again.
I don't know where.
But look, as between Viking,
Wow, it's up again.
the cruise ship line versus Viking Therapeutics, you make the call.
That's a
that
pretty
Viking
good week.
cruise
That's
ship's
a pretty good
coming
week
public.
right there. Pretty
Well,
good week.
remember, it's
151%.
phase 2 is not as good as the phase 3 that Lilly
Are
had.
they doing the doom and gloom on Twitter this morning or not?
Dutch Bros is doing another offering. This time it's from the
Doom and gloom Thursday.
Dutch Bros.
no, I'm talking about the two secondaries that are going on right now. Well, that Viking is a primary.
All right, what do you got on? What do you got on the show tonight?
I don't know. I got Salesforce and Snowflake.
That's right. You got Benioff and Slootman.
Yeah.
Are they together or are they separate?
I met Frank through Mark, so
Okay, but they're coming on separately.
yeah, they are coming. Well, they have different quarters.
He reports tonight after
Yeah,
the bell,
Snowflake.
right? That is Benioff. Sorry.
Slootman once told me,
Both.
and I said, I said, listen, your forecast, it doesn't seem to be doing what the company thinks. He goes, Jim,
Goog's still parked on its weekly trigger there. Apple are still looking weak as well.
shaking it, man.
Spies holding up here, but not expecting too much at this point.
Intimidated by Slootman. Don't let him intimidate
How
you.
can you not? He's
All right,
so
be
great.
strong.
Okay, I
Be
will. I
strong.
promise I'll be strong.
All right, stocks are under pressure this morning. We'll keep an eye on the market.
Under pressure. Dip buyers stepping in on Google on the weekly trigger. Shaq's asking, are Q's going to 433? I'd like to see Q's at 430, but I don't know if we can get there today. I think like I would think on Q's that it's like even right here, this 433.91 or 432.79, somewhere in here. The hope is that we trade sideways and down, maybe get some volatility for that the news on Thursday, and see a weekly low of 430 on Qs. Somewhere right down here, 430, 429, somewhere in there. Not expecting a lot today. There could be. I was just asked in the Discord if I'm expecting a lot today. I'm not. I'm expecting sideways and consolidation. Hopefully a down move. Still haven't seen it in 2 days, so we'll see what happens. No joy for Bears. IWM getting a nice dip buy. Trying to close the gap above at 203.69. Tesla fighting its way back right now to its hourly trigger. And that is support for Tesla, by the way, 199.75.
CNBC.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber, live for you as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Carl's on assignment. Take a look at stocks under a little pressure this morning, down 0.5% or so for the Dow. The S&P is down 1/3%. It's being helped by strength in groups like energy, which is up 0.75%. Utilities, the banks are doing well today. So are industrial. So there's some cyclical strength, but technology is at the bottom of the pack. That's why the Nasdaq is a little bit lower today, despite recent strength. Nasdaq Composite down a little more than 0.5% as we speak. Taking a look at treasuries, kind of a light data. We're going to talk about the revision to GDP. There's some buying of bonds, a 10-year yield below 4.3%. We're 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are three movers we're watching. Shares of eBay are rallying this morning. The company beating earnings estimates. Guidance also topping expectations there. Stock's up almost 6.5%. Crypto rally continues. Bitcoin jumping above $60,000 for the first time since back in November 2021. Bitcoin now up more than 40% so far this year. Also keep an eye on United Health. Reports the Justice Department has launched an antitrust investigation into the healthcare giant. More on this developing story ahead on the show. But David, let's dive into GDP. Even though it was a second look at the fourth quarter, we're hyper focused on these economic numbers to try to figure out which direction we're going and really what it says about the consumer. So we now learn that the economy in the fourth quarter grew 3.2%. It was a little less than the 3.3%. It's still above trend growth. It's still very strong. Nominal growth, if you take out inflation, is in the high fours. It's all the more impressive given
Brent crude
that the
rises
Federal Reserve has
0.7% to
sharply raised interest
$84.22 a
rates
barrel.
to slow down the economy and to cool off inflation, and we're still in really good shape. The other positive news here, the positive story in this revision, is on the consumer. Consumer spending, which we know is the engine, more than 70% of the economy, revised up. 3% increase in the fourth quarter instead of 2.8%. So another pretty decent sign that sets us up for what could be another strong quarter of growth in the first quarter, just something people weren't expecting. The reason for the revision had to do with the inventory. The build was a little bit slower than the initial GDP report suggests. But
Right.
And then also just I'll mention it, not a huge deal, but the PCE, the number, the deflator in these numbers, which is the inflationary read in these numbers, a little bit higher, revised to 1.7 from 1.5, and then that core number was revised to 2.1 from 2%. Again, not too dramatic, and we will get the main PCE number tomorrow.
That's
for
tomorrow,
January.
8:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, 8:30 tomorrow.
Right.
But you could
Give me
look
one
at
quick
that
second, guys.
as a little bit stronger consumer picture, a little bit hotter inflation picture. We need to see more evidence. And again, it just goes to the theme right now from the Fed and the market. We need to see more evidence of what's happening with this economy and this inflation picture.
Yeah. I mean, rates haven't changed at all in the last 24 hours. The 10-year right where it was at 4.299, for example. You like to monitor
The
various
Royal
quotes
Bank
from
of Canada
companies,
say
in particular
OPEC Plus
those that
will
are
roll
reporting
over
earnings. Their
output
conference
curbs to
call is always
June.
helpful.
No OPEC is
Sarah, I know we
concerned
had
about
TJ
paper
Etz,
markets.
Jim and I were
Lots of
talking
concerns.
about
OPEC
it
Plus
this morning,
cohesion
but you are
seems
getting
back
a little
together
bit of a
now
sense
after
for
the
consumer,
Angola
not to
exit.
mention, you mentioned eBay in your coverage of some of the stocks that are moving.
Yeah, I think it's worth diving into all of these to hear about what they're saying about the consumer. But I actually wanted to start with the CFO of Walmart, John David Rainey, who I spoke to yesterday, because remember, Walmart reported last week, but I wasn't here. So I wanted an updated view on what's going on with the consumer. And you know, what they say is a little more nuanced. Obviously, Walmart had a really good quarter, so they're benefiting from this kind of environment. But I just wanted to share some of the tidbits of what he says, which basket sizes are down a couple percent versus a year ago. The consumer is still stretched. He used that language, and choiceful on the larger ticket items, for
When
instance.
they say still stretched, Sarah, what is the still referring to there? From what period of time?
From all last year, they dealt with it because inflationary forces and lower income consumers have been bearing the brunt of the higher rates and the higher inflation, and they've seen that. And examples are on large ticket items. Consumers are waiting for promotions, for instance. Now, it doesn't mean that they're seeing anything recessionary in terms of behavior. I think it just speaks to not everything is necessarily booming. And then just two other things that I wanted to note. He said on the January retail sales, which everyone's trying to figure out the weakness, he thought it was just weather impact. He said he saw that at Walmart too, and that The rest of the month looked okay. And just notable, in the last 5 days, tax refunds were down 25%, which impacted spending, slower spending and shopping days in the last 5 days. It gives you a sense of the sensitivity of the Walmart consumer to all of these cross currents that are moving through the economy. Again, just some interesting color. But overall, if you're Walmart, if you're TJX and off price, it's a good environment right now where consumers are prioritizing and having to be more choiceful, to use a Walmart word. Here's the TJX release from the CEO.
Yep.
Comp store sales increased 5%. We know it was another strong quarter.
It was a strong quarter, by
And
the
the
way.
year.
We should point out the conference call begins at 11 a.m. this morning.
So that's why we
Eastern.
took from the release.
Yep.
It was above what they expected. They saw growth at every division, driven by customer transactions, which underscores our confidence in our ability to gain market share across all our geographies. Very strong finish to 2023 and start to the new year in a position of strength, with the first quarter off to a good start. But again, it's not like rising tide lifts all boats. Here's what the eBay CFO had to say about where the spending is strong and where it's not as strong.
We observed softer demand for discretionary goods during the beginning of Q4 as consumers dealt with elevated inflation and higher interest rates in our key markets. Shoppers were more discerning in their purchase behavior as we approached the holidays, and the promotional environment adapted to meet their expectations. However, we started to see our business improve towards the end of November, particularly in the US, driven by consumers looking for value to stretch their limited holiday budgets.
Tesla's still holding on to its hourly trigger, 199.74.
So they're spending, but they're trying to spend wisely. And I'll just leave you with Urban Outfitters. And
IWM with a great dip buy down here in the hourly trigger, targeting 203.58, 204.63.
We believe they, as a group, are in good shape. They're not as exuberant as they were when first coming out of the pandemic. They don't have as many weddings and events to attend. They are less apt to move and have recently refurbished their living spaces. So demand for categories like dressier footwear and home furnishings are trending softer. But they do enjoy a secure job and are earning more money than ever. They tend to be optimistic, want the latest fashion, and are willing to spend some of those extra earnings to enjoy them.
That was Richard Hayne, the CEO of Urban, which I think actually best encapsulates what's happening with the consumer right now.
They do enjoy a secure job and are earning more than ever. Are they doing surveys of their, how is it? I mean,
Microsoft 412.50 strike calls.
You can see
Someone placed a $30,000 bet on Microsoft.
all the time, Sarah. Spending on experiences, spending on cruises, spending on things of that nature continues unabated.
Well, there's a post-COVID thing going on. Like what he said, there are fewer weddings than we saw right out of COVID.
Check AMD really quick.
And they've already spent on their homes, so they don't need to.
Looks like some buyers stepping in on Google right now on their weekly trigger.
I'll just give you
Upside target 139.92 and possibly 144.40.
There've been all these financial.
Yeah, there's a
conferences this
UBS
week.
financial conference taking place.
So Bank of America said average clients have.
Yesterday at 3:45, AMD had some call sweepers come in, $2 million.
More in their savings account relative to 2019. So those numbers are still elevated.
Currently down right now.
Come down at certain income levels faster than others.
That's a big
But
number.
that's pretty good.
Should have been your lead.
I liked all the other color.
April 19th, 180 strike.
More nuanced.
Trading 184 or 174 right now.
I look forward to this
I
every
do
day.
too.
Every day I look
So do
forward
I.
to this. I learned so much. All right, let's move on to Apple. Perhaps we'll learn something here as well. It's been an underperformer, at least in the Mag 7 so far this year. Of course, the tech giant getting ready to meet shareholders. They're going to have a meeting in a couple of hours from now. The meeting comes in the heels of reports saying Apple's winding down its electric car project just after 10 years. Going to be shifting some of the people on that effort to AI.
Watch Apple here at 181.99 for a rejection to the downside.
There's a neutral rating on the stock. Dan Ives, Wedbush Securities analyst, of course, our viewers well know. He likes Apple, has a price target at 250. And
IWM at its first target hit at 203.58.
out of autos. We've been waiting and waiting. Not that we ever thought we'd actually
Next
see
target 204.63.
potentially taking some of those resources and putting them into generative AI efforts.
Yeah, they had ripped the Band-Aid off. I mean, it was clear this was putting good money.
How many Bitcoin do I own?
Investors want to see
Not anymore, buddy.
all in on AI.
You know what I did do though? I got caught buying. I think the crypto that I'm most down on is. I still own Wrapped Luna. I bought that when it like got murdered, and I still own that. I own some Bitcoin, but not a ton. I don't trade crypto as much as I used to. How much Bitcoin do you own?
The car market.
Bitcoin.
They thought that it would be a winner takes most market where they could get 50.
Oh, you've got Luna C. Yeah, so I got Wrapped Luna, I think I might have gotten rolled into Wrapped Luna when it went to the depths of hell. I figured I'll just buy a ton of it and hold on to it. It's like Doge or whatever.
Sit here today.
Buy a bunch of it when it's really low, and then don't talk about it for the next 3 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it is. Whenever something gets murdered, whenever like a crypto coin gets taken to the cleaners, I'll buy it when it's really, really low.
Stepping back and investing in.
But I don't expect it to come back ever.
Far more potential for them, especially in the next few years.
Do we have any sense, Dan, of how much capital they put forward for this endeavor?
Can anyone help me on getting access to the stream with the same email as my T3 account?
Now look, they've been there before where they've spent for products and never actually left Apple.
Yeah, are you not getting, are you, Captain TJ, you're not getting, you can't chat is what you're saying, or the Discord?
Eventually going to launch. But as Gil talked about, writing was on the wall.
Access to the stream.
Talk about it,
the same email as my T3 account. Let me check on that for you, brother. Hold on.
AI comes to the Apple ecosystem. That to me is the golden goose. That's where they monetize. That's the purpose.
And you've been talking about that, of course, Dan. We haven't really seen any true evidence of it. You expect that towards the second half of this year, right? That we're going to actually start to see something when it comes to this effort?
Yeah, it's two components. One is the App Store, the AI App Store. I think they'll start talking about that at WWDC in June, and that's going to be a separate App Store for AI. And then the big one's going to be incorporating AI into iPhone 16. And I think that combo speaks to now what you're seeing across the board in Cupertino, all hands on deck when it comes to AI.
Gil, I want to get back to the shareholder meeting, the annual meeting. You know, you say that there should be a focus perhaps on capital return. Why?
Apple can return a lot more cash than it is right now. Right now, we're talking about maybe a 0.5% dividend yield and maybe 2.5% of the market cap that they bought back. They have far more cash flow, far more cash. While they're growing low single digits, they should be returning more.
Hey, Captain TJ88, can you put a, can you go to the Discord and put a support ticket in? I just let one of the devs know right now.
Autocomplete and text. What we want to hear is about an assistant. I want to be able to say, hey, Apple Assistant, book me a restaurant tomorrow night with my boys near the concert venue at around 7 o'clock.
Yeah, let me check right now, Andre. Hold on one second here. I'm going to make a call. Hold on.
And to Dan's point, it needs to be tied to the iPhone 16. If that can run on previous versions of the iPhone, it'll be hard for them to get a big upgrade cycle from iPhone 16. So those are the kinds of things we're going to be looking for.
And finally, Dan, just to zoom out on the decision, and I know you cover Tesla as well, I wonder if it says something about the softer EV demand environment that we have been talking about and wondering about, and all automakers have been pivoting towards in the U.S.
Look, it's clearly some dark days for EVs, and we're seeing that globally. And the price war has contributed, and I think it's also an indirect nod to Tesla. Tesla really has that stronghold of the market, as well as BYD in China. But this is definitely, it's another dark cloud over the overall EV market with Apple getting out. But I think the glass half full could potentially be Tesla with Apple not eventually coming into the market.
Why isn't the stock up? I mean, didn't the investors view this sort of Apple project kind of bearishly?
They did, but I think investors want to see, as Gil talked about, you want to see from the shareholder meeting, you want to see in the coming months, it's all about AI, as well as a renaissance of growth on the iPhone. And that's why it continues to underperform. But again, I think a year from now, we're looking at a $4 trillion market cap as a renaissance of growth happens in Cupertino.
Right, which is something you've been talking about. I'm looking forward to that day. I can just tell my phone to make reservations for me. But you still can't get into the really good restaurants, right, Sarah?
What?
We won't be able to do that.
Into?
Yeah, because they're hard to get into.
Yeah, you think like the chatbots can beat the system on the restaurant reservations? I don't know.
That
Didn't work for sneakers.
No, that would be an app. Guys, thank you for a good conversation. Appreciate it.
You just have to know the right people, David. As we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Tale of two bull markets. A red-hot region outside the U.S. that's outperforming.
Plus, China's real estate reckoning, the one city that investors need to focus on to understand exactly what is happening over there.
And Starbucks agrees to begin talks with a workers' union on bargaining deals. What's at stake for that company and investors? Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street will be right back with the Dow down 144.
Just a heads up, IOVA still pumping this morning. IWM looking great. They traded their first target at 203.58. Now looking for a target above at 204.63. Tesla finally moving this morning. Looking for that new high down below. It's about to hit target of 202.38. Then looking for 204.13 on Tesla. Right there, back down again, then one right there. Slightly higher, right there. Oh. Keeps bouncing around on me here. Right there. AMD still dogging it. Dip buyers coming in on SPX on SPOOs. If we can get above 506.10, I'll consider taking a call here.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 79 out of 100, equaling extreme greed. And the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 82 out of 100, also equaling extreme greed.
507s are only 30 cents right now. 0 dates on the day for SPOOs.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Small caps notching the longest winning streak of 2024. The Russell 2000 up around 14% over the last 3 months. And new data out showing fourth quarter GDP downgraded slightly to 3%.
Check out PYPL.
Our next guest is looking overseas for growth.
Still moving higher.
Chairman Ruchir Sharma joins us now on the new piece, A Tale of Two Bull Markets. You look at the U.S.
Let me draw your attention really quick to PayPal. It's attacking its daily trigger once again.
Japan.
We were looking at this stock yesterday.
Markets are the opportunity.
Looking for a big squeeze here. We've got
these kind of growth numbers we're seeing.
1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster, bull cluster on PayPal, targeting the upside at 61.25.
The United States has a market cap of over $50 trillion.
Nice looking chart. That's a 30-minute right here.
Anywhere close to that. India is about the fourth or fifth largest market with a market cap of just under $5 trillion.
Boy, I still think it's going to reject, though.
180 companies in India that have tripled in value or more this decade. That's more than what you've seen even in the United States. So there's a lot of breadth in terms of what's happening in India and the breadth of the bull market.
I think PayPal's a good trade. I'm concerned about a rejection and further downside move off of 6107 or 6125.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast 3.717 million on the prior 3.514 million, with a range of 5.5 million to minus 2 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 2.835 million on the prior minus 0.294 million. Distillate inventories forecast minus 2 million on the prior minus 4.009 million. Crude Cushing inventories prior 0.741 million. We also expect comments from Bank of England's Mann, who's in a panel discussion at the Financial Times event.
Of the market's rally here in the U.S. Do you get that elsewhere, or do you have to come to the U.S. market to get the kind of AI lift?
Yeah, so that's a really competitive advantage that the U.S. has. That's the main reason why the U.S. market still keeps outperforming so many other global peers. But that's the point I try and make, that it's very narrow, it's very concentrated. It's a lot about AI. And yes, the current zeitgeist is all about AI. So
if you're trading IWM,
there are a couple of other
you want to be holding on to 203.28, 202.92.
But that's also...
You did get a new high up here. This is good to see right here. Next target would be 204.24 and possibly 204.63.
Continues to look exceptional.
There's got to be some warnings here about India, don't there, Rashir? I mean, 85 billion options were purchased in 2023, 8 times the volume that we saw in the U.S., and people holding a contract for half an hour. I mean, that sounds a bit like a speculative bubble to me in some ways.
Yes, I think that's also going on in India. The Indian market is currently about the only market in the world which is more expensive than the United States. Its realized volatility is lower than the United States. So those are quite remarkable statistics, and even some of the retail mania. But that's what happens in bull markets, which is that as they last for a while, you get signs of excesses, and India is susceptible to a sharp vol shock or even a correction. But I think the point about India is trying to make is that a lot of foreign investors have not participated in this rally. The entire rally in India has been driven by domestic investors. There's not been much foreign participation because global investors, including those in the US, are so caught up in what's happening here and the AI frenzy that they're sort of missed out on what's happening globally, including in India. So yes, there are pockets of excesses, which we also have in here in the US, but I think people just have given too much short shrift to international markets. And for good reason, you can argue, but I'm trying to point out that, listen, there's a lot happening internationally as well, and India is a poster child of that.
There are also elections in India and in the U.S. and a lot of these places this year. Is Modi going to get a third term? And do you expect politics to be a headwind or tailwind here and in some of these other markets, or neither?
Yeah, so I think as far as India is concerned, the election seems like a done deal. Everyone expects Modi to get a third term. So the real shock will be if he falls short of those very high expectations. On the United States, it's quite remarkable, which is that we are here in terms of a few months away from the election. You have a lot of people who think democracy is in danger and all those sort of alarmist calls, and yet the market really doesn't seem to care. There's not much that they're pricing in about the election. The markets are sort of taking the view that, listen, it doesn't matter whoever comes, and the institutions are strong enough, and the basic trajectory will be determined by America's companies. So it's a pretty remarkable bet. I am concerned as far as America is concerned by its fiscal trajectory and the complacency which is there. As I've said so past in my pieces and on your show, that America's fiscal position today is such an outlier. There's no other country in the developed world with a fiscal deficit as wide as America. And now America's debt situation is only comparable to possibly Italy in the entire developed world. I think that will deserve some attention pretty quickly.
Yeah, market's starting to pay attention to it too. Thank you, Rashir. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Rashir Sharma of Rockefeller. Up next, we reveal our new CNBC Game Changers list. 50 trailblazing women transforming business and philanthropy. Very excited for this. We're back after a quick break.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast 3.717 million on the prior 3.514 million, with a range of 5.5 million to -2 million. Gasoline inventories forecast -2.835 million on the prior -0.294 million. Distiller inventories forecast
Apple's still rolling down right now. IWM looking great still.
0.009 million. And crude Cushing inventories at prior 0.7.
SPX holding itself up right
We
now.
also expect comments from Bank of England's man who's in a panel discussion at the Financial Times event.
There's a Tesla there.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Today, we are introducing CNBC's Changemakers list. Our Julia Borston has the details. I know that you and the team have been working hard on this. Really excited to hear about it, Julia.
That's right, Sarah. We are so excited about CNBC's Changemakers, Women Transforming Business. It highlights 50 women innovating and driving change across industries, demonstrating new models for leadership. 2024 Changemakers span 17 sectors and include 15 startup CEOs and founders.
Apple getting blooded again.
Total valuation of more than $47 billion. 11 public company CEOs overseeing a combined market cap of about $170 billion. 5
TLT with a put sweep order.
Impact, and 4 women.
94p.
Each has accomplished a meaningful achievement within the past year, from a pharma CFO securing manufacturing capacity for a life-changing drug, to a startup CEO working.
I don't know if I like that trade.
Plastic waste. From solving
TLT looks like it wants to go up here.
New value.
At least trade 93.91, maybe then a reversal to the downside.
Transformation, growth, innovation, and impact. They are driving change through new approaches to old problems, aligning purpose and profits. These women are taking new approaches to solving problems, and some are even creating entirely new industries, showing a new, diverse paradigm for what success looks like. Their stories are inspiring and, in some cases, very surprising, demonstrating their.
Hey, who is that? Is that Christian?
Well, what I love about it is, first of all, there
One says decided to come over to Twitch. Right on.
And other women, because I constantly, I'm sure you do too, after your book, I'm hearing, I want more diversity on my board, but it's so.
Hey, Dr. Sepulveda, how are you?
Women in the CEO role, and it puts some fresh names and ideas on the map, Julia. So, what were the criteria?
So what we did here is we put out an application process and we drew over 700 applications. There were so many fantastic applications. We had criteria. Companies needed to have generated over $25 million in revenue in one of the past 3 years.
Chase, if you're out there, I'm reading what you're saying right now. I apologize, man. If you're a bear out there, you're like, what, day 3?
Advisory board give us guidance about
seconds.
which types of metrics we should.
It looks like you're being trapped, man. Or it looks to me like Chase, man.
Different qualitative attributes.
I don't know what to say to you.
We're really identifying change
It
makers.
looks like they're setting you up for here, load up on puts, and then we're going to rip it.
Higher than the expected build of 3.717 million. Gasoline inventories draw 2.832 million, draw 2.832 million. That's higher than the expected draw of minus 2.835 million. Distiller inventories.
I'm in some Tesla calls here. We'll see how this goes.
0.51 million. That's higher than
I'd like to see at least this 206 up here.
Crude Cushing inventories build 1.458 million, build 1.458 million.
PayPal trying to get higher now.
Give you the details. Don't go anywhere.
Apple's still getting wrecked to the downside. I haven't taken a trade on IOVA. And I never took the IWM trade either, but I am in some Tesla calls, so we'll see.
Stocks in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve up 0.743 million barrels at 360.254 million barrels.
Tesla now trading 203. I got to leave this on here for a minute. Trading a high just then of 203.77.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
And we have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for all those interested.
EIA crude oil inventories actual 4.199 million, forecast 3.717 million. Previous was 3.514 million. PayPal looking for a breakout here. If you're looking for a trade this morning, it's looking for a squeeze higher. Target on the upside, 61.25. Tesla cranking right now. IWM looks like another dip buy coming up here in just a moment. Looks like some buyers still stepping in down below. Target on the upside, 204.63. Discord saying they're on that trade, I believe, or earlier they were saying that. Tesla's still moving to the upside here.
Trial.
Welcome back. I'm Dominic Chu with your CNBC Money Minute. Members of two GOP-led House committees are grilling Hunter Biden today as part of their impeachment inquiry into the president. The younger Biden had rejected participating in the closed-door deposition for months, arguing it should be public. Just last week, James Biden, the president's brother, told lawmakers that his brother was never involved in his work.
Q's fighting its way back.
The administration is giving Boeing 90 days to come up with a plan to improve quality control. The action comes less than 2 months after a door plug blew out on a 737 MAX 9 plane just minutes into an Alaska Airlines flight. A preliminary investigation found bolts needed to secure the panel appeared to be missing.
I'm going to stay here on Tesla.
Examining President Biden this morning at Walter Reed Medical Center for his annual physical. The White House says it will release a summary.
Watch SPY. It's coming into its 506.10.
Found last year he was.
If SPY can get above 506.10.
The presidency. David, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you. Well, data center usage and demand, of course, have skyrocketed. This as AI and generative AI is driving costs higher. This is worldwide spending on AI solutions, of course, expected to grow by what may be more than $500 billion by 2027. Joining us now is Joe Sid. He's the chairman and CEO of Thor Equities. They manage a global real estate portfolio of some $20 billion, and that does include data centers as well. Joe, nice to have you here.
Thank you so much.
I feel like a lot of
Spy squeezing now.
talk to and/or investors in real estate want to change the subject from office.
Tesla coming into its first resistance at 204.13.
Fair, it is growing.
Upside target 206 and change.
So much capital chasing it, whether the returns are still going to be there.
Yes, very much so. Why? It's the same reason you see the movement of the stock price.
Hope this isn't a trap on Tesla right now.
Appetite for this new technology or the advancing of the technology is ginormous. So the capital first goes through a funnel. First it goes to those companies. First it goes to creating those chips, et cetera, et cetera. Then comes the need, real estate-wise, for the data centers and the storage. So that's really only begun. And in fact, in real estate, it's actually the opposite. Even though there's so much interest from real estate investors for data centers, they're sort of afraid of it. They don't understand it. They hesitate about it. And then I'd say last but not least is the scale. You know, we had one project that we're doing in Madrid. The original budget was on the same piece of land was to develop 400 million euros worth of spending for the development. On the same property, because of the demand from our potential tenant for the same site, it's going to be about a 2.6, 2.7 billion euro project on the same piece of land.
Just because they're just doing so much more there.
And so much demand,
I see.
Particularly from the FANGs. There's about 14 tenants out there that are the most voracious users, but it's everybody that you're talking about all day long that's cloud related, that's cloud security related, that's chip related. They're the ones creating the demand.
But with you know, obviously the cost of capital is a lot higher now than it was. With 10-year money, what, 5-6% at least? Aren't cap rates going up a lot too on these things?
What it is what we like to do is play where the growth is and focus where the growth is. I think what people don't realize when you invest in a market like, let's say, the office market, is you've got a market where the fundamentals, the rents are coming down and your costs are going up. At least what's exciting in terms of the data center side of the world is that, yes, your costs are going up, but the demand is voracious. And you look at it also from a global point of view. One of the things I said, actually, I think on your
Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back with you.
One day, you're going to see in this bipolar separation of the world, you're going to see an Amazon stop doing business in a Russia. And I say, who knows, maybe one day you might see Apple not being able to do business in a China. What that means is that separation is now there's a race to bring those chip jobs home and accelerate those manufacturing of chips for that sort of race. That creates more data center needs. So the bottom line of all that means demand more and more for rent makes up for the greater cost of the real estate. Just need to find the real estate investors that are willing to plunge into something that's not traditional real estate, but also has the technology bent to it, which is not sort of those wheeler-dealer types.
No, but I mean, you're talking about it like it's a newfound thing. I mean, Blackstone, I think it's their largest single component of what is the largest real estate portfolio there is. It's not like data center investment has not been going on for some time.
No, they only pivoted to that space about 10 or 14 years ago. Before 14 years ago, they weren't. And what's amazing about Blackstone, particularly John Gray, is they're the pioneer. So yes, they're doing it, but there's not a lot of people that have the size of checkbook to be able to write a check for a $2.6 billion project, as that's just one project I gave you an example of. Another project we're looking at is about $4.750 billion in dollars. And there's such a limited amount of investors that have that checkbook ability to be able to put it out. So yes, what Blackstone is ahead of the curve. They've sort of always been ahead of the curve. I really respect them greatly. I'm an investor. I'm a big fan and regular friend of the senior team up there. But there's not a lot of other capital that's chasing it to the degree they are. So still a humongous market, humongous opportunity, right. The dearth.
I think I saw you have exposure in Mexico, which is just interesting because AWS just this week announced $5 billion for an infrastructure project in Mexico.
Excellent
to this point. Yeah.
Excellent point. The world is a bigger world than it used to be. We always think of the world in a very Western, limited, NATO, etc. But there's a ginormous world out there of emerging markets and growing countries. Mexico is just one of them, but yes, Mexico is an incredible opportunity in almost every asset class. I think we're probably the largest, the most active developer in that country over the last 10 years in all food groups. And I would say probably one of the most exciting is industrial real estate and data centers, because they're a little later coming to the game, but still have that voracious appetite. That's also why you see sort of the world changing back to what I was starting to say. Let's say China, if they're doing less business with America, they're looking to do it more in many of those emerging markets. Right. So whether it's ourselves in America or China, we're both sort of also competing for those markets.
Joe, finally, I do want to come back to office, though, and just get your take in terms of where you see things going. You know, are you going to have a lot of stressed properties on your hands in terms of needing more equity, and or how that portfolio looks for you from that perspective on office?
I don't know if we were smart or just plain lucky, but we sort of been thematic folks that are constantly pivoting and moving to where the demand is. So we evolved as a business, as a commodity office guy, then to a technology office developer, then to a life science biotech user. And then sort of because of the highs of COVID, we sort of like exited that, might look to revisit. So while we've got a little bit of pain here and there, some legacy assets, overall we're blessed that we sort of had to free up the capital to chase industrial, to be able to chase data centers. So sort of the need for capital made us lucky. So
can you change office? Can you repurpose office buildings into data center buildings? I mean, because there's probably a supply problem with the data center and a demand problem on office.
Excellent question. And it's not just data centers. I think it's everything that's happening should be revisited. Like I was talking to a friend the other day that was just telling me what a challenge he had in New York City finding short-term storage space. And that lit up a light in my head. I says, you know what? Office is getting so cheap. Maybe take one of those office buildings, turn them into short-term storage space. But the answer to getting to what you're saying and that reuse and revisit it, be it data centers or otherwise, is really a pocketbook to be able to do it. And right
hold on, I'm back with you guys. Hold on a second here.
And there's so much, it's even worse than what you might think.
Someone just asked on Twitch, does
it hasn't even played out through the system yet.
Paying the $30 for Twitch get you all the TTT goodies?
I owe more to my bank.
So let's go through that. I'll do that bottom here. Hold on a second here.
How hard are those office guys really working on it? They really probably then don't have the pocketbook to reinvent it. So we sort of really need to see that wash through the system.
SPY looking to squeeze right now.
Come back and regenerate to its highest best use, which might be data centers.
There you go. Well done. Ending on your main point. Joe, thank you. Appreciate you taking time.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thanks,
Joe said.
Let's turn from the U.S. property market to China's and how that country is dealing with its own real estate reckoning. This has been sort of a slow-moving train wreck. Our Eunice Yoon joins us from Beijing. Eunice, what's the latest?
So if you sign up for the supporter level, who asked that question? Was that Connor Wilson just asked about the website. So if you sign up for the supporter level, it's $35 a month or $32 for the year. It's like, oh, it's near $30 for the year. With that, you get market updates whenever they're required. Usually it's SPY and Qs in the morning. You get trigger charts, I believe, for 9 manipulate charts that you can manipulate twice a day for triggers and velocity. So you get those in the morning and then in the afternoon. You also get the T3 scanner. It's an AI scanner that we use for spec growth stocks. You get basic Discord access. You get access to premium bots. We've got Unusual Whales, Trady Ticks, and I think a couple others, BB Bot, and some other stuff in there. Then you get Twitch chat, and you get a daily pivot indicator. Then you get the T3 educational videos. So those should be up, I think, today, or I think we were working on them yesterday. We had some more editing to do, so those will be up later today. Does that answer your question, Connor, or? Oh, hey, Jimmy. Hold on a second, Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, if you're out there watching right now, check your Discord DMs. SPY trying to close the gap above at 506.60. Tesla with a quick double top on the intraday on the 1 minute. IWM getting a failure to launch here as well. Q's looking stronger here. They've got a rejection point above at 436.52. Pay attention to Q's here in relation to SPY. If you look at the bottom chart down here, they have a rejection point at 436.52. So if you're watching SPY here, be careful of a bull trap up here. So we squeeze and then roll and then fail to the downside. So if you watch the chart in the bottom down here, you can see this hourly trigger above at 436.52. Could be some kind of a bull trap coming up. Hold on. Jimmy Berry's, hold on. Jimmy, if you're out there right now, I'm in the DMs, brother. Hold on, man. I'm going to show you what to look for. You need to go to if you go to Jimmy, if you're listening right now, go to if you go to your YouTube, if you go to YouTube on Google, and then on the top right hand side, you click on your how do I show this? Hold on. Hold on, Jimmy. All right, so Jimmy, if you're watching right now, right? Go to your let me move this out of the way here. Right there. Click on your go to YouTube, right? And then click on this button up here. All right? Click on that button right there. When you click on that button, bro, it'll say at the HTTPS will say YouTube /channel / and then it should have your username, brother. Does anybody know Jimmy Berry's YouTube username? Here, let me see if I can find his username. Here, hold on. You know what I'll do, Jimmy, is I'm going to turn on. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm going to turn on chat on YouTube. Hold on a second, brother. Jimmy, try to say something in the chat, man. Are you there, Jimmy? I just unlocked the chat for you. See if you can like test or something. Say something like a test. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. I see him now. There you go, Jimmy. I got you covered, brother. I'm gonna turn that chat back off again. Hold on here. All right, Jimmy, try to make another test post right now. Just go test again. See if you can chat now. You should be able to.
Those union locations.
Okay, Kate, thank you very much for the additional context there. Yeah, I mean, the Microsoft
Dip buyers stepping in again this morning on SPX.
on the unionization efforts inside Microsoft, as opposed to what you said, Google, Apple.
IOVA looking strong.
Obviously, it's much more
Still long Tesla here.
incentives where the efforts have really been made.
Yeah. Well, next hour we've got
Looking for like, if I can get 206, I'll be happy.
McMullen, first time that he's going to react to the FTC suit.
All right, you're good to go, brother.
The $25 billion deal.
You're used to 2 empty baked beans cans and a piece of string.
Complaint.
It's really important for them. Obviously,
You're good to go, man. You're back in.
I don't know that we have a date, but we don't. But yeah.
I'm not expecting too much today, Jimmy. I'm just expecting that slow grind, you know.
It's a competitive.
Waiting on data stuff that they're talking about.
Of the case.
At the core of their argument.
I think there might be a trap here on SPY, but I'm not sure yet. I'm watching the Qs. There's the hourly trigger above. Looks like it wants to roll the market down.
Antitrust figuring prominently in a lot of the discussions we have here. Obviously, United Healthcare, another example of that this morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're back in 2.
PayPal squeezing right now, looking for a target of 61.25 on PayPal. IWM grinding higher right now. Man, this smells like a trap. This does smell like a trap here. At some point, just be easy here on SPY. There's some kind of a tech trap going on SPY right now that can't be seen. You think they're going to run it up and then pull the plug on tomorrow on PCE? Yeah, I know how that roll, or I usually that's what happens, Jimmy. Right? Squeeze it up into the close, put the paint on, and then whatever they're going to blood it down to close that gap. It's possible, man. There's like a nice squeeze here on SPY, but Qs are sketching me out. It's like right here. So maybe you get the trade up to 436.52 on Qs, but then it immediately rolls down. Like something like this, but wait a minute. Oops, sorry there. You know, they get that nice squeeze up on there, and you're just thinking everything is great, and then it just rolls straight to the downside. That's I guess on SPY that would lend itself or lend us to go back and trade. Maybe close this stuff up here and then get rolled down rather than actually tagging the R1 up here. So that target above of 507.81 could be where the trap is, right? Like, yeah, hey, we're heading higher. Everything's gonna be awesome, and then boom, they just drag you straight down to the depths of hell.
Reporting that the Department of Justice has opened an antitrust investigation into healthcare giant United Health. According to the paper, DOJ investigators are interviewing healthcare industry players and have asked about relationships between the company's United Healthcare Insurance Unit and its Optum Health Services arm. Now, the Department of Justice and
David AMS this morning in the Discord saying, do not like the lows left behind, expecting them to be taking out at some point. Tough holding short for it. Yeah, there isn't really. I don't really see a big trade. Like I'm looking for like a trade on SPY or Qs, and I'm like, man, this whole week's been garbage, kind of. It's been okay, but it hasn't been like, yeah, we're going this way. It's like consolidation crap.
Coming weeks as well, we'll have to watch for that possibility.
PayPal looks good though right now. Apple still not doing anything. Qs, we talked about that a few moments ago. Tesla, I'm still long on calls here. So if you're watching this trade down below, I'm looking to get out though above here at this yellow box right here. So anywhere, if we get any kind of movement to the upside up here, I'm likely going to take that trade and be done with it.
At the overall antitrust picture, guys, you have to think about the Biden administration now in the last year of its first term. You imagine there's pressure over at DOJ to wrap up as many of these cases as they can before we get too close to the election season.
Yeah, of course, they do tend to take a long time, as you well know. Eamon, thank you. Eamon Javers. Our live market coverage continues right after this.
PayPal squeezing now, trading 60.45. Target to the upside, 61.25. IWM still lagging right here. SPX with buyers down below. SPY now squeezing, trading 506.37. I think earlier in the week we talked about, if you're watching the chart down below, this is SPX. We keep talking about sideways trade here and then a possible rug pull into that volatility on Thursday. It looks like the same thing's happening today as yesterday. Gap on SP or an SPX is at 5078.28. So we'll bring this one lower today. $507819.
Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Mike Santoli live today on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This hour, the CEO of Kroger responding to the FTC on the agency's block of
Tesla squeezing right now, or excuse me, SPY squeezing to 506.72. Tesla squeezing right now, tagging its R1 resistance at 204.13.
Kava on a huge earnings beat and same store.
Watching SPX here in the background to close the gap above at
they're still under some pressure.
5078.14, somewhere in there. So right in here if you're watching this right now.
To open. Really, we've been kind of churning sideways since last Friday's open, which was the big pop on the NVIDIA earnings news. And so that kind of has allowed the big indexes to hang in there a little bit. There has been some underperformance by the NASDAQ, by the big NASDAQ stocks. Small caps have been better for the last few days. They're only slightly down today. And then you've had a lot of the
Q's coming back right now for a trade higher to 436.45. This is really what you want to be watching here is this QQQs. You don't want to see a rejection up here.
In on the hotter
Currently trading 436.19, looking for 436.45.
Ahead of the inflation report. Now, yields have kind of migrated higher. They're lifted toward the upper end of their range. They're down a little bit today. Some people talking about some month-end rebalancing. Stocks have vastly outperformed bonds in February. So if there's anybody who does a monthly rebalance, you'd be, lightening up on equities and going into bonds. But I do think tomorrow's number does matter. I mean, we've had to reprice the Fed path a fair bit. We'll see if we have to do it more.
But the market's been
hold on 1 second, guys.
The repricing because it's based on a stronger economy in part.
Exactly. 3+% GDP growth in the fourth quarter, and then earnings even coming through better than anticipated.
But I guess that a game changer there could be if inflation really starts to run hot in a way that's not necessarily signaling the downtrend continuing.
Exactly. So you can kind of have a little bit of a stutter step in disinflation, but you don't want to see it reverse.
PCE out tomorrow morning.
That's right. All right, when it comes to opportunities in today's market, our next guest says it is all about tech, telling investors to look for the next wave of stocks that will benefit from AI, and saying there's plenty of room left to rally for biotech and small caps. Let's bring in EMJ Capital founder and president Eric Jackson. Eric, good to catch up with you this morning. So that's the stuff that's been working, at least recently. Why in particular do you feel like there's going to be some lasting upside to things like biotech and small caps?
Well, Mike, I think that the Cassandras who are saying we're in another .com are sort of cherry picking a few stocks that obviously stocks like NVIDIA that have done really well. But, it reminds me of when Alan Greenspan said the market was irrationally exuberant in 1996. I mean, we still had 4 years to go on that particular, ebullient rise in the markets with rising rates, I might add. So I don't think we have seen craziness yet. We're just seeing, just in the last 3 weeks, like you said, a broadening out of this rally to go back to the Russell. A lot of people thought the October move in the Russell was done at the end of the year and it was back to the Mag 7. And now we're seeing evidence that, Mag 7 is being used as a source of funds, I think, in the last couple of weeks. And we're seeing people go to biotech, go to small caps, go to the growthier names like some of the ARC names.
I mean, just the fact that you can argue that we're not in a rerun of the biggest bubble in history, to me, doesn't necessarily mean everything is going to be a buy and it's going to go up. I know that 3 years ago, we had a little mini speculative top in software names, in IPOs and SPACs. That came down. But at that point, you kind of liked a lot of those stocks as well, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've been smacked down hard. But as you pointed out, other times on the network, a lot of these names have been basically for, almost 2 years now. They've been forgotten about. They're certainly far from the highs that they saw in November of 2021. I mean, right now, a lot of people are pointing to Coinbase, which has obviously had an enormous run from $30 in December of 2022 to, where it is today. But and yet, compared to where it was in November of 2021, the last time Bitcoin was at these levels, the stock is 40% lower. And back then they were doing 50% EBITDA margins, which they've really yet to show in this kind of renewed interest in crypto that's going on. So I still think that a lot of the air has come out of these names. They're showing that they're not dead. They're showing in their latest earnings report, like Coinbase, like Carvana, that they actually are hitting profitability. So there's sustainability to their business models, unlike what a lot of people said a year ago. And so I just think that the run can continue.
Some of these are not like the others. Eric, Apple's on your list, and I noticed that you have been buying more recently, including just off the back of this news that they're ditching the car. Why?
Yeah, that's right, Sarah. The only Mag 7 names I own are Meta, NVIDIA, and as of yesterday, Apple on that news. I do think that's a significant announcement that came out yesterday. It shows focus and discipline, something Apple's been really good about. It gets people excited about how these folks that are working on AI are going to be redeployed within Apple. My eyes are on the June WWDC conference, the developer focused conference, because I expect that there will be some announcements coming out at that event around AI, and I expect the stock, which has really pulled back in these last couple.
Just heads up here that I'm looking to, if you're watching down below here, this is Tesla.
Easily surpass that by
If you watch this yellow box up here, as soon as we tag this, I'm going to get out of some Tesla longs.
Machine learning from Apple, John Gianandrea, or JG. He used to work 20 years ago for a company called Tell Me, which I competed against. It's not exactly the PayPal mafia, but there is a Tell Me mafia out there. Some of the brightest folks around have scattered to the wind and started amazing businesses. John was a phenomenal engineer. I have every faith that he's going to surprise people, especially with some handset generative AI for Apple.
Eric, I want to get you to say a little more about the biotech move. Yesterday was pretty dramatic. The XBI ETF was up like 5+%. You had that massive move in Viking, which I think you said you bought. What do you think is going to be the fuel for what you suggest could be another 50% rise? Is it just about, a reawakening of this group after, a long time in the doghouse, or is there something else going on?
Yeah, as of like October and November, Mike, XBI was sort of like at its sort of 4-year lows, which it had bottomed at several times. And I like playing biotech through XBI, which is equal weighted, so it gives more credence to the names like a Viking, but obviously you don't get the idiosyncratic risk of owning the individual names. I just think the thing was punished. It went from the highs of like 180 on the XBI back in November of 2021 to to the 60s. It showed, according to the AI model that we use at our firm, that by November it sort of was starting a new uptrend. It is still in that uptrend. Yesterday was a special case because of the Viking news. You don't see a 6% move in XBI every day, obviously. But I think the Viking case really points to why people will continue to get excited about biotechs, and especially junior biotechs. Folks that have exposure to, the next GLP-1 drug, or, type 1 diabetes type solutions, which seem very, very close from some of the studies that we're seeing. So I do think as the rally broadens, among small caps, I think biotech is the best way to play it. It's still underappreciated even after yesterday.
Eric, appreciate the update. Thanks very much. Talk to you again soon.
Thanks.
Kava shares lower today, but coming off of a big surge post-earnings. Same-store sales reported up more than 11%, soaring past expectations. We will talk to the CEO next.
Plus, watch Beyond Meat this morning. That stock also surging on its own revenue beat and plans to, quote, steeply reduce costs. Now a small market cap, heavily shorted name. Stay with us.
This was a $250 stock.
Exactly, that went down to the single digits.
IPOs healthy life.
Welcome back. Take a look at Kava. Shares higher this week after reporting earnings a day earlier than expected, delivering a beat on the top and bottom lines with bullish guidance for the year ahead. Joining us here first on CNBC is Kava CEO Brett Schulman. Brett, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me back, Sarah. Great to be here.
So the timing got a little messed up there, but the numbers were really strong, especially that same-store sales number, which was almost double what Wall Street was forecasting. What is driving that? Because it's certainly higher than the rest of the industry we're seeing right now.
Yeah, look, I think the results we were able to deliver really are an example of the power of our Mediterranean category-defining brand, the extraordinary potential we have in front of us, and the outstanding work of our team really delivering on our strategy. The Mediterranean diet, #1 ranked diet 7 years in a row, this unique cuisine where taste and health unite, and it clearly continues to resonate with guests across the country.
But you do see this kind of pace of same-store sales growth slowing, right? The forecast is for 3 to 5% growth. So how's the rest of the year going to play out?
Yeah, that's a reflection. If you think about it on a 2-year basis, our same restaurant sales actually accelerated in Q4 from Q3 on a 2-year basis. And we are lapping pretty significant hurdles from our growth last year. So we expect that to moderate on a 1-year basis, but be fairly consistent of the current trends on a 2-year basis going into this year.
A big part of the bull thesis on this stock, as you know, as we've been talking about, has been the pace of openings. When you only have, about 310 or so restaurants, and you have some pretty aggressive expansion plans, how is that going, entering new markets and opening new stores? And are you at the pace that you expected?
Yeah, it's going really well, and we're really excited by the receptivity we've seen in all markets of the country. I mean, that's the thing that we've seen is that we've seen this cuisine port, whether it's in the East Coast, the center of the country, or the West Coast. And from a unit growth standpoint, we're actually downshifting this year, 15% plus annual unit growth going forward, but that's coming off of 72 restaurants, net new restaurants opened in 2023. You remember when we acquired Zoe's Kitchen, we kind of did a surge of conversions in addition to de novo growth. And now as we came out of that in the back half of last year and into this year, we're going at a more moderate pace of 15% plus as we move forward. So feel really good about our growth rate and feel increasingly excited about how we've seen the receptivity in new markets we've been opening in.
Brad, I think a big question for investors after the way the stock has had this great move is just to what degree the business is going to be scalable, for years to come in a profitable way. How are you thinking right now about, I guess, store-based profitability and the balance between pricing and your own costs and preserving margins?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we think about it. We want to invest in our team members and in our guests. And we think that creates shareholder value over the long term. A couple of examples of this were in, coming out of Q3 into Q4, we talked about our multi-million-dollar incremental investment in our team member wages. And then on our guest behalf, really mitigating price increases that we have to a lesser degree than what our peers have done in the past few years. And even another example of that is in California, there's the legislation AB 1228. Its predecessor was known as the FAST Act, where we're not going to be passing along that unplanned expense to our guests. We're looking at it as an investment in our team members and absorbing, we talked about, to the magnitude of 30 basis points that's incorporated in our full year restaurant level margin guidance. So we believe this philosophy of continuing to invest in our guests, continuing to invest in our team, creates long-term sustainable restaurant level margin expansion.
This is the $20 minimum wage in California that's going to go into effect soon. I do wonder how you're dealing with the cost inflation for food. I mean, food prices are up sharply. I know they've moderated a little bit, but how much does get passed on to the consumer? What does that inflation dynamic look like?
Yeah, well, we've been able to, with our direct source supply chain and our vertically integrated manufacturing, create a really efficient supply chain that allows us to deliver really high quality food at a very reasonable price. Excited that last month we just brought online a new best-in-class, state-of-the-art 55,000 square foot manufacturing facility in Southwest Virginia. This is in addition to our existing facility in Maryland, and these centralized facilities allow us to do our chef-crafted dips and spreads recipes. Think crazy feta and harissa and tzatziki, and do it with quality and consistency at scale, taking that complexity out of the four walls of our restaurants and delivering it to our guests at a great value.
But what does that mean? Are menu prices going up? Are they stable?
we took a approximate 2.5% to 3% increase in January. If you remember, our last price increase was a year ago in January of 2023, and we have no further planned price increases for the remainder of the year. And as I mentioned, no incremental pricing as a result of the legislation in California either.
Brett, what are you able to pick up in terms of customer flow as it relates to back to office? I mean, are we basically where we're going to be with that? I think there was some talk for a while that you are sort of exposed in some markets to that lunchtime, workplace related traffic.
Well, we've always been a pretty suburban dominant brand. We certainly like our urban markets and fulfill a need for our urban guests. We're about 85% suburban, 15% urban. We've seen pretty steady patterns in the urban market. And I think what we've seen in many urban centers is that we've been able to gain a larger piece of what has been a smaller pie post-pandemic.
New grilled steak offering. That's what the analysts are writing about in the second half. Is that going to boost? Is that really going to boost transactions and tickets?
Yeah, we're excited about this. It'll be a premium item that is our Mediterranean take on a familiar favorite with the brightness of sun-dried tomato powder, herby oregano, and a little touch of red chili for some heat that we think is going to fill a need that doesn't currently exist on our menu for that eater that is looking for a beef item or even a half and half, where we get a lot of guests that like to go as they incorporate more plant-based eating into their diet. Half roasted vegetables, half falafel, in addition to that new great steak item.
All right, Brett, thank you very much. Should mention, the stock is up 156% since the IPO. Brett Schulman, CEO of Kava. We appreciate the time today.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, one surprise winner, potential winner of the AI craze, BNY Mellon. The CEO joins us in just a moment to tell us why.
Plus, watching eBay, earnings beat, boosting guidance, a dividend increase, and a $2 billion share buyback, all sending those shares higher right now at more than 8%. We'll be right back.
The companies that invest in building the network of support around their employees who are different, in this case, whether they be African American or they come from a different ethnic background or sexual orientation, or if they're veterans, builds a culture of belonging where everybody can bring the best of their talent and apply it to the company's goals and objectives, is a company that's going to best be able to leverage the talent of a diverse workforce.
Sorry, I'm just watching Tesla here in the background. We've got PayPal squeezing up higher. We've got Tesla squeezing up higher. Trying to get some longs off here. I don't know if I should take them right now. I'm looking for a squeeze. I'd like to sell like one nice big fat green bar right here and take those longs off. There's a trap. There's a trap here for tech on Qs. We're coming up and testing right now 436.45. I don't want to see like a rejection right here. If we get that rejection, it could be ugly. So just keep your eyes on Qs right now at 436.45. Still a target above of 436.87. I'd like to see that get hit before I get out of Tesla, but I don't know. Like right here, this rounding right here is getting me concerned. I'm going to put it back on Tesla here and just keep my eyes on this. Yeah, the NQ, man, our tech is like, there's a rug pull here. You can see it on Bookmap as well. You see that rug right there?
Clawing back.
There's a rug pull setting up here quietly in the background.
Look at what's moving. Hi, Bob.
Hello, Sarah. We are trying to go positive here. It's been a little bit of resistance as we close out February, but February is an up month. It's been a string of up months recently. We're getting the last of the retailers reporting and very mixed results overall. Here's TJX, which just keeps going up every day. This is another new high. They beat on the bottom line. But the guidance and the same store sales guidance was a little bit short of expectations. It doesn't seem to be pushing the stock down much, but this has been a bit of a trend.
Apple lagging here.
20 have issued negative.
IWM coming back down again. We did get our first target here at 203.58.
Another one very typical.
We want to make sure that IWM holds 202.64.
They're a wholesaler for Wrangler.
It's got
had a great run up in the last 4 months.
bear cross forming as well here
Expectations
on
that
IWM.
challenging wholesale environment, uncertain consumer spending, the guidance, the revenue guidance, and the EPS guidance was well short of expectations. You see, that's down 9%. Mixed numbers here for some of the auto retailers. Advanced Auto Parts, mixed quarter, I would say. They had a bigger loss in the revenues, though, were in line. Earnings guidance is a little bit above estimates, and so the stock is up today, I think, on the guidance here. They had a terrible 2023. They far underperformed the market and all of their competitors. Their profitability dropped a lot. They cut the dividend last year, and that just killed the stock. So the competitors really moved in. AutoZone did a lot better last year. It's up fractionally today. O'Reilly Automotive far outperformed Advanced Auto Parts.
Here we go. Trading 315 right now, 310.
And if you're interested in retail,
on.
there's an ETF for that. Here it is. It trades right here. This is the XRT. This is essentially all of the retailers in one space here, but it's equal weight. It is not market capitalization weight. And equal weight's done well in this space so far this year. It's up about 6%, in line with the S&P 500. But by and large, the retail environment is extremely challenging. You've got your winners, you've got your Walmarts, you've got your Costco's and Amazon's doing well. And a lot of
Give me that one squeeze, dude. One quick green bar right up.
Inventories struggling with inflation.
One more bar right there. Give me that one little thing right there.
Really resisting. And in some cases, particularly food companies, struggling with people shifting their demands to lower cost products. Mike, back to you.
All right, Bob. Thanks very much. All right, time now for a news update. Courtney Reagan has that for us. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, Mike. Wildfires are spreading across the Texas Panhandle right now, forcing evacuations and cutting off power to thousands of homes and businesses. Strong winds and unseasonably high temperatures are fueling the flames. Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties and urged Texans to take precautions to keep their loved ones safe. The largest fire has grown to 500,000 acres and is 0% controlled.
Can I elaborate on the rug pull on Bookmap? So the gamma flip is rising right now every day. So yesterday it was at
assault-style weapon.
To show you here.
Used in the 2017 mass shooting at an outdoor music festival in Las Vegas, which remains the deadliest mass
So I
shooting.
can show you this right over here. See this gamma flip right here? It keeps raising every morning, coming up and coming up and coming up.
And an announcement on social
And as we're coming up right now on this gamma flip into negative gamma, there's not a lot between this here
the long shot
and support to the downside. So right here, okay?
Back over to you.
So as you see, the buyers are coming in.
The CEO of Kroger coming up
Right there.
FTC's
Same thing this morning, but we're just it's a setup. It's like a walk the plank, right? To close this gap to the downside right here. So it looks like we're gonna. Oh, hold on here. A bit here. Clear all that. So I mean, it's like we're being set up here, right? Walk the plank. Ball comes in. Fast move to the downside, you know, and you're kind of like doomed, right? You're doomed if you're caught with calls there. So it's not. This looks like an Apple trade to me. This is what normally, like, I used to trade Apple a lot. We'd like do this stuff all week long. Then you get a nice big boom. You're sucked in, and you're then waiting for all that bad news to come out, and you're on the, you know, you're at the whim of the market going lower, or you get the squeeze back to the upside. So there's a rug pull setup. You can see it right here. You can see it right on Bookmap. That's support right now. Not much. Trading 204.89 right now, trying to get out of some Tesla calls at 206 or 205, excuse me. Getting close here. We got a sell order in on Tesla. Couple points of interest above on Tesla would be 206.28 and then 208.54. $5 more fucking cents. Give me 5 cents. There we go. I'm flat here. QQQ is trying to squeeze off 436.45. Target to the upside, 436.87. Or 437.28. A little bit of a sell action right here just now.
Kroger under pressure from the FTC after the agency blocked its nearly $25 billion merger with Albertsons over antitrust.
IWM testing its half-hour trigger down below at 203.01.
Have often referred
Glad I didn't take that fucking trade.
Their number one competitor. Joining me now to address the new lawsuit in a CNBC exclusive is Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen. Rodney.
Hey, H-Bomb, what's going on?
Thank you for joining me.
Good morning, and thanks for the invitation.
So, you know,
do I see a bear flag on Tesla?
Sued to block this deal. We're in an election year.
You know, even if there is a bear flag on Tesla, I think it gets bought. I think whatever volatility comes tomorrow in Tesla or the market in general, I think it gets bought personally.
When you look at the merger, it's one of those things where
I just sold Tesla just now. I'm flat right now.
our previous mergers continue to invest in.
Yeah, like Tesla. Here, we can look at the Tesla chart. Hold on.
And it's great for the communities.
SPY rolling over slightly right now.
Buying companies with 10 billion meals, all those things. So
let's take a. Let me see if I can bring Tesla up here.
The FTC
Hold on
said
here.
your acquisition of Albertsons would lead to additional grocery price hikes for everyday goods.
So the thing about Tesla here is
consumers across the country face today. Why is that wrong?
Let me mute this here. So Tesla. It's a 30-minute chart on Tesla. I'm pretty bullish here in Tesla. My fear here is not so much a trap like, yeah, we're not going there, but it's the trap where you get fucked in your options. The target to the upside is 220.81. My fear is that, you got a hedge on the market right now and you have some kind of bloodbath, right? Some kind of bloodbath down here. And the real trade was, down there to get to that 220. Not guaranteed to happen. If we get the new high in here at some point, if we get like some kind of a new high off this previous, you got 205.61. You can stay long, I guess. But, I'm watching Qs right now. Like, I'd really like to see something like that. Like, tag that there, and then look for that continuation trade there. So if this can hold, sure, I'll take another long. It looks really bullish right now, but I don't like watching Qs and SPY right now. This is bullish right here. This looks good, right? This is a 30-minute chart on SPY. This all looks great. Like all of this looks gorgeous, right? You get that next tag right there. You take out that one right there. It's a nice, gorgeous trade right there.
According to the EIA, 4-week average U.S. petroleum products supplied fell in the latest week to the.
This looks great. Like this SPY chart is just set up to rock. But then when I look at the Qs, I'm like, eh. So I'm looking at the Qs here, right? And for that to happen, right, you can't have a rejection here, right? If this happens here, that's the bull trap on SPOOs. So I really want to see Qs close the gap above at 437 right here, close all that gap. And that would make me have more confidence in there not being a trap for SPOOs. I guess I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm saying it's more wait and see. Why doesn't this always, none of this stuff like scales well? So just keep watching the Qs here. 436.45. I'd want to see a squeeze above, and then it hold 436.45 hold, so we can march forward and up into the close. Chase was making a comment this morning that I tend to agree with. Maybe Jimmy Berry had said something as well. Squeeze it up into the end of the day, and then we get that nasty sell tomorrow for the volatility. Can I look at the SPY in the 4-hour and see if we're still bearish? I don't think it's like bearish. I think it's more like, hey, I'm hedged the market and I want to get paid. I'll be honest. That's what I think that is. I got to hedge the market. I want to get paid tomorrow at some point between today and tomorrow. Like Bill Ackman or one of those guys. Gunlock's like, I want paid, man. No matter what. I don't care. Bring the vol. Chase, what are you saying? The old run up into the Fed speakers and PCE data move. Banks ripping on impending credit seems normal. Buy IWM here so you can sell it for 160 later when it goes there again. Give me a 4% down day in IWM. Chase, you're salty this morning, brother. Quick question. How do the TTT pivot indicators cope with commodities or Forex? You know, I haven't tried them on those. Commodities, they do great. Forex, I stay away from Forex, man. I really do. A little vol end of week, then supporting flows into March OPEX. Right now we've got a pin. I don't know if it's, I guess you could call it supportive, but that wears off as we head into, you know, there's always that, you know, like that end of month craziness that happens, right? You know, I guess if you're a bull, you're looking for supportive flows the first week or two of March. Do we continue to crank up into the end of March? Man, I don't know. Yesterday we were discussing if we do get the seasonal weakness moment, it could be lightning fast, not so much hey, it's going to take 4 weeks or something. I would not be shocked to wake up one morning and see us down 100 points. I wouldn't be like, oh, crazy. How did that happen? We were talking yesterday about on FOMO moments to just buy some cheap puts to protect yourself. Yesterday, there were some puts out there for like 17 cents or something. Oh, Chase said that he shared a trade here. Hold on. He's got IWM put spread, 200, 195 put spread, cost for each $100. Max pay, 1,300. Damn, good trade there, Chase. Chase has a put spread for Friday here for $100, potentially pays 1,300. Buyers still smashing into SPX here, this gap above, trying to squeeze the market right now. IOVA cranking again. PayPal with a little bit of a pullback here in R2 at 60.75. Still has not hit its target above of 61.25. Tesla with a little bit of a roll here. We'll see if this holds up. If we can get higher on Tesla. Tesla bulls looking for a big move to the upside at 220. Yeah, so Sigorin, during the day, I like to use the indicators on SPY or SPX, and then I prefer to use them on futures, Globex after the close before the open, and I switch over with them. Yeah, the GEM is building at 5,200. We're in that place. So who's that? Canuck Mobile. We are building out to the upside. Last time we were down here, bro, when the Gamma Flip was moving up, we ended up squeezing way, way higher. I'm on the train of us going to 4 or 525 on SPY. I'm just looking for a really nice dip buy if possible. I think everybody is. I think bears are like, yeah, just give me the gap close, and then bulls are like, give me that gap close so I can buy a dip. Yes, SG Oren, you can use them on futures. I think that they work better on like SPX during cash market, and then switching over to futures using the triggers on futures. The other thing too on triggers is I think to me they work more clean on individual tickers than they do on indexes. They work great on indexes, but not as clean as on an individual symbol or ticker symbol. SPY trying to squeeze again right now. Just watch this chart down below here. The sellers came in yesterday on 5080. So we know that's where the sellers are right now, right up here. We're at some resistance on SPX right now as well at 5075. And then we have more resistance at 5080. IOVA cranking again. Tesla just kind of hanging out right now. I'm not long anything or short anything right now. I'm just flat. This is where these sellers like to come right in here, right? Come in right there, come in right there, try to roll it back down to the downside. Yeah, Chase, I remember that. I remember that. The roll down on IWM. I don't mind the trade. I think the trade's fine, brother. I'm not really against the trade or anything. I'm hoping for some weakness. So I hope that we have like that panic moment where the market goes down.
So Angola Parliament approves a ban on crypto mining.
I'll read a story for you right now. Instead of chasing NVIDIA, investors buy these misunderstood cheap growth stocks for big returns. In a market bedazzled by flashy growth stocks, Torre Investment Partners instead runs a fund that's trying to redefine what value is. Value stocks, oftentimes slower growing companies with lower price to earnings or price to book ratios and usually higher dividend yields, typically concentrated in sectors such as consumer staples, household goods, and financials, have long been trounced by growth stocks. So far this year, the iShares Russell 1000 Growth ETF has added 9.1%, while rising 15.5% annually for the past decade, outrunning the iShares Russell Value ETF, which is up 3% year to date and 8% in each of the past 10 years. While the flagship Torre fund has a value tilt, drawing its holdings nearly entirely from the Russell 1000 Value Index, it has reoriented itself around what might be thought of as a new variant on value. The fund's main strategy: invest in slightly under-the-radar growth stories that offer smoother and consistent fundamentals and stick with them for the long run. Now, before I continue to read this to you, on the website we have a scanner, and it's got different functions. If you're a pro trader, you get access to all of the functions. But if you're just a supporter, the best function of that scanner is the one that you have access to, the AI scan. Now, that AI scan, that button will spit out. There's two things I want you guys to know about that scanner. One, if you begin to see that scanner not spit out tickers for like a week or two, it's going to infer that the market is in a risk-off environment. So there's two ways to use that tool. If you consistently every day on pullbacks or in corrective moments in the market continue to see that scanner pop up tickers to you, it means that the market is still risk on, even though the market may be correcting or pulling back, anything like that. If you stop to see those things if you stop seeing those tickers come up for like a week or two, start getting scared. because those tickers that it produces are tickers that are being discussed in this article that I'm reading to you right now. These are companies that have great fundamentals, great earnings, great guidance. They sell real products. They're in a growth phase in their company, and they're usually very new IPOs as well. And the key point to this is they've usually sold off from their scam IPO launch. So you've got a ticker, let's say, that's pumped up like, yeah, this ticker is going to go to the moon, right? It opens up at $50 or $100, and it gets blooded straight down to the depths of hell and repriced at a very low price, $5, $10, $20, or whatever. But it still has those great fundamentals. So this article is discussing these spec growth stocks. And I was having a conversation earlier last week with John L. about investing. And we were discussing a stock show, right, on Sundays. And I've always taken this to heart. Winky used to talk about this, and John L. and I were discussing it this past week. And that is, there really isn't any reason to try to be a stock picker if you cannot outperform the S&P 500. So you should just be buying the dip on the S&P 500, not individual tickers, unless you can actually beat the S&P 500, right? So if you can beat the returns on the S&P 500, how do you do that? And the only way you can really do that is if a stock is not tracking with the rest of the S&P 500. So let's say the Mag 7, right? And Tesla was not tracking the Mag 7, right? You got the stock market cranking up higher. Tesla is doing its own thing. You actually want to be looking at Tesla, not Mag 7. Like, you can own the S&P 500, but you want to be looking for tickers that are going against that trend, so that you can buy lower and have that whiplash effect where you can outperform. So take a look at that scanner. That AI scanner is my point on our website, and do your due diligence on the returns on those tickers. Like, take a look at them. Don't just blindly go in and buy them, but see what they're setting up for. Are they bottoming? Are they consolidating? Did they already get ripped down to the depths of hell? Are they trying to break out now from a bottom? IWM is bullish? Yeah, it is. It is bullish. IWM is bullish. I was just long on Tesla, but I jumped out of that trade. I don't like the there's a IWM right here.
4 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from
looking for 204.63
on the economic outlook and monetary policy at a fireside chat event in Roswell.
Tesla's still rolling here. So the point being here is that I'm going to continue to read this article to you, but you might be looking for tickers like this article is describing here. Spec growth with real products, real cash flow, great earnings, great guidance for the future, and that AI scan does it. The fund's main strategy is invest in slightly under the radar growth stories that offer smoother and consistent fundamentals and stick with them for the long run. Our view of value is that it is merely mispriced, misunderstood growth disparities that only widen during indexing. Jeffrey Lent goes on to say he's the partner and co-portfolio manager of Torrey Fund. The Torrey Fund was founded by the late Robert Torrey in 1990. It's ahead 7.4% so far this year, outpacing the 6.5% gain in the S&P 500. Its concentrated portfolio of some 25 stocks, including Berkshire Hathaway, Eaton, and American Express, that have been held for years, ranks in the second percentile among such funds year to date, and the 14th percentile in the past 3 years, Morningstar says. Quote, there's a lot of companies out there that are growing their business profitably that are under-owned, and that's the stuff that you're going to find, end quote, among Torrey's holdings. Lent said, to me, that's the new sort of definition of value. That's what we're aimed at, those companies that are still growing in profits or returns to shareholders, but they're not trading at these breakneck speeds and higher prices. The fund, with some $330 million in assets, carries an annual expense ratio of 0.93%. Part of the reason Morningstar only rates Torre 2 stars. Included in the fund are companies with visible reinvestment opportunities that allow them to grow their business, as well as companies that steadily generate strong cash flow and return on capital, Lent said. The names are also screened for risk-adjusted growth. Half of the portfolio's top 10 names have been held for more than 12 years. Quote, we want to buy growing businesses where we can buy them at reasonable prices. And if they're businesses that are slower growing but have better valuations but also grow and have very good capital histories, we want to invest in them as well. That's Sean Hendon, president of Torre Investment Partners and co-portfolio manager of the fund. What do I think about paywalled stock picks from Seeking Alpha and Zacks, etc.? I'm going to go back. I'm going to revert back to what I always said. If you're an old school Wall Street bettor, they don't allow articles from Seeking Alpha, Zacks, or Benzinga, companies like that. They're not allowed to post there. For varying reasons, are like the articles and the picks paid for or not? I'm a price action trader personally, so what I do is I'll go into the Discord and I will look for the alerts for big flow coming in on a ticker, and then I check it against the triggers. So I don't really go to those picker sites and pick tickers from there in any way, shape, or form. I usually look for an alert in the Discord, and then I'll check it against the triggers. I'm looking for like 4 trigger bull clusters, 6 trigger bull clusters, stuff like that. What's going on, Career Low? Good morning, brother. Career Low saying SPX call selling at 50.90 looks skewed. A lot heavier than I typically notice. Intraday is part of a short straddle. Thanks, Career Low, for posting that. If we can hold this range, then I think we could see some significant dealer buyback heading into the close. Woohoo! Thanks, Career Low, for the update. SPX again attacking the sellers on the upside. Iova looking great. Tesla trying to build some support here to go higher. They are consolidating an S1. Next target to the upside on Tesla is 20854.
At 12 p.m. Eastern
PayPal
time,
with a nice squeeze right now, looking for their first target of 6107, 6125. Nice squeeze coming off right here on PayPal. Apple just languishing in the background. Bulls want more upside on IWM.
Bitcoin extends rise to more than $62,000.
There's a little bit of what's going on here on Bookmap here. We're just floating around here. You guys watching this? Almost noontime. Probably going to take a break here in a moment. I want to see what happens here. Career Low, do you mind, would you post that in the Discord, brother? Cap, do the triggers work in the after hours overnight to use futures? Yes. I prefer the triggers for futures after 4 p.m. So during the day, I prefer the triggers on SPY and SPX, but then anytime after 4 p.m. Until actually 4:30 would be my preference. Like 4:30, switch over, and then until 4:30 in the morning, I like the triggers on futures. Good question. Yeah, Jay Shady, man. There, I agree. I'm seeing that too, brother. Do we get it, though, is the question. The squeeze is there. I see the squeeze. Thanks, Career Low. Appreciate it, man. Hey, Career Low, did Bork reach out to you by chance? Just a question to you, if you could just say yes or no in the chat. I think Bork was going to reach out to you at some point yesterday or this morning. If you are bullish here in that squeeze on SPY, you've got a target above at 507.81. There's still some stuff that needs to be cleaned up back here. All this needs cleaned up right here. I might join you in that trade, Chase, but not until end of day. I might be down for that trade, but probably not until like 4:13 in the afternoon. Until they bleed out all the put buyers. If everybody gets hedged up and the dealers are countering that trade into the close, or maybe like 2:30 in the afternoon, maybe I'll join you at 2:30. Depends what the price action is. Q is still messing around on that hourly trigger right now. IOVA looks great. PayPal's pumping. Tesla's wondering what it wants to do here. Hopefully you guys close Tesla. We closed Tesla like right here. So it's grinding right now. I might need you to take a long again in Tesla. Wolf saying that he bought 5 Bitcoin Ponzi at around 18,000. Has a nice profit now. Wondering if I should sell some. We'll have to get Quinn in here to answer that question. Hold on. Hold on 1 second here. SPY with a little roll right now. Testing the 5-minute trigger currently. Liquidation break. Man, I want to buy this right now. I want to buy a dip right here. So see this chart down below here? This is QQQ. So just watch right here. Let me show you guys this. Bottom right-hand side. Bottom right screen. So this is where I'm losing my confidence here. So on Qs, right? Here's QQQs, right? This is where I'm losing my confidence. Where, like, SPY looks really bullish. These sellers are just stepping in on Qs here, trying to run it down, creating a bull trap. If Qs rolls down right here, you'll see SPY follow along, even though SPY looks really bullish. So there's a trap here for bulls. I want to take this long. Like, SPY looks really bullish, so I want to take a trade here, but I can't until I see better price action. I want to see her. Hold on a second here. I want to see Qs hold its pants up right above 436.45, so they don't get dropped in here to the downside. Come on, Qs. Yeah, someone was asking about Bitcoin in the Discord. So if anyone out there is watching right now, someone asked in the Discord earlier, see if you guys can give me an answer to this. I don't trade a lot of crypto. Like, my crypto buying right now is, if it goes to the depths of hell, I'll buy it and not look at it. I just put it in my, it's in my account and I don't touch it. So that's the extent. I don't do any of the, quadruple leveraged crypto overnight trading and stuff. Or I'm not going to want to talk about it here because I know what people are doing. The crypto fraud scam. But I understand. Like Wolf here I think Wolf said I bought 5 Bitcoin Ponzi around 18,000. I have a nice profit now, wondering if I should sell some. Binky's also saying Google's in the hurt locker again.
At 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Collins.
Wolf also says just now, he goes, I sold one at 62,300.
In an event held by the
so I can sleep comfortably now. I've been there.
At the Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth College. Text is expected as well as a Q&A.
So I can sleep comfortably. I get that feeling. I understand that feeling. I had that feeling in Q3 and Q4. I had that feeling. So I owned a bunch of stocks going into like Q3 and Q4. And after their earnings, I was selling them on any rip that came in. I was so scared. CL's at the hourly trigger right now. We'll take a look at CL real quick. Ooh, yeah. Let me see here. So we've got the initial squeeze on Light Sweet. Coming back right now to test its hourly trigger and its monthly trigger. Keep your eye on this trade. This is CL, by the way. They got a daily cross coming up. So let's look at this one really quick. Hold on here. The trigger full screen. Okay, so this is CL, all right? We're gonna get rid of these pivots for a moment here. And let's just see what we can see here in the background. This is gorgeous. I like this. This is a nice comeback for CL, right? Just turning right around right here, right? Fighting its way back up. And it's coming into some volatility now. You have the cross of the daily and weekly taking place. And a back test of the hourly trigger right here, right? It would not shock me at some point to see a pullback as this cross takes place. This 76.27 and 77.04. And then another launch to the upside. So I'm bullish here on CL if you're wondering. The next dip though is likely down below here at $77. We can chart this one out if you want. This is all getting bullish here. This all looks good. Some sustained bullishness here. This looks really good. I like this. Let's take a look at it. Let's have a see what we got going on here. We got this new high right here. Took that high out right there. Next target's right there. Another one right there. Another one right there. And another one right here, right? This is the juice that you want up here. This is the trade that you're on, I can tell. Right there. You want to see that 95 again, don't you? Right there. There's your CL trade. Fairly simple. Tesla rolling over right now. IOVA rolling over right now. Sellers stepping in on Qs right now. PayPal looks like it might be topping here at some point. Apple looking pretty bearish. What? Get out of the way here if you're a bull. Be really careful here. This looks really toppy.
PM Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Collins, who will give remarks and participate in a fireside chat and take audience questions in an event held by the Center
If your triggers are different
at the Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth College, text is expected as well as a Q&A.
Qs rolling down right now. Chase is saying this whole market is now more absurd than 2021. Chendo 2000 says Bitcoin run is just beginning and got another 2 years left on it. Halving is coming up in April, or the halving is coming up in April. I went through a halving once, and yeah, the price went down even though I got more. All those calls will expire on March 15th, and it's a huge mismatch. Bull case is apparently Vanna Charm to March 15th, but there aren't many shorts. Yep, hold 4-year cycle is broken, so who knows, but my guess is that's bullish as fuck. Having said that, short-term profit taking is a good call here. Bitcoin just hit the 0.886 retrace from all-time high. It hit 786 yesterday. Well, hold on. What are we seeing here? Yeah, the quadruple leveraged. Yeah, you guys know about that stuff? there's like a bunch of like crypto, like there's a bunch of crypto like option scams out there right now. Any plans to have ass face on the stream? Yeah, I would like to. So what we did was during the break, right? It's a good question. So someone has said, do we have any plans of having ass face on? We were asked about Jedi Marcus yesterday as well, and having some other traders that we've spoken to, having them on the show. There's someone else too. We're discussing doing a show with us or some kind of a show format. But so here's the deal: when we shut down for a hiatus to fix things, improve things, introduce new things, right? One of the issues that we were having was so in the background I run Streamlabs OBS. Now I should probably run Streamlabs, but I do the slobs because it's easy. I don't have the time in a day to be building Streamlabs in the background, so I tend to or I use, it's kind of like I don't use Linux, I use Windows because it's ready to go in terms of like how I stream, right? So Streamlabs offers a solution for interviewing through Streamlabs, and it's terrible. It's like one of the worst interview, I don't know, plugins that you could ever use. So while we were shut down, I started to test in like the real experience with a video interview, and I found out that Google Meet is probably the most lightweight interviewing tool you can use, where Streamlabs won't crash, or that plugin won't crash from Streamlabs. So what we did was
I need to see more evidence.
I built a scene for it.
The inflationary process will continue before starting to carefully normalize policy, and more time is needed to discern if the economy is sustainably on a path to price stability and a healthy labor market. I'm expecting all of the data to speak uniformly. It's too high a bar and shouldn't overreact to individual data readings. I want to see continued evidence wage growth is not contributing to the inflationary pressures, and the return to 2% will likely require demand growing at a more moderate pace this year. In assessing inflation progress, we will look for inflation expectations remaining well anchored and an orderly moderation in labor demand.
Yeah, that's just what everybody's been saying. No change there.
Continued declines in housing inflation and non-shelter services inflation. The threat of inflation remaining above 2% has receded.
Fed's Collins saying, I need to see more evidence that the disinflationary process will continue before starting to carefully normalize policy. Yeah, so back to the interviewing thing. So it was a big pain in the ass, right? Finally figured it out. I did build a scene for it. Yesterday, you guys got to see it, but it was, or it was too much in your face. But normally we'd have 4 people on, so those blocks go away. What does that mean to you though, or to Assface or to Jedi and all that? So we've tried to set up interviewing traders over the while we were had downtime. Tried to reach out to traders and say, hey, can we interview you? And then we've had a lot of people say, yes, Assface did agree to be interviewed. So now it's just a matter of having one of our guys call, DM, or contact all of these people one by one and asking them to come on the show. So as an example, this Friday we're having Volatility Whiz on at 3 p.m. And then we will schedule people like Assface, Jedi Marcus, if they're still willing to get interviewed. Chris DeMarco, Matt Ryan, a whole bunch of other people we've reached out to get them on the show. So hopefully, yeah, in the next week or two, next 2-3 weeks, I'm going to hopefully reach out to him as well. We'd love to have him on. Yeah, that's it. I guess that's all I got to say. So you're back to interviewing people again. Who's Adams? I don't know who that is. Yeah, Assface. He's got a great name. That's his real name, Assface. He's a great trader. I think his name is Dre, if I have that right. Don't quote me on that, but I think his name is Dre. He's a good guy. Yeah, banger trader too. If you don't follow him already, find him on FinTwit. I don't know who Adam Set is. Let me look him up really quick. I don't know who Adam Set is. I'll look him up. Is it ADAMSET? Do I have the right person? Adam Set, order flow, market profile, amateur, free order flow resource. I am a mere student of markets, forever humble. Flush, 17 minutes ago. Is that the person that I should be following and talking to, or no? Do I have the right person or no? His name is Harry, not Dre. Adam Set is a descendant of TikTok. Probably the #1 order flow trader on Twitter. OnlyFans fanboy. I don't know what you guys are saying. Do you want me to, so do I have the right person? I think I got a person here. Their name is hold on, I want to make sure I got this right here. It's at Alpha Delta Alpha Alpha Mike Sierra Echo Tango Adam Set. I'll start following right now. Followed, and I turned on notifications for him. PayPal sitting there just putting around right now. Q's with the rejection, the bear or the bull trap on SPOOs. Watch SPOOs rolling over right now. Tesla looking a little weak right now, has a bear cross, 1 in 5 minute bear cross coming up. Look for a downside move to 233. I'm glad I took and closed those calls. Took the money and ran. IWM looking a little laggy here. Just sideways consolidation. Sellers stepping back in once again on SPX. Apple dogging it right now to the downside. Target of 180.15 and 177.67. What else you're saying here? Adam Set is legit, but he is unbearable. You know, everyone's got. I guess a lot of those. I think a lot of these. I think a lot of traders have egos already as it is. I think it's like part of the thing, right? It's not so much like. I think there's like this thing about being an investor and trader. It's not always there for people, but there's that thing, you know, that I'm going to fucking win, right? I'm a winner. I think that's part of being a trader and part of like that ego.
Senator McConnell
is normal.
Stepped down as Senate.
I don't think everyone's going to always be the nice person. Like, if they're making money, then fuck it. I'm not like that, but I know people are. So I know that. I think at one time I used to be kind of like, yeah, fuck that guy. They got a shitty ego or something. But when it comes to making money, I don't care if you have an ego or not. But that's my own personal thing. I try to like separate all that stuff. What's going on, G-Dad Gold? What's up, brother?
So Bitcoin rises 11.58% to 63.
He just glazes himself all the time.
$99 and hits the highest since November 21st.
It's like, I try not to. And then someone will be like, dude, you got to go out there and say something. So I'll go out and say something. And people are like, why are you doing that? So I'm like, all right, fuck it. I ain't doing it anymore. I'll just be quiet. If you're a bull, this is your time, baby. Are you going to buy this dip right here on SPY? Let us know here. There's a little bit of a bear cross right here forming. You guys see it? It's a 1 in 5 minute bear cross. So here's SPY right here. I'll show it to you. It's right here. Whoop. They're going to try to trap you here if you're a bull. Try to blast you right down right here. Wham. A little bear cross forming right there. IOVA selling again. There's a lot of resistance on IOVA on $18. If you're looking for a short, it might be ready to be shorted. Not exactly just yet, but there's a lot of sellers coming into this $18 mark on IOVA. If you can get underneath $17, it might be a nice short. Downside target about $15. And they had a nice big fat squeeze from $12, so you can possibly get down to $11 on that trade. Keep your eyes on that if you're a bear.
Apple's Cook says Apple will break new ground in generative AI this year.
U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is going to step down as the Senate's GOP leader in November. Let me read this to you as well here. Boy, they run this article every week. The rally is showing signs of exhaustion. How to protect your portfolio if a decline is coming. As markets pause ahead of this week's inflation numbers and with investors showing a lot of complacency, this is coming from Tony Zhang. I think this guy's a bear, though. I'll have to check this guy out. I think this guy's a bear. As markets pause ahead of this week's inflation numbers and with investors showing a lot of complacency, I believe it is now worth taking out portfolio protection by simply buying puts. This is especially true if you have significant long exposure in equities at the moment like I do. The past few months have forced many investors to cut short positions and maintain a sizable net long position to keep up with the market. This has left many portfolios substantially exposed to any downside. Couple this with the multiple signals for exhaustion that are typical near market tops. It warrants taking action. Troubling technical signs. Now, number one, he's not saying sell your portfolio. He's just saying that puts are cheap form of protection. We've seen the S&P 500 Trust, SPY, and QQQ both exhibit higher highs in price while momentum and their advanced decline lines print lower highs. The S&P 500. We're also seeing that on the PMO indicator as well, I believe.
Still on inflation, and we haven't declared victory.
The S&P 500 has also generated a DeMark 13 count on the weekly chart for those who follow DeMark's work. Additionally, the percentage of stocks that are above their 20,
Protect your trade.
50, and 200-day moving average are declining despite equities pushing to new all-time highs. And lastly, these same signals are showing up across major sectors. And individual stocks that have led this rally, such as NVDA. Overall, these are signs of exhaustion for this rally and raises the probability of a pullback. You know, I made some posts earlier, I think Sunday or yesterday, about we're in this like weird place where like we can squeeze but then roll at the same time. In that divergence we spoke about in the PMO, the cycles indicator post discussed that divergence that was going on in the market. So yeah, I'm kind of with this guy on this. It's not necessarily get bearish, but we could have a violent move to the downside and squeeze at the same time. With the PC inflation number on Thursday morning as a potential catalyst for volatility, it would be prudent to purchase some insurance when it is relatively inexpensive as it is now. With Wall Street's fear gauge, the CBOE volatility index, the VIX, trading just above 13, purchasing downside protection on a portfolio using SPY options is relatively inexpensive. When options are this cheap, we can purchase protection with a simple put option on the SPY, especially with, I can't believe CNBC is pushing this right now. We can purchase protection with a simple put option on the SPY, especially with catalysts that could move markets and sharply increase volatility this week. There isn't much support on SPY until the 480 area, and equities could tumble quickly in the event of a macro catalyst. Well, fuck, man, these guys want blood. I'm sorry. These fucking guys they're like, we want 480 by Thursday. I want my payday, bro. This is real news. This is on the CNBC Pro Trader site. I shit you not. We can go there, but this is some really bearish shit right here. Like, we're going to 480 by Thursday. There isn't much support on SPY until the 480 area. And equities could tumble quickly in the event of a macro catalyst. I'll tell you what, if they don't get that macro catalyst, we're going to fucking rip some faces off the moment that vol rolls off. I'm looking out to April 30th expiration and buying an out-of-the-money put option with the strike price of $4.95 at a $4.50 debit. This would risk a total of $450 per contract, which is only 0.88% of the value of the ETF. That's a good number. I like those numbers, believe it or not. While providing me with significant downside protection if markets turn lower over the next month or so. So I guess he really isn't looking for 480 tomorrow, but he is pretty bearish here. He's putting some time on him. He's not buying Thursday puts or Friday puts for 480. I would fade these guys. I don't think you should fade them. I think I have protection on the market, so I still have it on. I've got it for the March 28th, but you know, if we don't, I should get paid just from the theta alone. I should get paid on that trade, but I'm not really bearish. There's no reason other than having a hedge in the market to be bearish here. And the more bearish we get and the more protection we start buying, you know what that means. We end up going up. SPOO's rolling over right now. We were able to identify earlier that QQQs had some sell pressure here on the hourly trigger. We closed out some long calls on Tesla as we broached above here. You can see this nice pullback right now on QQQ, and it was setting up the roll in SPY right now. So if you're on that trade, congratulations. If you're bearish here, it looks like It looks like Chase is short IWM here. It is 12:32 in the afternoon. Just as an update for tomorrow, we went over this morning. We have a vol event coming tomorrow. We've got a bunch of Fed people, Fed little presidents chatting about inflation tomorrow. So that's really our volatility for the week, getting all that data, getting these guys speaking. They also have a bunch of speakers on Friday as well. So this is where the bears are showing up for their party. They want that downside move. For myself, we're going to take a look at what expectations are for tomorrow. Let's head over here to SPX, bottom right screen. So just right here, I'm not concerned yet for SPY. Let's take a look right here. So personally, not yet concerned for SPY. So I'm bullish on SPOOs right now, okay? Saying that, I would like to buy a dip down here. So if we can get that volatility, hold on here. Hang tight. So this is what what I'm expecting for tomorrow. So what I'm looking for here is weakness in SPOOs, right? Hoping to get this downside move, close this gap down here, right? Just close that gap out. Now, if we grind into Friday and kind of doom and gloom it, that's fine. But what I'm really looking for here is for that hourly trigger to come down in price to get above it. And then this to be the bull trade down here, okay? So I'm looking for price to come down and then regain the hourly trigger, and we can take a new trade in here. So that's what I'm looking for a trade. Now, if we come down, right, if we blast down into Thursday and Friday, and we begin to reject off that hourly trigger, and we catch the new low down here, I might begin to get more bearish for that correction that is being spoken about for March and or April. So we'll wait to see how this plays out. Until this happens right here, this action begins to happen, though I'm not bearish. I'm still looking for the dip buy down below. So as of right now, that would be the expectation for tomorrow. Is that clear enough for all of you out there? I would think that everybody's expecting that too tomorrow, or hoping for that tomorrow. Oh, Jay Shady's saying they are dumping this thing right now prior to ripping it later in the day, and we'll see all the looks like PECE was leaked tweets. I like it.
At 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Williams, who delivers a keynote remarks at the Long Island Association Regional Economic Briefing. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A.
So I can hold on a second, I'll bring this back closer. Pivots, we'll go to 50 on this.
And an S&P Global Ratings report says the U.S. economy bucks the global trend.
You guys can, there we go, right there. Coming in S1 at 505.40. Next target below that is 503.87. No, they're talking about Mitch McConnell right now in CNBC.
Feds Collins says, I see risks as more balance between cutting too early and too late.
For the opportunity. But now it's 2024.
This looks live right now with him speaking.
82. As Ecclesiastes.
He's old as fuck.
To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven.
Old as fuck. Oh, this is not live. Hold on.
It's been the honor of my life.
Let me see this here. Saying it's not live. Well, that's saying it's live now.
Appreciated talents is to know when it's time to move on to life's next chapter. So I stand before you today, Mr. President, and my colleagues.
What's going on, David?
My last term is.
You want to talk on the show really quick? You want to give an update, a market update?
I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. However, I'll complete my job my colleagues have given me until we select a new leader in November and they take the helm next January. I'll finish the job the people of Kentucky hired me to do as well, albeit from a
Chase, keep your eyes on 20271 on IWM.
Looking forward to that. So it's time for me to think about another season. I love the Senate. It's been my life. There may be more distinguished members of this body throughout our history, but I doubt there were any with any more admiration for the Senate.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I'm watching him right now. He doesn't look good. It's like, who's the Senator Feinstein?
And especially on this venerable.
Like she was like, it was like her. It wasn't even like she was there anymore, right? It was just her like handlers were running her seat or something.
Important work.
They like keep these people in office until they're like firmly ready to go.
But Father Time remains undefeated. I'm no
Bitcoin pairs gains to less than 6% after surging almost 13%.
It's time for the next generation of leadership.
PayPal is showing a bear cross confirmation right now. Watch out for PayPal. If it rejects $60.66, you will see it trade $60.06.
For the generation that then existed, but for
we need age limits.
Unlimited.
I'm looking at this guy right now, and I'm like, how old is he?
Posterity. So time rolls on.
Time rolls on. Oh, Father Time. Like, no offense. Like, I'm not trying to be an ageist here or anything, but like, how old is this guy? 82 years old. He was born in 1942. Whew.
I have full confidence.
That is the Republican leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell.
I don't know. I can't do it.
With some emotion as he announces that he will step down from that post come November. Been there since 1985 in the Senate.
What are you saying? He's 82. Limit should match the age of retirement for their state.
In that body over that period of time. Emily Wilkins is down in Washington for it.
Yeah.
You can hear the emotion in Mr. McConnell's voice.
At 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed William.
Hold on a second here.
Remarks at the Long Island Association Regional Economic Briefing. Text is expected as well as a Q&A.
Although, of course, this has come as McConnell has dealt with health issues. He had moments where he froze.
I mean, dude, seriously. Like, it's like, can't you enjoy your old age or something? Like, at 82 years old, you want to be running the country? I guess I shouldn't say that. I have a family member who's getting up there in his age, and he's a politician, an elected politician, and they love that shit, man. He loves it. He holds a pretty big position in the government, and he loves it. He loves retirement. He loves making decisions and stuff like that. But I'm like, man, like, what? I don't know if it should. I mean, it's 82. 82? I couldn't imagine wanting to do that stuff at 82 years old. The only thing that I've ever been told too is that the only thing that's been not leaked to me but said to me is that politicians never lose there's like an ingrained characteristic in a lot of politicians is to never want to give up that power that they have. Like once they get it, it's like cocaine, you know, or methamphetamine or heroin or something, you know. They just can't stop doing it. I don't know if that's true or not. Do any of you have any politicians in your lives? The one that I have in my life that doesn't really care about power at all, but loves being a politician because it keeps him busy. He's got free time. He's retired. What are you saying? We'll never get an age limit? Yeah, I don't think we will either. But if they do term limits, that will take care of the age problem. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff, right? Give them term limits. No trade in the stock market for you or your family. No taking any more money from any kind of pack out there. And then maybe pay them more. I know that they were bitching about that recently, saying that they weren't making enough money. But that's bullshit. They make a ton of money outside of their salary right now. I don't mind paying them more because you don't want these politicians to open themselves up to bribery from foreign nation states. So I would actually be open to paying them more. I just want them out of the fucking stock market. You know, like just no. No, I don't want to find out that you owned Apple the moment that the Senate hearings were complete, you know, on tech investigations. I'll take the L on that one and just pay you more. Just stop. Exactly. Adjust the incentive structure. Exactly. Ban them from also working for special interests after they leave office. That would be the third trifecta. If you really wanted to make some change for all of these politicians, like you ban them from trading the stock market, you ban their families from trading the stock market, you ban them from taking money from special interest groups, and then you give them term limits, and you ban them from working for these companies after they get done, specifically companies with any kind of an interest in our lawmaking. Do something like that, like give them like 5-year ban. I don't know that they would ever agree to any of that stuff, though. Or they'd find another loophole, right? There's always a loophole somewhere. All right, David, I'm checking right now, brother. Let me look right here. Sorry, David, I missed your DM, brother. Yeah, I think they're paid enough right now because of the money that they make elsewhere. But
sees the likely uneven path back to 2% inflation. The economy and jobs market is strong, and imbalance is waning. Growth at 1.5% this year, and unemployment up to around 4%. Inflation to hit 2% to 2.25% this year, 2% in 2025. Fitzwilliams says risks to Fed job and inflation mandates are moving into better balance, and current 3.7% unemployment rate are around long-term level.
So we're going to bring David AMS on the show really quick via voice. Let me know out there if you can hear him, okay?
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Give me one quick second. We're going to try to get David AMS on the show. Some of you guys can hear this. Oh, that's really loud.
We're going to try to get David AMS.
David, are you there? Hello?
Oh, that's...
Hold on a second. We're not really up. I'm having a wonkiness here. Hold on one second here. Getting some back feed. Give me one quick second. Getting hold on here. Some feedback. Scratch that. We'll call via Google Meet. see if we can. One here. Just one quick second here. Here we go. Hey, what's going on, brother?
Yo, how are you?
I'm doing great. Hold on, let me make sure we can hear you. Say something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we can hear you now, man.
All right, perfect.
How you doing? Good morning, or after evening where you are.
Good. But let me turn off the YouTube stream because otherwise I'm gonna hear you double. Well, congrats, man! Finally,
dude. Super stoked. So much stress relief.
Oh man.
Talk about a long way to get even just here. But I'm very cautiously optimistic for at least like the permanency of what we're doing. So that feels good to me.
Yeah, cool. No, I'm proud of you.
And I noticed that you're killing it in the Discord right now. You really are, man. You're killing it in the Discord right now.
Trying to make sense of all this shit that's going on, right?
You know, like this week, dude, I was like at the start of this week, I'm like, here we go. It's going to be that crap back and forth all week. Wait for the news to come out. The vol blows off and we're back to business. Do you feel like that at all or no?
I do, but I had trouble this morning because like when we're consolidating, it's just for me not very clear what goes on. But then, you know, the weird thing is like I always have this feeling that I need to do something.
Yeah, that's same here.
I have these rules for myself where I should just only activate at specific times of days of the day, and then wait for specific setups to unfold. So.
Fed's Collins says we expect we will see more of a decline in reserves and we'll be paying attention to what point it...
You know, I like I did in the Discord around 10 o'clock, I think it was. I outlined exactly what was going to happen. If you look in the general chat somewhere, I said, okay, well, at the London close, look for a pump, and then at noon, dump it, because the lows that were left behind are not something that I like. And it has nothing to do with like how aggressive it goes up. But if you have a bullish bias, I'm sort of like looking for like a 3-point bottom type thing that is unfolding, right?
Yeah, me too.
And so I'm looking for a lower low, and a higher low. And it didn't do that like cleanly. So that's why I say always, you've always heard me talking about the golden nugget, for example.
Yeah.
And that's the setup that is basically my bread and butter. And that unfolded beautifully today again, So, and the rest of the shit, it doesn't really matter because, it's going to do something at a specific time of day. And it will reverse at a specific time of day, depending on the market configuration we are in at the moment. And yeah, other than that, what happens around it, you should just stay out. Now, it's easier said than done, of course, because anything that happened between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I was getting chopped up. I got out of it pretty good because, I scalp, but you have to be quick and get out, get in, get out. And because you don't know how far it's going to go.
I had no. So I was in a long Tesla call trade this morning. I'm like, I've got no confidence here. I can see Q's about to fucking start trapping all these people.
Yeah.
So I ended up closing right on the tick, like right on the 5. I closed. I'm like, I'm out of this, and I'm assuming some people out there are probably trapped right now. I'm gonna assume there are people trapped long right now. No, not guaranteed, but probably.
No, like I really try to limit myself to only activate when stops have been taken and sweeps have been performed.
Agreed.
And that's what happened, because like this morning during London, it was evident they were going to go down, because like I had this bias that they were going to try to accumulate for something at some point during the day and then revert it back up, right? And a lot of times when that happens in London, you can expect the same behavior to occur after 10 a.m. or around 10 a.m. in the morning. And that's what they did, you know? So, and then, you know, then this comes and happens, London closes, London will start covering the shorts and closing up the trades. At least that's my interpretation of things. And that, which is consistent, that happens every single day, which happens in that golden nugget thing. So I don't know if you're able to share that chart that I shared.
Here, let me see. Let me take a look. You wanna? Can you post it again in our DM conversation in
Sure.
Discord?
Yeah, sure. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to see if I can, because there are some key levels that are, you know, it's a story being told. Here we go. Let me see. Yeah, I posted it.
All right, let's take a look at this. Hold on here.
Let's see if you can.
You bring this over here. Hold on one second here.
Or is it an idea that I can?
Does this help you, David, or should I make this larger maybe?
Let me have a look. I don't see anything on YouTube yet because I don't think I'm live. Let me see.
I've got David's golden nugget chart up. Can you see that chart, David, or no?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Can you zoom in a little bit?
I think I did.
Where the low and the high is visible? Yeah. Perfect.
Is that okay right there?
Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through, because like you don't see the timestamps. I don't know if you're able to move the chart a little bit up where we can see what time those lows were made.
Let me see here. They're barely coming through on this side. Like I can barely see them here.
The lower part, yeah.
Like they're like fuzzy.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
You want to just tell us what times these lows were at?
Yeah. So the absolute low was done at 10 or 9:53, just before 10 a.m. in the morning. And a lot of times, when we're high, I look for shorts, and when we're low, I look for longs. Now you see the green box that I drew out there, which is on the 5-minute chart, or actually on the 1-minute chart. It's a bearish fair value gap. And what I'm waiting to happen really is for a candle closure. You see that big pump?
Yep.
That occurred at 10 o'clock or 10 past 10?
Yep.
It closed above the box. Now, at that moment, that inverted fair value gap that I drew up, that has been in my chart already for like 20 minutes, or actually 30 minutes. I wait until we get back in it and retest it. Now, we can wick through it, but you notice that there are no body candles or body closures underneath it. Now, they taught me always that, you know, wicks do the damage and bodies tell the story. So, and they close it right one tick above the low of where it should be closed.
Yeah, right in here.
Yeah, and they wick it right down. and that's your long as soon as we break above it again. Now, at 10:50 or around 11 o'clock, where I know I have a bias, because look, my target is that after we have taken the previous day low, or either the London session low, the stop run has been completed, in my opinion. And where's the next draw on liquidity, which is those equal highs that are shown on the left, which is behind the chat. And that's a place where you should scale out. Now, I had a higher target because, like, the thing is,
I can't use my cursor here to show these guys. My highlighter is not working for some reason here.
okay, so those you see the wicks that are on your left, right next to the chat?
Yeah, right in here, right?
Yeah, they're the left part. But you see where it pumps up after the green box. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right here.
You see?
Right where that little question mark is, right there.
Yeah. So I don't go for the absolute highs. I aim for the bodies of them because sometimes it makes a new high and sometimes it doesn't. So, and like I had a higher target up there, which is the previous day equilibrium. Now, there are two levels that I keep on my chart. You can see where it says 1400 on top in the golden nugget, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Well, that is 1400 yesterday, 2 p.m. They always like to go back to those levels and check. And they do that during RTH, or they can either do it during ETH. But it's a level that they always, go back to take a mean reversion back down, or
that's right back up here, then back down, back up here, back down.
Yeah. Now, there's another thing. I like working in premiums and in discounts. And it's quite simple. Daily, I draw up the daily high and the daily low, and I draw the mid. Now, anything below the previous day equilibrium is discount. I don't like shorting that unless you have a clear draw on liquidity lower.
Agreed. Agreed on that too, especially on intraday moves that big.
Yeah, if I still have a target open, let's say on previous day low, and we rejected that part, and like what happened in London is when they dropped it down, and I see they can't reach back up to it, because like a lot of time London sets the tone of the day. You will see the high of the day or the low of the day form on that time. And like what happened last night, I don't know if you remember, after when the market was about to close, I made a trade plan with a short, where I said, okay, we're consolidating up like high, but I don't expect any upside. So I drew up a trading plan and posted it in the general chat of you guys, where you can go short and leave your stop on those highs that occurred yesterday at 3:30.
Did anybody here that's watching the stream right now follow that trade plan on the overnight for futures? We know in the chat right now. Someone's asking you, David, does AMS stand for absolutely massive schlong?
Well,
man,
that's a good one.
So what happened with that trade setup last night?
Well, it unfolded and it hit the target, because like I was only targeting the previous day equilibrium of yesterday. So, and the midnight open from yesterday, because like the way I operate is like when I wake up in the morning, because I trade London most of the time, I wake up here at 6 a.m. or at 10 minutes to 6 approximately. And the first thing I do is I mark the Asian session highs and lows, and I wait for the midnight open to unfold.
That's right.
And then I look for clues what happens around that midnight open. And that midnight open is basically my over-under for the entire day. Now, I don't know if you can go back into your own chart and open a chart of NASDAQ so you can see what happened. Or wait, I'll show you. Here we go. I'm going to send you a new picture.
Cool.
So you can know what's happening in London.
Download that. Save.
So for London, I also have a golden nugget. I look for a dump and a pump, and then a trap to be set, and then you can take the opposite side of the trade.
So I've got your chart up now for London.
Yes. Okay. So I wake up in the morning. There are a few clues that were left behind. You see the gray box on top, a new day. It's called NDOG.
Yep, right here.
Okay, that stands for new day opening gap. What that basically is the first tick and the last tick from when futures markets close and open up. So what did they do? In Asia, they dropped it down. They created a low. I'm going to actually send you a new picture with that much better in form, so you know what the low and the high is that I mark. I'm sorry for not sending you the right one right away, but.
All right, hold on here. Bring that one over for you, and then we'll make that, what, 175 or so right there.
Is it maybe better if I share my own screen?
Yeah, we can do it. I think you want to do it that way. Is that better for you? Might be. Let's check. Let's see. I'm still testing out this interview stuff, so let's try it. Hold on a second here. Let me get rid of that.
I'm going to try to present. Allowed to share window.
Yeah, let me see if I can share this. Hold on one second here. Interview screen. This looks kind of wonky, but hold on. I think I can. There we go. Oh, yeah, baby. Get rid of that. All right, there we go, David. You're up.
All right.
Well, let me mute this chat box really quick. All right, go ahead.
All right. So you guys are aware that I basically trade the ICT system, right? It's I was doing moving averages and then wave tech and all this other stuff, but I couldn't find the consistency in accuracy to the tick almost to be able to trade them. And then about 2.5 years ago, I started switching around with this. Because like most of these setups, I did already do them on market profile basis or something like that. But the consistency and accuracy that ICT was teaching is golden. And you know, I switched, and that's the way I do it now. So these concepts are not something that I made up myself. The only thing I did is I dissected it and I changed the windows and those nuggets into specific times of day where I want to operate from. But you can find these videos for free on YouTube, and he's the best one and the best teacher that can teach you how to do these things. And yeah, the only thing I'm here to help with is give people more confidence into initiating these things, and if they have questions, to make it a little bit more clear and to cut out the noise. So what my setup is basically set out on this is I wait for the last tick on the night before at 6 p.m. and the first one, and I draw a little box. And I do that also on Sunday to Monday, where we have a weekly opening gap. And I only draw them up where I think, or when I think, they'll be in play. Now, in this case, today, this was going to be in play for me. Because what happens in the Asian session is a lot of times something that will dictate in a really slow form what will happen for the rest of the day. So as you can see, the futures markets opened up right here. I'm going to draw this little red dot. Okay. They bring it down.
Looks good.
Yeah. They create this low here. See?
I think you have to double tap it. Tack.
Yeah. So this low here is formed, which is good. I'm still sleeping, you know, so I don't care what the hell they do. And they pump it back up, and this high gets created here. My cutoff time for myself is between 7 p.m. and midnight. There are some other people that also take London into account a little bit, but I treat that as a completely separate thing. So what happens at midnight, US time, there's a level that gets created, and which is the midnight open. A lot of times you will see where they do some type of manipulation above and below that level to position away from it. Now, in this case, what happened is midnight opened, it went down. Then always around 7 o'clock my time, which is around 1 p.m., I look for a pump or a dump to either go up or down. And in this case, they already dropped it down. So I was sort of like sketchy. I didn't know, because I still, what I didn't like about the chart, to go back to yesterday, you see these highs here, they're a bit like relatively equal for me. So I had this bias still that we would continue up to test these levels and go up to 1863. But it's been like dripping down for 3 days.
3 days, man. It's like eye bleeding. Some people in the chat are like, I can't stand here and watch this all day long.
No, and I kept going long, and it would go, but it just
just peters out. They're just dragging people in right now. Looks like to me, I could be wrong, but
yeah. So I was like, fuck, man, and I had enough with it. And I know you shouldn't trade emotionally, but then I thought to myself, this is, I don't think we're going to go up, because they're just going to keep doing the same game. And everyone was talking about like, oh, the low is in for the week. And then I thought to myself, no, it's not, because
I thought the low was in on Tuesday. And then I noticed that the runs, we weren't catching new highs on previous pivots. And I'm like, we don't have it. My assumption here is that people are going to sit on their hands. They're going to wait for that data to come out and then make a decision what they're going to do into the first of the month, the first week or two. So I don't even know if we get any action until the first week or two of March.
Well, to be honest, I think somehow we're still flagging in a way, but
yeah,
let's see how this turns out. I'll take it session for session and day by day.
I think we're flagging. I just because. One article that I was reading earlier does make sense, right? If you're long the market, you sit on your hands here, you buy cheap puts, you wait for all of this data to come out, and hopefully you get a nice dip to buy. Now, we're trading it, right? So if it starts to squeeze and we have to chase, we will. But if it doesn't, I think we could get stuck in this sideways consolidation for possibly even a week or two into March. Possible.
Yeah, but I got off track because look, the thing is like I work with fair value gaps and on the daily chart. There was one, and what happened was like on Monday we wicked in it. On Tuesday they took out that low and they closed above it. So for me, typically that's like a bullish sign for me, where I would say, okay, let's do it. The only thing it didn't do, which kept me bearish, was they didn't manage to close like really above the wick or anything. So I was treating everything with caution. But like I also measured the wick and look for the midpoint, and they closed it like one tick above. So I was like, fuck, it could go either way. It was no clear confirmation. Now, maybe things will turn around tomorrow. I don't know. I'm open to all sides.
Yeah, I don't know if it's tomorrow. If it's like good news, they get blasted out, the vol rolls off the market, we start fucking cranking again. Or if it's or there's just gonna be some bullshit. I think bullshit. I think my assumption here is they're gonna want to get paid for the short for Thursday. We blast down, but I think that dip gets bought. I don't think it's like a doom and gloom. Like some of these people are like, they want 480 like right now.
No, but like it's more money. Why would they want to activate from here? It could drip down for weeks for all we know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. It's like, but in the end, the setups keep popping up at specific times of day. So what happened is when London opened up, they pump it up at around 2 a.m. as they always do.
Yep, then they take that short, or even the reverse too. Either one, blast it down at 2, and then buy that dip nice and low.
Yeah, they tag the midnight open. Like it's a low risk short you can take from here.
Yes.
Try holding that shit for the entire day. You wouldn't know that they're gonna go so deep because like, except for what I posted in Discord the night before, you see this yellow line here. Let me draw this one here. That was the target for the short. because I had drawn it out like this. I think it was from 15 or something like that. And we had set the stop here. And we would say we were going to go down here. Because I was looking at
right
this
above there, right there.
Yeah. So, you know, and they didn't even bother getting stopped out, you know, taking the stops on the top side. It just started to drift down, drift down, drift down, drift down. And so it got there. And, you know, it happened at a time where I typically go to the gym and do my thing. And then I just wait for the next setup to pop out, because like there's another time of day where I initiate from, and that is around 5 a.m. And I saw it consolidating, and you could easily swing it back long, you know, from that part, because they took out the buy stops from the previous day here. Let me see. This green box here is that fair value gap that I drew. So I'll take that out. So they took out those stops, and you see this curling down here. That's a lot of times a sign where it could either continue back, you know, to continue down or go back up. But remember the setup that I drew with this green box here. This is what they do. And this is the same thing. I wasn't on screen at the time, so I didn't participate in that. You draw this box here, you wait for it to break above, and you can take it long. It's the same story. But now the thing is that, like, I don't know. I thought that we were.
Are you gonna be sitting on your hands tomorrow? Because I get what you're. I mean, I've seen it all week. It's just been this back and forth. The pin on 5100. They come back down. They're buying these dips, but I feel like they're setting up a. They're like, it's like Pavlov's dog. I think Jimmy Barry was saying it yesterday, right? They're gonna teach the bulls here this week to buy the dip, and then you come in on Thursday and they're gonna be buying that dip, and they're gonna rug pull them, right? Because there's nothing below us here. There's no support below us to fill that gap down below.
No, there's no need for me to do anything tomorrow, you know, because I trade when it's during ETH. That's the easiest thing to do.
Are you going to trade tomorrow's tomorrow's economic data or no?
Oh no, why?
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I don't think there's any reason to. I think you get trapped either way, up or down. I think it's dangerous.
I trade before or after, but like, you know, I'll trade London and then I'll trade the golden nugget again. So it's the same thing. And if a specific setup I look for at 10 a.m. Unfolds, I'll take it. But and if it's not clear for me, I'll stay out.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Let me see if anybody's got any questions here for you. Hold on a second here, Dave. Chase Winters saying IWM dropped 4% on last hot CPI numbers, then did a stupid reversal the next day. Let's see what PCE is like. Pavlov's bull, baby. G Daddy Gold saying NQ has 2 sell side liquidity levels inside of a 15-minute. These levels. I can't read that. These levels are. I can't read any of that shit. It's too far away. You guys have any questions for David AMS at this point? So if you guys are in the chat on YouTube or Twitch, want to ask a question, I will ask David AMS a question. Keep talking, David. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, no. But Russell had a really nice trade today. I got stopped out, unfortunately, in part of it, but I retook part of it. And well, what happened was that, like, yeah, you have this optimal trade entry thing. I draw them out every day, and you know, if we reach those zones, I'll wait for a specific price action reaction from it, and if it unfolds, I'll take it. So you know, you basically draw the high and the low of the day. And then you have these zones, these fit targets around 0.705, 0.62, and 0.75, where you can, if you're bullish on something, you know, draw these zones out and you know, mark them as buy zones. And IWN went right into it, and I took the long over to the Asian session low, I think. But the thing is that, like, I was being greedy and I went short in premium above the previous day equilibrium, shorting into it. But the move was so violently down, I was not getting filled, and then it reversed and I was stopped out. But then it didn't matter, because, like, you know, you recover those losses because you can trade yourself back to a specific area.
Yeah, I took the long on Tesla, and then I took the money at right at that top tick. But I was watching Q's, man. Q's had that big sell pressure on it, and people are pretty bullish here in IWM, right? They're well, I'm getting conflicting stories from people. I got some people that want to see IWM burn on PCE data tomorrow, and other people saying no, this is a great trade, the upside trade on IWM.
I think IWM, they're accumulating at the moment. Let me have a look. I don't know if my screen went black. No.
And I got Chase over here saying we had that one blast down on what's this session disconnect? What's going on here? I'm getting some craziness going on.
No, that was me because I was switching over to Bookmap to see what IWM was doing when it came to the volume delta.
Let me quickly bring you guys over just quickly here for the brief moment here. So here's IWM's chart right here. It's back testing, right? The hourly. Hold on one second here. I'm getting. Give me one quick sec. Where am I at here? IWM's looking like it wants to go up in its 3-hour look back period here. We're not getting any significant lows here. We just keep bouncing and bouncing. The hourly trigger continues to go higher right now, and it looks like they're buying the dip right on 202.74. So let me come back to David here. Sorry about that, Dave. Go ahead.
Hey, no worries. But you know, the thing is that what I'm not liking about the situation at the moment is that the markets aren't symmetrical at the moment. You know, because like, the trend is down, of course, but it's just not in tandem a lot of times. And you know, it's just like it's weird because the dollar is going down and markets are sort of like, you know, stalling. So those correlations, I'm having a hard time these days into picking up and trying to cut out the noise and not look at the other ones too much and just trade the price action.
It's showing the sellers are there, right? I'm looking at it right now, and I'm looking at like SPX here, and they're just coming right in and they're just hammering. I mean, look at SPX right now, right? They like sold that peak on Friday at 9:30. They did it again on Tuesday. They did it again today. So it's been working for them, you know.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, it for me, it doesn't really matter what they do on the daily time frame. In that sense, like I do look what the trend is, but you know, I take it session for session and try to make sense of it. And it's not easy to trade it because like in the heat of the moment, you know, when you go short or long, like I hate shorting. You know, most of my trades are longs.
Yeah, I'm a bull too. Naturally a bull, and I get paid better as a bull.
Yeah, and it's like the trades are a little bit slower in that sense, where you hold it a little longer, and shorts are so quick, and you know, you really need to be certain that it's going to go a certain direction. I do like the speed of them, but it's still something, you know, I haven't mastered the way I wanted it to. But yeah, like I said, you take it session for session, and especially at specific times of day where you know they will move it. And like when I operate, a lot of times I think it's algorithmic that gets activated at that time. So a lot of people say, yeah, you know, stay out of the lunch. Well, you know, it's the best time to trade. So a lot of times you'll see me operating in that, and which is fine because, like, you know, it's predictable.
Double bottom right now on SPY. We have another bull cluster forming currently as well on SPY. This looks like it's just trapping people. I don't want anything to do with it. I'll be honest. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, I don't want anything to do with this.
No, let me have a look at something.
It looks like they're trapping everybody into like commits to your trade.
Yeah.
And then you'll live or die by the sword tomorrow in the news.
Well, look, you know, the next move is going to happen at 2 p.m., right?
Yep. Well, I tried about 1:30 is when I'm looking for that move. 1:30 into 2 p.m., somewhere in there. We should start seeing stuff at 1:30.
So I don't know. You know, the thing is that like on the higher time frame, we are making a nice low.
Yeah.
Like,
It's juicy. Like, I want to buy this right now. I want to take a long right here.
yeah, yeah. So I would have longed if I wasn't on here, because like you see this inverted fair value gap that I pointed out already at the open. This green box here that I told you, here's your long, where it wick through. Look where this low was. To the tick, you know, and it's also on top of these lows. So I look for these confluences, and then when they meet the expectations that I have, I just take the trade. You know, you have to put on some risk, because if you don't, if you have the system, it's never going to work out. So typically I would like take this and I would enter in here approximately, probably chase this one. As soon as it breaks above, hold and go. Take out the Asia low that was from yesterday. There's a bearish fair value gap here. So you scale out on these highs. This will be my first scale. And, you know, and that's the thing, like every time we've had these peaks, I've been targeting these highs, right? And we've been falling short of them every time.
Do you think, though, that there's any danger as we get closer to tomorrow to getting trapped on either wrong side of the trade? I guess is my question. I feel like it's getting more dangerous as we get into tomorrow. I'm not feeling confident at all. Either direction. I feel like I wake up and it's like I'm getting blasted.
Look, you know, we're in an inside week at the moment, and there are a few things we have to keep in mind. Is today the last day of the month?
No, I think we've got till the 31st, right? March 31st. No, 29th. Excuse me, I got that wrong. I mean, no, sorry, I'm thinking March. We have one more day this year.
29 days.
I think we have leap year this year.
Yeah, 29. So the last day is tomorrow. And like, you know, the thing is, last week we held a critical area and we went up. But I would have liked it to close higher than what happened here. So the range where I'm looking at to operate from is this. Let me see. This.
Yeah, right about there, bro. I'm right with you on that.
We didn't even get to the mid of last week. Okay. So, you know, where everyone's bared up and everything, like these areas here, I look to buy bigger, like, you know, hold overnight or a few days. If we would have gotten here on Tuesday, for example,
That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for that big low on Tuesday. We didn't get it.
Yeah. So, you know, we didn't even get it. So whatever is happening here is just consolidation. I'm not a super bear at the moment yet. I need to, you know.
Me neither.
I want to see some big stuff happening first, but it doesn't matter because, like, you know, we're day traders. So who cares where we're gonna end up tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking for looking for some cheap calls, man.
Yeah, that's the point of this, right? Who gives a crap what where we're gonna be next week? All we need to know is what's gonna happen in the next hour, right?
Yeah.
That's it. So who cares? I hear all these people talking about it, and I'm like, man, stop wasting your time. If you're not able even to predict what's going to do next hour, what the fuck are you going to do with the information, what it's going to do next week? To buy a call that depreciates in value? Sure, well, go do it. I got burned many times on that.
Yeah, I was wondering that this morning. I know that some people are in trades currently, so I'm wondering if people are just getting eaten alive right now in trades. We haven't really had a defined.
Unless you know what you're doing, if you're selling premium somehow and still making money out of it.
Yeah, some premium's good too. I like that.
So, you know, that's fine. Go to cash every night. If you're a trader, trade it by hour, not by day. I don't care where it goes tomorrow.
SPY coming back in again to fight on that 5075 again.
Yeah.
Coming back up again where those sellers are. If they ever get run over, we're going to give a nice squeeze in our hands.
Yeah, I keep it very simple. It's like the monthly chart. Is it showing up? Yes, it is. The 3-month chart. Is it showing up? Yes, it is. So higher time frame, I'm bullish. On the weekly, right now, are we red? Yes or no? Well, we are now, but are we trading in a discount? No, we're not. So my bias is still down for the week a little bit, unless we get to an area where I can take a long. Now we go back to the daily. Did we take out the previous day high and low, or one of them? Okay, yes, we took out yesterday's low. So that's a place for where I scoop for longs. What is the story behind it? We're in this daily fair value gap. You can expect it to go all the way to the mid and wick down to it to be bullish. Now, we've got these equal highs on the daily charts where we can target to. So if I'm taking any longs, I would say I'm scooting them, trying to go for these highs. Or in
if you're going to trade that zone, you got to be above them, right? Otherwise, you're looking for a low inside that trading. You can see that whole area that they're trading right now.
As you see on the daily chart, I have this fair value gap high thing. I was looking at this area too long again, because when I saw this pump, I thought to myself, okay, are they going to go for these highs? Because I'm still expecting that, right? When that's going to happen, I don't know. But, you have to time it correctly. So I have to keep looking for these little bits and pieces in the market and what it's telling me. But we're consolidating. So who knows when it's going to go? We need a catalyst for us to be pushed that way, but it can go either way, because they can also push us down 200 points.
Yeah, that's what I'm still looking for, unless we start getting new highs again. I'm looking for that dip buy still. I'm not trusting the market here. I feel like I'm going to wake up in the morning. It's going to be blasting down and closing gaps down lower.
So I work my way back then from the 4-hour to the 1 hour to the 15-minute chart, and I go to the lower time frames, and then I fine tune my entries. I create my bias for what I have for today, and then you can, look for entries to go in. So, and the key is waiting, because I don't know. I still think we're going to go up there, but we just don't have juice to get up there. There's still a ton of resistance.
Yeah, we don't have the juice yet. We're not there, man. I'm watching SPY right now. It's lagging again right now. I'm watching SPY right now, and it's just not squeezing.
Yeah, but now we go back again to that 5-minute chart, So I look for these clues where I see this bearish fair value gap. And as soon as they close above it with one tick, you can take it, and you can target, let's say, another fair value gap that is above you. And if you're able to, let me bring this in perspective for you. Right? So let's say you're waiting for this area, and you can see what I've been posting on the P&L. I don't need to go for the 100 points, but how do you manage your risk and your entries, right? And what can you extract from it if you do it correctly? Let's say, I'm waiting for that inverted fair value gap that I pointed out here, and we break above it. Okay, I'm gonna take some risk here. I'm gonna buy 3 contracts.
You guys, just a heads up out there, if you're watching SPY right now, you want to see SPY tick 506.87. Hasn't happened yet. They're in there trying to push it down to right now on you. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah. So you managed to get in with 3 contracts on this. Okay. Let's say your account size is $5,000. You'd put $500 risk on it. You leave with 7,136 with 3 contracts. Now, what do you need to do for this? Like I said, I always hammer in my Discord thing, where I have teach really small group to stick to these setups. Stay away, walk away until you see that something evolves that you recognize, right? And if you manage to limit yourself to specific setups only, you should be good. And if this unfolds 3 or 4 times a week, you're done.
You're done, dude. That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah.
All you need.
So, and now let's say if you are a bit more confident and you're able to trade with a 5 lot.
Sorry, I'm setting up a trade here. Keep talking.
Yeah, you can trade with a 10 lot. That's a $12,000 gain. I mean, you finish off with $12,000. If you manage to narrow your stop, look, if you participate in an area where you know if it will reverse and you get stopped out, it's for a good reason, right? But if you diddle in the middle, they're
That's
gonna fuck
right.
you over.
This is what I'm looking for right now. I'm trying to see if I can catch a pullback here to take us a long call trade on SPOOs.
Let me have a look. See if I see.
506.14. I want to grab some calls. I might miss this trade, but I hope we get a pullback here. A quick liquidation break. So I can jump on the trade. Yeah, Pelosi. Another one of the world's greatest traders. It's really weird. I was looking up Senate traders, and I was surprised that the people that are the biggest traders aren't Pelosi or McConnell. Like, they do trade, but not as much as some other people.
See, now it's behaving perfectly fine, and it's starting to reach for those highs. You know? But like, if I was long, I would take a lot off the table at the moment. You know. And
Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback here, a quick breakdown lower to like 506.14, 506.23, and grab another long there.
Yeah, I'd wait. Look, we have a look. Something. Look,
they're trying to smash through right now, man. You see it?
Yeah. Well, look, what I like, for example, if they want to go back down, I'll look for something like this. But the thing is, let's see how it unfolds.
Yeah. Just a heads up out there, if you're watching the gamma picture on SPX, we're starting a new half-hour candle at 1:30 in the afternoon. The bulls just won their last half an hour. This new candle right here is sitting right on that 5075, which is right below support at 5080. We're going to do this? Like, dude, let's squeeze out every seller, please. Please squeeze out every seller before tomorrow. Just put the pain trade right on and take us to 511, 5111. Just make them scream into 4 o'clock today. They're all lubed up, primed, and ready to go. You know, all these bears out there, they're just like full on naked, letting the hair grow out. They got the oil out, the greasing up their bodies. Everybody's short right now for tomorrow.
what are 1590 calls tomorrow trading at?
I should look right now. Hold on.
On SPX.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're trading for $8.30 right now, $8.10 and $8.30, so $8.20ish.
Okay.
Man, I want this so bad. I want them to fucking squeeze this right into the bell today. Even if you get bad news.
I think you could take them for Friday. Not quite sure yet.
I'm looking at some 507s right now. I want them a little bit cheaper.
Let me have a look.
They're 32 cents right now. So let me show you. I'm going to cut away from you just for a moment here, David. So just right here, I'm looking for this trade right here. If you guys are watching at home or whatever it is you're watching. Got a bull cluster starting right here. I'm looking to grab that, take the high up here, and then maybe possibly get up there and trade 508. Just make sure if you are taking this trade that you're on the right side of it, that you're not buying the tops, coming down, buying, you know what I'm saying, you're on the wrong side of that trade. So I might miss it. We could squeeze straight up, but if I miss the trade, I miss the trade. If we just go straight up here, whoop, straight up there like that, something like that. But there's some real danger here. The sellers are sitting right here to sell us down.
Yeah.
Just be cautious.
Trying to.
Hold on. Do you want me to go back to your screen again? You want to share your screen again or no?
Yeah, sure. One sec.
See here. Interview again. I think you're back again.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try something out. Okay.
David, Jay Shady said, what I'm seeing here is a back test as we break out. Let's see how this unfolds, Cap. The bears are naked with hot body oil dripping down their beards. Incredible content. They like the shit talking and they don't like the, they don't want us to sound archaic.
50-60. Look here. Let's see what the puts are.
We try not to be, we try to keep things easy around here for you.
50-50. 50-50 puts. Let's see.
Yeah, I always like to see, it's like the more time that we spend on a trigger, right? The better, more comfortable I am as a bull, I should say, or even as a bear if we were selling down or below the trigger. But if we're going above the trigger, the more time we spend, we look at a 3-hour look back and then see if it's holding or not. I don't like big squeezes off the hour trigger. I feel like but statistically they'll come back down and retest that hourly trigger again. I like that. It's a nice slow grind higher. It's a good gamma. It's like nice gamma, right? You've got positive gamma in the market. Just grind higher and higher and higher and higher.
Let's see, 952.
Oh, they're not going to give it to me, are they? Are they going to tick that high right there? Are they going to tick it right now? What is it? 506.85. They want 506.85. We're really close, like a tick or two away from it. Just another tick. A little bit of pain there. 506.86. Give him one more tick. Put the pain trade on him. Hurt him.
Yeah. SPX doesn't look that bearish, huh?
No, dude, it looks really bullish. I think we can squeeze him out. I think we can possibly squeeze him into the close today. So I'm figuring that this big bear trade is done. Dealers like supporting here. Well, the market looks supportive. I don't know. I get this feeling that they're gonna get blown the fuck out. Either now or now into the close. It'd be nice to blow them out. Then the real short comes on the market on the close, or maybe 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning. I'm not sure yet, but I think there's definitely a pain trade here for any of these fuckers that are short.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
You shall see. You could put on a spread, sort of like aim for both, add to the winning side at some point.
I still want that dip. I just haven't been given it. I haven't been given the opportunity to buy it yet.
Well, previous day equilibrium is important to hold, right?
Yeah.
So, but the thing is that we should have long down here. And looking back, I wasn't paying attention. I was cooking and then having dinner. So, but they did hold like an area where I would like to participate from.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, like now we really need to wait for the break above, like that fair value get created, and then I pump back up maybe to 5,100. I don't know. We shall see.
If I can get this, if I can get a fast, I just want a fast liquidation break, just really quick down, and I can buy that. So, see if we can squeeze these bears out of the close. 1:41 in the afternoon here. Bulls taking over right now. Watch a half-hour candle on SPX here. Bulls trying to blast through that 5080. If they can get above 5080, we are taking a trip to 5100.
And to go short, I need to see this happening.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Exactly.
And it could flush even without me in that sense, and that's okay. So if it doesn't meet my criteria to go short, we'll see. And I just keep moving this thing up, in that sense. And
what's Wow Sumi is saying, that's what I think will happen, selling into PCE.
Yeah.
Not sure in other states, but in California, voting so market go up, burr.
Let me have a look to see what NASDAQ is in.
It's looking bullish as fuck here, man.
Yeah. Yeah, look. Take all this shit off.
I see the pain trade coming for the Bears. Oh, hold on, I gotta move my stuff over here.
Get the lube out.
Look at how juicy that is right there. Oh man.
Check out the lube.
It looks so juicy. Just squeeze them.
Oh my God.
It looks so good, doesn't it?
You see that white line I drew? The fair value gap high. I needed, as long as we close above it, I'm still bullish on a daily.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take a trade here in just a minute.
So,
can't give it up again for the day. I'm gonna take a second trade today.
Time. You have time. Don't worry. Don't rush into it. Like trade from underneath to it, and wait. Don't long from here.
No, I'm looking for a little bit more pullback here. We're getting a couple red bars right now.
Except for we are still trading in that discount, So, it's still safer to go long, but don't short here. But that fair value gap high on the daily chart that I drew out here, you want to long into it. So that's a place where you should scale out when long from below.
Yeah, I'm looking to add here at 506.14, 506.44, somewhere in there.
And there's another thing here. Show you something.
Please. I'm just begging right now. Now I'm at the mercy of getting left behind. They're just teasing me. Look, you got to buy it here, bro. Sorry.
No, careful. Wait. So how are your caps doing?
Hold on. Uncle JBJ just said this is hell, up and down, up and down. I'm assuming he's short. Big Beartown Sheriff, again, haven't the Bears already gotten a few months of pain? How many more do you need, Cap? When can we start selling this Ponzi?
Well, that other Ponzi went up, I don't know what. Fucking hell.
Yeah, Scott does know. Scott's saying, or I guess volatility was saying they keep dumping volatility as we head into events. I remember that post. He made that post. Didn't he make that post a couple weeks ago there, Chase?
I guess that Bitcoin Ponzi is going to 69.
Look at that.
Woo-wee. Damn, that's a nice chart.
Look at that, dude. Hot sauce up there. Woof.
Same shit. I thought we would never get above this fair value gap here, to be honest.
Woof. Come on, give me a buy-in here. Just give me a buy-in. PayPal recovering right now off of a check on its half-hour trigger. IOVA, they keep buying the dip down there on that one. Still no break of IOVA below the hourly trigger. Slow grind up on Tesla. The hour and half-hour trigger is breaking above the daily trigger here. Still pretty bullish here on Tesla. Q's recovering on the hourly trigger right now.
Yeah, look. Wait until 2 p.m., man. Seriously. Don't get too bulled up yet.
I'm pretty fucking bulled up here, man.
Chill out. Chill out. Just wait. Wait until 2 p.m.
I know it's like I can already tell what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy the dip here on the 1 minute trigger, and then I'm gonna come back in like 15 minutes. I'm like, fuck, I should have just waited for that liquidation break to the downside. 146, 14 minutes left on the half an hour.
Do you see those contracts on NASDAQ? They're already trading at 20,000 in the future, huh?
I think we got 425 or 525 on tap for SPY.
And
maybe higher, 535 possible.
The contracts for end of the year are already trading at 5,400.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a real discussion here about getting high enough to back test 5,000, holding that for the rest of the year, and that's scary. I think that opens the door to 6,000. That's scary. It's like, I think there is a real conversation for 6,000 heading into next year.
I'm going to show you something. You see this forward curve on TradingView?
Mm-hmm.
When we crashed, or when we were in a bear market, it was really indicating that we were going to go down. Already in February, that like September, October would be a low.
Yeah, we saw the crash coming in, I think September, from September to November, we could see it. The divergence taking place in breadth. Well, it wasn't breadth, it was in momentum, we could see it.
And the thing is that I'm trying something out.
We were losing velocity on the weekly and the monthly, and a huge price divergence at the same time. We had already peaked out on the weekly, the monthly, and started rolling down on that velocity.
Look, for a high to form, you want some consolidation to happen and break of structure for it to go down. And now it's forming, but knowing it could also reverse a little bit.
Yeah, these sellers they're like, it reminds me of a cartoon, right? They're just like stomping on price right now, like stay down. And I'm watching, like, what am I watching right now? SPX right here. They're trying to step in once again on the half right here.
See the short that I just planned in?
Yeah, you're in a short right now, right? I'm still waiting. How long are you going to stay short for?
I marked it on a chart.
I see it.
You put your stop on top of the high, but it's dangerous here. But we'll see. Look, what's going to happen now? They're going to do a draw on liquidity for 2 p.m. So they have 10 minutes to fuck around. It doesn't need to go that deep, because all it's doing is back testing a previous high. If you go to a higher time frame, probably nothing happening, but could be a double top.
Hey, let me. I have to let you go for a minute. I've got a minor fire burning in the background I have to deal with.
All right, cool.
I got to take a phone call.
All right.
All right. I appreciate you coming on. Do you think that's the double top and that they're going to roll this down? Are you going to be just to wrap this up? Are you going to be sitting on your hands heading into tomorrow? Are you actively bearish into tomorrow? Actively bullish? Don't care, just chasing price or reacting to outsized moves? Yep. Is that the idea?
I just wait for the setups to unfold, like the way I'm showing you now. I would have taken this short down to this. If I get stopped out, I would have been skilled already on that low. And if it reverses, then I'm already risk-free on it, so it's okay. And I'll trade the London session tomorrow, and then I will see if they will make a low or a high of the day. And if not, I will wait until 6 a.m. And if the market is down, I will buy it up around 5 a.m. maybe, and then be done by RTH or before they do the release. And then I'll wait again until 10 a.m. approximately, or until the London close. And then either buy when we're low or sell when we're high, or join the trend if it's uber bullish.
Yeah, I just see the breakout. I need the break lower or the break higher, whatever we're gonna do. I can't sit here and trade this all day long. I'm like dying here. I'm sitting over here. Let me switch over and show you what I'm looking at here.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's missing this juice for some reason.
Yeah, there's no juice here. Like, I'm watching this here for a buy. I'm trying to get into this trade.
And that's why you have to always remain to both sides. When you see these things unfold, you have to snipe them, and that's why I pointed this out and drew this out on the map for you on NASDAQ or on ES right now to give you an idea what how it evolves and how they keep going down and going back up and going down. And
Yeah, they're stepping in right here. Here they're stepping in. Here they're stepping in. They're trying it one more time right now.
Yeah.
I want to see him get run over though. I want to see that get run over, make him reposition again up here if possible.
Yeah, could be. I mean, we're making higher lows, but we're not making higher highs. So that's an issue.
That is an issue. Okay, I have to take this. I have a small fire burn in the background.
All right, cool.
All right, bye.
Good luck. I'll speak to you later.
You too. All right, that was David AMS. If you don't know who he is, he's one of our mentors inside of Discord. So if you're ever looking to learn how to trade, if you're a new trader, if you want to understand about fair value gaps, if you want to learn about the timing of the stock market, we talk about how it runs in a half hour. It runs from 9:30 as well, and the hour top of the hour is on the 30 minutes. So 9:30 to 10:30 to 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, all the way until 4:30 in the afternoon for the start and finish of your days. Check him out though inside the Discord. Just grab him and just be like, "Hey David, I liked hearing what you're talking about. Can you show me what you do, or can I watch you?" He hangs out a lot in the pro trader channels of the Discord. David AMS. And I will be right back with you guys. I got to take a quick phone call. Give me just a few minutes here, okay? I'm going to take a quick break here.
Month. In 5, HSBC is watching PC demand and cost-cutting efforts, writing that AI-powered computers could bring the market out of its current slump. Courtney, how would we play the computer hardware side?
You absolutely want to take a look at this. Really, this is kind of the return to hardware you're seeing. But what happened in COVID is everybody and their moms needed a new computer because we were working from home. And it really led to this kind of a misleading demand picture, which fell off a cliff. But there tends to be about a 3-year cycle on PCs. And so now you're starting to see everybody's going to need to upgrade those. So 2024 does look like you're going to have increased demand there. And that's absolutely something HP is going to benefit from. But you pointed this out also. We're in the year of artificial intelligence, or the world of artificial intelligence. So we're likely going to need devices that are AI equipped. So longer term, that's going to absolutely lead to more demand there. This also trades about 8 times earnings, less than 1 time sales, a 3.8% dividend. I think for all those reasons, it's absolutely something you want to take a look at.
All right, multiple reasons why we want to take a look at that. And finally, Courtney, Birkenstock is up 12% since its October IPO. UBS is focusing on brand strength and direct-to-consumer sales as the company tightly manages inventory to maintain strong pricing power. This is a pretty nice chart here. Courtney, how would you trade Birkenstock?
Yeah, I mean, unlike many IPOs, this one came out as a company that not only is profitable, it has healthy margins. They've actually you're talking about increased demand. You actually saw millennials buying more Birkenstocks after there was Birkenstocks in the Barbie movie, which I thought was fun. But actually, I would stay away from this because I think despite it being a great brand, it trades very expensively. It trades about 40 times next year's earnings. And we're in this environment now where consumers are under pressure with inflation. So we're having to choose where we're spending our money. And you're seeing people are shifting to things like travel and leisure as opposed to goods. I think that's something that's probably going to continue to pressure them. With those high multiples, I don't know if that can be justified currently.
All right, Birkenstock. I've been wearing those things since I was in high school as a Northern California kid. All right, so we do have a couple seconds left here, Courtney. Let's talk about the broader markets overall. We are seeing a slew of record highs across not just technology, but industrial names, other types of names in the S&P 500. Do you feel more constructive on what's happening right now?
Absolutely. This is what we've been wanting to see. I think people have been hopeful after October that we're starting to see this market rally broaden out, because this is really what you want for continued strength. It's not just 5 or 7 companies leading the whole rally. You want to see the entire sectors going stronger. And that's, I think, more indicative that you can see a continued rally going forward. So we just hit all new highs. But remember, those new highs that we hit the last couple of weeks in the S&P from like 2 years ago. The markets haven't gone a whole lot of anywhere, but we need a broad rally. You're really starting to see that. And I think we want to continue to see that as we look forward here.
And Courtney, just a few seconds left. What do you think is your favorite sector out there right now?
We're definitely continuing to look at things like healthcare and small cap. You want to favor some of those things that are out of value, but will continue to increase if inflation and interest rates do come down later this year.
All right. That was Courtney Garcia, Payne Capital Management. Great to get your thoughts. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon, Courtney.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that does it for the exchange. Coming up on Power Lunch, Apple has sat out the recent tech rally, but Bank of America sees bullish signals ahead. That's on the other side of this quick break. And by the way, stocks are near their session highs right now. The S&P 500 is just about flat on the session, only down about 3 points. The Dow down about 56. Keep it right here. Power Lunch is up after this.
Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Alongside Courtney Reagan, I'm Tyler Mathison. Glad you could join us this hour. Coming up, Apple parks its car project, and will now focus more on AI ambitions. So will AI features be enough to get people to upgrade their iPhones?
Plus, we continue our look inside the economic ecosystem of healthcare. Today, we're looking at the sometimes risky but often profitable world of biotech stocks. But first, let's get you a quick check on the markets here at 2 o'clock on the East Coast. You can see the major averages are down, but not so much. NASDAQ Composite is the lowest of the three majors, down about 0.3%. S&P 500 just about flat, about exactly where we were yesterday with that flat mark. And the Dow Jones Industrial is down just about 0.1%. United Health, a big drag on that Dow after the Department of Justice launches an antitrust investigation into the company. But we are seeing a lot of other smaller speculative stocks soaring as money chasing anything with AI in its name or in association with it. SoundHound AI and Big Bear AI both up 60% this week. It's only Wednesday. And Beyond Meat is soaring as the company unveils a turnaround plan, including cutting costs and raising prices.
Bitcoin crossing $63,000 today. That is notable. First time since late 2021. A lot of people are looking at the $69,000 all-time high as now a real possibility, 61,416. Let's bring in Kate Rooney for more now on Bitcoin. Kate.
Hey, Tyler. Yeah, Bitcoin is back near that all-time high territory. Crypto in general tends to be this barometer of risk appetite out there. You are seeing some of the momentum chasing also in highly shorted stocks and small caps. As analysts over at Glassnode put it, there are, quote, growing signs of speculation. They point to derivatives and leverage in particular in crypto and options markets. Futures markets, meanwhile, are approaching highs that we haven't seen since about 2021. They call it the most euphoric period of 2021. That's where we are at this point, almost at that level. Leverage is, of course, the riskiest way to trade crypto or any stock. It tends to really contribute to some of the large moves, both on the upside and the downside. And then there are some more market and crypto-specific factors out there. Bitcoin ETFs are a big part of this. Fidelity and BlackRock, some of the biggest out there, have now topped $7 billion and $5 billion in assets, making them some of the best performing ETF launches ever. There is also tighter supply as a result. The boom in ETFs and demand there lowers the amount of available coins out there. That dynamic is helping Bitcoin. And then there's some optimism around a market event called the halving, which is essentially a way to keep a cap on supply. It happens every 4 years. Then you got Coinbase shares. In the past week or so, they've soared on the back of Bitcoin's rise, but they are seeing some issues today, or at least the company is seeing some issues with their app. It's leading users to see balances at zero. Coinbase now says they are aware of the issue. They say they're investigating it. They say your assets are safe, but we'll keep you updated on that, guys. Back to you.
What is the halving? It sounds like a biblical, it sounds like something out of the Bible.
Or like a scary movie. Of the seas.
Like out of
Yeah,
Revelation, I don't know. Go ahead.
Gosh, so it's this market event where essentially when you create new Bitcoin, there is a reward. If you've seen the pictures of those miners, those computers, they're basically racing to solve a math problem to get new Bitcoin. That is the reward you get. That's cut in half, and so it's a way eventually to keep a cap on the supply of Bitcoin, which is 21 million that can ever be created. So it's sort of this wonky market dynamic. It happens every 4 years, but it has historically correlated with some of the bull markets. So that's, if you're more of a crypto-specific trader, you're most likely focusing on that. But there's now more institutions getting in that say they're probably not thinking about the halving. They're probably thinking about this as more of a risk appetite. They're allocating a certain percentage of their portfolio, and we are seeing more evidence of bigger purchases, which tends to indicate more institutional interest, and that's likely a result of all of these Bitcoin ETFs being launched.
All right, cool, Kate. Thank you very much. Kate
Thanks,
Rooney.
Ty.
In addition to the speculation and momentum in Bitcoin, we are also seeing it in AI, have you heard, as investors look beyond the big names trying to find the next NVIDIA or AMD. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now from NASDAQ with more on this. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Tyler. Well, we know the major indices are slightly in the red today, and you got investors that are worried about month-end rebalancing, feeling maybe a little stretched with the recent run-up in stocks. But much of that de-risking doesn't seem to be impacting these crowded longs, such as AI winners that you mentioned, and those that appear to be AI winners. So let's start with SoundHound, for example. That's up, 62% week to date. When you zoom out, though, on a yearly basis, so what you're seeing right now is just over the past 3 days. On a yearly basis, you can see the run-up in this voice AI recognition firm is very, very recent. Hopefully we can bring that chart up. That's because NVIDIA recently revealed a stake in the firm in its 13F filing. So just on the right hand of your screen, see that stock shoot up. The hunt, though, for AI winners is exemplified by the run-up in Supermicro, Arista Networks, AMD. And although I love talking about chips, it's not all about semiconductors. There's cloud names like Confluent, mobile tech name AppLovin, both up, 40% year to date. Cloudflare, Parsons Core, Pegasystems, all up between about 17 to 20% year to date, even though none of these are pure AI plays. They just mention AI products on their websites, or some of them mention AI, most of them on their recent earnings calls. And as Goldman Sachs writes in a note this morning, it's the return of the YOLO, you only live once mantra from retail traders who are driving daily trading volume in speculative names and call options. Goldman Sachs says activity on message boards like Reddit is at the highest level we've seen since March 2020. And we all remember what happened in March 2020, right?
Yeah, absolutely. How can we forget it? Christina, I was just going to ask you about that, the volume that's going into some of these names like a SoundHound with maybe just a mention of AI. Is that from retail traders? Is that from more institutional traders? Is a little bit of both? How can you trace some of that volume?
Two, if I'm going to refer to the Goldman Sachs note, and actually UBS. UBS this morning pointed to three. It would be the corporates, which would represent the investment arms of certain firms like NVIDIA or SoftBank. They have investment arms. They invest in companies. Then it would also be retail traders, and retail traders get a lot of the conversation because you're trending on Twitter with the hashtag MOASS or other things. And then you also have the active managers. All of those those three are driving, but retail traders are the ones that are creating the biggest headlines given the search for Palo Alto or Bitcoin or Beyond Meat that are surging as of late.
Wow.
All right, Christina, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Meantime, we have seen our share of companies acing their AI rollouts, while others having a bit more of a tough time. And more recently, Google facing backlash over its Gemini AI, to the point that the company's CEO, Sundar Pichai, telling employees in a memo that its recent blunders were, quote, unacceptable. CNBC.com's technology reporter, Jennifer Elias, here now. Jennifer, tell us a little bit about the blunders and what did Sundar Pichai's memo say?
Right, so Tyler, you guys have talked about this thoroughly over the last week, but last week Google had to pull one of its AI imaging tools that was supposed to be associated with Gemini, its major AI rollout, and it had mistakes and was factually incorrect, historically incorrect, turning up images that were wrong of what people would enter into text. So the company pulled it last week. Well, there's been so much chatter since then, and on Monday, the company's shares got hit hard. So last night, CEO Sundar Pichai actually spoke out in a memo to employees, essentially telling the workforce that the mistakes with the AI image tool is, quote, completely unacceptable. He said that the mistakes were problematic. He said that it showed bias. And he also said the team's been working around the clock to address the issues and that they'll instate a clear set of actions, structural changes, improved launch processes. And he went on to say that, people trust us, users trust us for accurate, unbiased information, and that should be no different when it comes to these new AI products.
What did the images show, the images that were incorrect? What was wrong with them?
Well, people were inputting text that asking for historical images, such as the founding fathers, other kind of characters in history, which were turning up to be different colored skin, people that were inaccurate to how they were initially. So it was things like that, and then turning up also wrong information.
So it was just wrong. It was just incorrect stuff, and obviously traces back to, I guess, the algorithm that is used to unearth the images or create the images based on the inputted text or questions. Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Elias, we appreciate it.
I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I just bought
still near record highs, and as we mentioned, money is pouring into
507Cs.
AI stocks. So
A little panicky here. If we get rolled, we have a high chance of getting rolled down right now.
Investment officer with Northwestern Mutual Wealth
So
Management.
just be careful. If you see this cross happen here, it's a very dangerous trade. I wouldn't recommend you taking it. Please believe me. There's a giant bear cross right here.
In fact, there are some big moves and some
big bloodbath moment coming up. So
perhaps there is
don't follow me in this trade.
We're talking about Bitcoin going over 61,000, and some of these smaller AI related or AI adjacent names are seeing some big moves. What do you make of all of that?
Yeah, so your whole lead in here reminded me of 1999 and the internet boom. Kind of the names that kind of rode that higher up until 2000 and then rolled over and obviously underperformed for the next 15, 16 years. And so there's echoes of 99 in the market. I think the market's been bid up a lot on hopes that the inflation narrative continues to improve, that the Federal Reserve will be able to cut rates, and that we'll have this soft landing that will escape recession in the US, which I still think is unlikely. We still think inflation is a economic cycle thing. It was a transitory COVID thing in the past, so it was caused by COVID. We've shifted now the inflation output look, and we think it's more tied to the business cycle, which all the data would suggest that we are later in a business cycle where inflation becomes stickier and it becomes harder for the Fed to get inflation to push lower, which means to me they're going to leave rates high, and eventually you will see the U.S. economy fall into a recession. And I think a lot of these different names at that point will probably see some downside to them.
So you think the names like, or some of these moves we're talking about, the Bitcoins, the AI or the AI adjacent plays, you think it's risky potentially to be in those names because we're towards the end of the cycle?
Absolutely. I mean, if I take you back to 1999, I mean, everybody thought the top 10 names in the S&P 500 were going to forever outperform in the market. You know, had 26% of the S&P 500 in those names. Today, it's 34%. The market's been driven a lot, despite some of these little pockets of AI. The market's been driven a lot over the last few years by those magnificent seven, or the top 10 names in the S&P 500, which make up 34% of the index. And to me, you're kind of where you were at in 1999. Those are great companies. They probably deserve where they're at today, but how much is priced in the future? And that's where I think there's good news, where there isn't exuberance, are in things like small caps, mid caps, value stocks. And I think if history plays out like it did back then, those names will guide us higher in the future.
So that's where you'd be putting your money today. Do you have any names or ideas in terms of sectors where you find, I mean, apart from smaller capitalization issues?
Yeah, no, it's more broader, just more in those asset classes. I mean, every economic cycle in the past 40 years has had different leadership. So if I take you back to the 1980s, for example, that was driven by Japan and Japanese stocks. The international markets did very well. After that, Japanese stocks just made a new 34-year high last week. I take you to 2000, that was driven by tech stocks and tech stock exuberance. That took 17 years for tech stocks to make a new high. Think about the 01 to 07 economic cycle, where that was all about China, energy stocks, commodities. China's half where it was today versus then. International emerging, which it drove, are less. And so to me, the future is.
I've got some calls here. I was gonna add some more here, but I think we're gonna get blooded. I think I'm gonna get ripped on these bad boys here. Tried buying the dip right here. Still long right now. Bought that right there for 17 cents. They were trading 10 a second ago. Yeah, they're still on 10 cents right now.
Feds Williams says 3 rate cuts in 2020.
That's that trap right there. Big 4 trigger bear cluster here. A bunch of doom and gloom.
Would have on the economy.
Sending it all the way back down to 505.55 right now. I'm adding some more right now. I'm just throwing boulders up here. I'm up 2 pennies on a second buy. Take a look right here. Here's the low from this morning, 504.97. And we got 504.55 down there, too. So put 2 targets down there. That's first target right there. Yellow. This bad boy right here. Right there. PT1. PT2 right there. You see the bear cross right here in the 1 and 5 minutes. It's going to get nasty here in just a minute. Be really careful. Bash this back up here, back down there, and then wham, straight down. There it goes right there for you. Feds Williams earlier saying, I'm confident that challenges to commercial real estate can be navigated. 3 interest rate cuts in 2024 reasonable for the U.S. central bank officials to debate. He's also saying the current U.S. economy is similar to where it was during the December policy meeting. It is unclear what impact potential U.S. government shutdown would have on the economy. You can also see from down below here in this chart right here, this is the gamma chart for SPX. They're just throwing bombs down here, right? They've been doing that now for, I don't know, a whole bunch of time. Right here, big bombs right here, big bombs again, and they're doing it once more right here, just trying to keep sending this down. Just big sell, heavy sell pressure off of 5080. I'm long right here just as a heads up. We'll see if I get wrecked up here. This will be the confirmation here. If we come up here and confirm this larger move down, I'm going to get hammered in this trade. So we'll find out right now. 2:17 in the afternoon. We have a large day of volatility coming at us tomorrow. We've got a bunch of inflation data coming out. We have Fed speakers all day long tomorrow and into Friday as well, I believe. You're rooting for me? They're not giving me any juice here. We're at 11 pennies right now. I bought some at 10. So I bought at 17 and 10 cents. So I'm still upside down in the trade right now. IOVA looks like it's still strong on its hourly trigger. Let's try to see if these buyers are real or if they pull the rug at some point. There's a concerted effort here of selling the market and waiting for support to lag, right? So people coming into the close today, the idea that I've got from this is that you've got at some point today, you'll see risk come off the market. And every time these sellers stepping in, they're waiting for that moment where they can pull the rug. No more support in the market, and we'll blast to the depths of hell. I think we squeeze up into the close. I think they're going to fuck every one of these. I think they're going to fuck all these shorts that are trying this right now. So,
Restricting demand.
Ooh, I'm doing better now. I'm almost flat here. This is the big to-do right here, okay? So...
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody, to Power Lunch. We've been looking...
right here is what I'm really concerned about. This tick right here. I want to see this. I want to see the bulls have the power here to get above
10% over just the past week.
50. This 506 and change. If they can't, we begin to red bar this down like this. I'm going to pull my trade and get out of the trade so I don't get fucked up. Okay, so if I start seeing red bars right here, anything nonsense like this,
a lot of deal making.
I will cut myself loose. But notice how. Let me mute this really quick. This is an important tool for you as a trader. So I took a trade right here. I knew it was risky, number one, taking the trade right here. But I didn't panic down here either. I knew that we would come back to retest the next leg down. Actually added to my position down here so that I wouldn't get fucked up, right? So right here, I'm still watching this to see what happens, if it comes back or not. If it begins to reject, though, I'm going to have to exit the trade. But this is just trade management at this point. So still long calls here. Oh, 3 p.m. Miller Lights. We're supposed to have a, we're doing 3 p.m. Miller Lights on Friday with Vol Wiz. I think it's tomorrow that we're doing. Let me check and see what he said. We're doing 3:30 or 3 p.m. Let me check the time and date. He'll be here at 3 p.m. for Miller Lite Hour tomorrow at 3. I guess so. We're drinking tomorrow. If you are market no, not tomorrow.
Also, the outlook for
Friday at 3 p.m. If you're hanging around or want someone to have a drink with, or you want to light up a doobie, or you drink tea or water, or you eat candy, whatever it is you do, on Friday at 3 p.m., we're going to have a little celebration. Hey, what's going on? Talk to VolWiz. I wish we could have him on today because he would talk to us about selling vol into these events. But we will ask him that question about selling vol. We'll ask him that question on Friday for sure. Let's see who's right here. Let's see if I'm wrong or I'm right. I'm looking kind of wrong here. I don't like this right now. Kind of sweating bullets. Come on, baby. Squeeze him into the bell. Now down at 12 cents. They're bleeding me dry here right now. I need a move to the upside. PayPal coming down to its half-an-hour trigger. It just retested $60.18. I think we talked about this earlier. Coming down here and trading down to this $60. Looks like we just got the strike right now. Could see some continued weakness down to $59.98. If you begin to lose $59.98 on PayPal, the trade is dead, or trend is dead. So this is what I'm looking for. I don't like this right here. This is not good for me. Let me unmute this for you.
In endocrine areas right now.
And then your others, the Viridian.
If I close the trade, I'll interrupt and let you know if I do.
Starting with Viridian, this is a company focused more in the immunology and inflammation space. Their lead asset, VRDN-01, is going after thyroid eye disease, and you might have heard of that from Amgen's Tepezza. It's an exciting year for Viridian. They are going to have a pivotal trial readout both in the middle of this year and later this year in 2 forms of thyroid eye disease. So a lot going on there. And maybe just pivoting quickly over to Edgewise, that's our last name on the roundup here. This is another company focused in muscular dystrophy and then cardiac disorders. And we saw Edgewise move up pretty sharply earlier off of competitive data from Cytokinetics for their cardiac drug. So we will have 3 different readouts on 2 programs for Edgewise this year. So catalyst activity, definitely a theme across a number of these names that can help unlock value creation.
Laura, thank you for being with us, and you get an A+ for pronouncing all those drug names. Just amazing. Could never do it.
Thanks, Tyler.
Laura Chico, appreciate it.
I know, it's fascinating. I read a piece one time about how they come up with those drug names.
Yeah.
There's like really a big science to it. And
something bagumamab.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. It's fascinating. Be sure to join Power Lunch tomorrow, though, February 29th, the rarest day on the calendar, as we mark Rare Disease Day. Laura mentioned a little bit about some rare diseases which individually affect relatively few people, but together, the rare diseases impact the lives of millions. Joining us will be former Gottlieb and Samrath Kulkarni, the CEO of CRISPR, as we discuss the efforts being made to help those dealing with these diseases that don't often get a lot of attention. But tomorrow on Power Lunch, they will. I'm really looking forward to that.
Already further ahead, the current tone of the iPhone market. One analyst thinks we could have a strong refresh cycle over the horizon. We'll ask them why when Power Lunch returns.
What is the Webull chart showing? It's showing that, you got a lot of people that want to see this market burn, baby. So they're waiting for risk off into the close here today. They just keep slamming the sell button. I want to put the pain trade on them into the close personally. Give them the pain, baby. Oh, we still have the Be Right Back banner up. I'm on break. What do you say? Oh, wait a minute. Who's here? Bork. Yeah, I don't like the new Tasty trade layout. I'm not a fan of it at all. Bork's saying something about Tasty. What am I reading here? Everything offensively go up even if it's dog shit what the government is running every country. If you hold on to it long enough, it'll go up. I don't think so today. I think today that they're waiting for that risk off moment for the market to blast. But if I get run over here, I'm at least I should just put stops in now. Hold on. I don't want to get taken for a full ride here. They're going to try to take me out right now. Watch them. That's what they're doing right now. Full ride, baby. The whole world's at all-time highs. Yeah, I guess this makes sense, right? You just sit there and you hit the sell button every time we slam into 580. You just like sell. Eventually, these guys are gonna fucking risk off the market, and we're gonna blast down. It seems logical. Q's looking pretty desperate right now. They're underneath the hourly trigger. They have an hourly trigger roll coming up here. We've been confirming that downside move on Q's.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Shift for payments.
This morning we talked to you about hedging yourself in the marketplace. Puts are really cheap, right? I said that to you actually yesterday, I think. I was like, yeah, you just buy some puts. And then this morning I said the same thing. I think you just buy some puts. They're just so cheap. And then we read that article from CNBC, and they said the same thing. If you're long the market, you just put some cheap puts on. You wait for the event tomorrow and all the Fed speakers to protect your portfolio. So it seems like everybody's positioned here for downside. Q's is setting up for that downside move. Chase checked in this morning and said that there was a great IWM put spread. I don't remember exactly what that trade was. It's in the chat of YouTube. I think it was a $100 trade that pays $1,300. It's just they're just really cheap, cheap lot of lottery trades against the market. So if you are long the market here, you should be either exiting the market on this news and reevaluate into the first week or two of March, or you should be well hedged if you are long the market here. So that's my only recommendation into tomorrow. You have the opportunity on these highs to do that. If I show you really quick, let me take you over there really quick. So just on SPX here, you can see this range that we're in, right? And remember that this is the yellow bar from yesterday. Oh, hold on. Let me switch back to that again. And, oh, hold on here. I'll extend it now. And you can just see that they keep selling into this, right? This is just probably, I would guess, market participants. Every time they come up here, they're just putting that hedge on more and more for that roll down. They got the first nice trade, or we took that trade right there. Came back up, rejected on support. This is actual support of the market. And they're trying to just pin this down for this eventual roll down to the downside. So if you're not hedged, you probably should be if you're long the market is the point here. It doesn't mean we won't go up here or squeeze after the vol comes off the event. But you should be hedged or sitting on your hands, or even more so if you're not hedged, don't panic or freak out. I wouldn't panic and freak out if you're not. It's like you're kind of fucked at that point. You can see, you can see the roll coming down. I'm stopped out. I just got stopped out right now. I just took it to a penny. So let me scroll back over here and just show you that rejection up here. You see that rejection right here? Give it an opportunity to get out, get underneath right here, blast it down. Gave you a chance to unfuck yourself right here. And now we're going to blast down and hit that PT right there. This is very bearish, by the way. Just a heads up to you. This is extremely bearish, and we should start bloodbathing here. It's a nice setup for shorts.
It was. I haven't looked in the last.
And you can hear they're saying it right now. So CNBC is even on Q has they're talking about how traders are awaiting key inflation data. They're not. They're just all short.
Come off the So everything's kind
They're not awaiting shit.
right now.
Seems awful quiet down here. Well, Tyler, all I can tell you is it might be the biggest number that we've seen in a while.
There's your PT1. We should tag this in just a moment.
Getting out of positions, then getting.
There's your PT2.
All right, Rick.
And your PT3 to the downside.
For as long as it lasts. Rick Santelli, thank you. Well, let's get to Contessa Brewer now. CNBC News Update.
Tesla coming back down to check its half-hour and hour trigger at 201.77 and 200.77.
$54 million civil fraud judgment. They admit he would be unable to secure a bond for the full amount and might need to sell some of his properties if he's not.
Holy shit, $100 million bond for Trump.
The court to pause enforcement of other penalties ordered by the judge, including a ban on running a company in New York for the next 3 years. Convicted FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is arguing federal sentencing guidelines recommend he spends no more than 6.5 years in prison. Probation officials recommended a sentence of 100 years for Bankman-Fried's role in orchestrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud. A federal judge will decide his fate March 28. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announced today he will step down from his leadership position in November, ending his time as the longest-serving leader in Senate history. McConnell he did turn 82 last week, and he said it's time for the next generation to take the helm. So a lot of attention being paid to the ages of those serving on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much, Contessa. Well, after the break, Beyond Belief. Despite some low expectations, Beyond Meat making a bit of a comeback, soaring following its results. We'll trade that name in 3-Stock Lunch. Coming up next. Come hungry.
I'm going to check BYD right now. Hold on here. PayPal coming down to its hourly trigger at $59.98. We're going to check Beyond really quick. Nope. Wait a minute. Did I just lose it? CNBC is about to talk Beyond Meat. They had a big squeeze up to $15.50. They're coming in to check their hourly trigger right now. So let's take a look at that. The hourly trigger is at $10.17. There might be a dip buy coming up on this if they're going to pump it on CNBC. If trend is lost on BYND at 10.17, you would see a retrace all the way down to $7.29, it looks like. So be very careful of this as well. If you want to buy a dip down here in $10.17 with a stop underneath it, that might be appropriate as they begin to talk about it on CNBC. I'll leave that one up for you. IWM, IOVO, Beyond, and SPX. Okay, got them all up. We'll wait for that coverage from CNBC here in just a minute. They could skip a few generations compared to the 82-year-old. 82, man. I can't believe that you'd want to still be in the Senate at 82 years old. Like, I guess it keeps you busy or something. You just had a target hit on PT1 on SPY.
Coming down as percent of GDP is helpful.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not in that trade anymore. Woof! I'd be so pissed right now. Oh, man. Those calls are near zero right now. Oh, they're 5 cents right now. They're not too bad. Where's Beyond?
For today's three-stock lunch, where we take a look at three big movers of the day, here with our trades.
So I will watch these tickers as they talk about them.
Our shares. And first up, Ava, welcome. Second up, United Health, down today. U.S. has launched an antitrust probe into that company. What's your trade on the giant of healthcare?
This is a giant. It's a $500 billion diversified health services company, and it's in the eye of a storm. On the one hand, the U.S. Justice Department issued an antitrust.
No, it's UNH, dude.
On them, and they recently faced a cyber attack from the
I'm over here trying to type while I'm watching something else.
known as Black Cat. So
let's take a look and see what it's looking like here.
Revenue growth that's above average. In fact, it's 50% above average. Their valuation is also 50%.
Yeah, there is an expectation today of huge. I mean, look at this, anyways.
And the risk overhead they're now facing.
Even the levels on UNH was the expectation of a downside move here.
Here is not just.
You can see it right in the levels here.
Okay, and it's interesting. Up next is eBay. The stock is on the rise after it did report its results after the bell. This one I do find very interesting for a lot of reasons. It's in the online space, but obviously deals with a lot of resale, refurbished type items.
I think United Health comes back.
Also, we should note hike its dividend by 2 cents, announced a $2 billion buyback program as well. So what's your trade for
that
eBay?
real quick? Yeah, it looks pretty fucking bearish.
I think it's a hold. We need to mention that they are having a good day today.
eBay is next.
Beating guidance expectations, but this is a company that over the last 10 years has not seen a margin improvement. In fact, even though their valuation is 1/3 below its peers, its net income margin is 27% compared to -7% for its peers. Its revenue growth is less than half its peers.
That's UNH.
Over the last 10 years, the company is down by 40%. We think it's on a downward path. We don't believe things are changing anytime soon, and there are better options in this category. We believe investors should not look any further.
Let's check
fundamental problem.
eBay.
So their fundamental problem is that their net income margin. So their net, even though their net income margin is improving and it's up 27% compared to 7% for its peers.
It's got a gorgeous. I mean, just look at this eBay chart down here.
There are other
Got
competitors.
a nice cross above on the daily trigger. Nice squeeze, back test, perfect back test, and a blast off
With Amazon.
above here.
At the end of the day,
I'd be trying to short this though.
they're going to lose the race. We already have signs. I don't see how eBay will ever win over Amazon. So I don't know why investors.
Yeah, I'd be trying to
over Amazon.
1, 2. I'd be trying to short this, fill this gap, and then come back up again.
Soaring as that company tops quarterly revenue estimates, announces plans for steep cost cuts this year. Your trade on Beyond Meat, Eva.
It's beyond me why investors would ever invest in this company. In the best case scenario, that's a short-term hold. I would say like even a 1-day hold or a 2-day hold, if not a sell. So their sales, general, and administrative costs.
I'm still pretty bullish here on eBay though. eBay looks great. It's got a great chart.
Positive 30.
You seeing this chart down here? This is looking gorgeous. 1, 2, 3. Come back up here.
Skyrocketed by 17 times from 10% to 173% in the last 4 years. So we are seeing cost skyrocketing. That is.
And you got targets up here galore. $70,
would be in
76. Trading 47 right now.
I think that's a
Juicy trade right here on eBay. I like eBay.
short. So in the best case scenario, short-term hold.
You know, I really like a clear recommendation, and I think we got it on that one.
Beyond Meat, Beyond Ava.
Yeah,
Love
exactly. Evados, thank you very much for joining us. Good stuff.
All right, still ahead, Apple slamming the brakes on its electric car plans. We reported that yesterday. The tech giant instead says it's pouring its resources.
Yeah, I like eBay here a lot. I like some summer calls on eBay.
Power Lunch returns.
IWM looking kind of weak here. Hopefully Chase is freaking out right now and stoked. SPX doing that same thing, that same sideways trade that we keep talking about. Bam, 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 bam. Sellers coming in, waiting for the rug to be pulled into tomorrow's volatility. Tesla coming back in on its 1 hour trigger down here at 201.77, 277. eBay looking bullish in the long term. Beyond Meat, they're claiming is bullish. I think it comes back down to $7, but maybe $8.80. I'd be wary here. Oh, not wary. I guess you can buy the hourly trigger here. Just don't get caught here. Put some stops underneath because they start, taking out your stops and stuff too. But I'd want to see something like that and then be like, uh-oh, get out of that trade right around there. Somewhere in there. Right below $10, $9.50 or something like that. Q's looking weak. Apple looking weak right now. UNH getting destroyed, but I think there's a squeeze or not. I don't think this squeeze happens right away. This probably happens next week. And then you'll start trading this garbage down here and you got to break below this force. To get really bearish on UNH, I need to see some blasting through of this 479 and then the daily and weekly to catch up down here. I think it might take some time to unload UNH. On a daily basis, yeah, this looks like distribution, doesn't it? Oof. This looks like distribution. It's getting sketchy in here. A lot of consolidation here. That's good to see. Still haven't broken the monthly trigger, though, so although it is setting up. See right here, this daily trigger? Like this cross. Once this cross happens right here, see this right here? See that daily trigger? If that daily trigger crosses down below, I'm going to get really bearish. Even with that news. I realize the news is really bearish, but I want to see that cross happen. That confirmation trade. And then re-short it again. So I'm going to be looking for I'm going to be looking for some kind of trade back higher to 516 before that happens. I could be wrong on that. They could sell 500. How about I do that one instead? I want to short this. I want to short this like right there. Yeah, somewhere in there. Like right there is where I want to short it. Right there.
Well, the Apple car has...
I don't even think you get that. I think you're just going down.
Its ambitious 10-year plan to build an electric vehicle and instead is shifting resources to artificial intelligence. What else? Steve Kovac has the details for today's Tech Check. Steve, I feel like we heard so long about Apple was maybe developing a car, but we didn't really know much about it for all these years, and forget it all.
Well, let's do a little bit of obituary for the car because they're scrapping the plans to work. It's been about a decade and just billions in spending in R&D for this. Bloomberg, by the way, first broke the news yesterday. And this decision comes after years of leadership changes and deviations from that original dream they had of a self-driving electric car. It was called Project Titan for the longest time. No steering wheel or gas pedals.
Chase, you're on fire, man. You back inside the chat again? What is Chase saying?
2020 obviously didn't happen. The project also created...
Views look weak. That was cool, Cap.
Tesla and Apple,
some
and
Power Ranger shit.
Some traditional car companies.
Apple, give me a very
BMW,
hot PC number.
And many top execs bolted from the project.
Supply chain energy issues plus ramping market for 3 months has got to start having an impact on inflation.
He was in charge and left Apple for...
Someone make the Qs lose it.
Recently, the project was run by Kevin Lynch, who was hired originally at Apple to make the Apple Watch. His job is...
You bears want it bad, don't you? I can see it. I can see it when we showed up this morning. I can see it in the chat.
And a group of approximately 2,000 people are affected. Presumably, many of those focused on the car engineering side are going to be...
PT1 was hit. We're now looking for another rejection right here. Do you guys want me to chart it out for you?
Move to work on
You're looking for one more trade right there and then down right here.
From CEO Tim Cook.
There's your PT2.
Driving car, quote,
if you can blast down below this, you might get a... we're coming at the end of the day, so it looks like we're going risk off here. You might get a squeeze up here. And then a blast down here, okay? Right down there, something like that.
A highly regulated and low profit margin market like autos. Also, perhaps all of that time and money spent on self-driving AI can apply to whatever Apple may be working on with generative AI later this year. Or you can just see this as a straight-up blunder in Apple's failed attempt to disrupt what Morgan Stanley...
AI is still bleeding right now, even though they say that they're investing significantly in generative AI.
They just need to capture 2% of the auto market.
Not seeing any movement on BYND.
That they're going to be a car manufacturer.
Yes.
Is there any room for them to be the provider of software to other car manufacturers to employ in self-driving vehicles?
That was the idea for when I talked about all the pivots this went through. Keep in mind, the very original idea, guys, was we're going to have a car, no steering wheel, no pedals. You walk in.
Let me know in the chat if you are
maybe we
long the market, like own the market, actual underlying stock, and are you hedged for tomorrow? Are you not hedged, just long the market, don't care what the pullback is? Are you short the market and not long underlying anything? Are you just like a bear or something, or
what we heard yesterday?
What's your trade plan for tomorrow? Let me know in the chat.
Yeah. Steve, thank you very much. Steve Kovac, appreciate it. Good to see you.
Let me go ask the Discord.
Bullish case for Apple. The tech giant may have parked its electric car plans, but one analyst says consumers are revving up for new iPhones. He'll give us his take next.
A recent study of business ownership in the U.S. found only about 3% of businesses were Black-owned. According to the Pew Research Center, the states with the highest number are Florida, California, and New York. Celebrating Black heritage, I'm Sharon Epperson.
One quick second here. What am I looking for here? What am I looking for here? Or was that article? I don't see it. I don't see that article that I read this morning. Hold on one second, guys. Ooh. I got a hold on here, guys. I got a I ordered a laser. I ordered a laser. These they'll be like, oh, it's not a class 3, and it's like turns into like a class 3 laser, burns your eyes out and stuff.
Conversation going
leaves a mark on the wall.
Sort of just finished. Ron wrapped it up with Steve Kovac, who's still world.
See what I got here.
America also out with a new note saying consumers may be soon ready to upgrade their phone. So in the firm's most
is this the laser? Yeah, this is the laser.
More than 40% of respondents indicated intent to upgrade their phones.
See if we burn our eyes out.
That's up 5% from its previous survey. So here to discuss is the analyst behind that note.
What did I get here?
Wanzi also reiterating his buy rating on Apple and has a $225 price target, as mentioned, Steve. is with us here as well. So, Wamsi, give us sort of more on the survey. So
look at this thing.
The upgrade cycle looks a little better than it did.
Look at that bad boy right there.
Survey. What does that mean for Apple's financial potential gain from that?
That thing looks like it'll blow somebody's eyes out.
Look, I think that this is a Bank of America proprietary survey. We survey over 20,000 people across 4 different regions, including the US, UK, India, and China. So it's
even got some XLR cables. I wonder if it'll play, or maybe it'll make the laser dance with the music or something, the bear music.
Currently is of existing iPhone users. What the survey really told us.
It's a, what is it? Product name Laser Light.
Users that are on 3 or older year
Eva Toast Consulting. Looks like the import company.
4 or more
made in China.
Older iPhone.
Guaranteed this thing is going to burn an eye out.
Is that if you just think about the install base of Apple devices, iPhones, close to a
squirrel hunting. I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it
50 million
on the wall. I was going to face it towards the camera, but they were like, "Yeah, you shouldn't do that. You could burn the camera out."
Generative AI.
So I'm going to face it backwards and program it with like bare laser beam stuff, so that when we crash or something,
and this is where
it just shows like a beam of light with some a fog machine going.
50 million units over the next couple of years versus consensus.
I'm going to probably have to stop, or I'll leave the stream up, but I'm probably going to have to vacate the studio because of the fog.
Phone makers is that the refresh cycle is very incremental now.
But it should be fun.
A little better. The speed may be a little better. There may be some things.
Yeah, there we go. Follow that track all the way down there.
Connection maybe a little better. What is it that Apple could do with AI that would take that and make a quantum leap?
Watch out for a squeeze coming up here so soon, okay? Don't get trapped in a squeeze.
One that gets me excited and not just lets me do some photographic effects a little better.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think that when we look at it through the lens of, no pun intended, of like the camera, right? And
you guys see that? YouTube sees it, so YouTube people are seeing it. It's a legit laser.
Better.
Like this is like a no fucking around laser.
It's phenomenally better. So
like this fucker is gonna burn an eyeball out, guaranteed.
People who hold an iPhone 10 versus an
it's pretty big. It's like it's not like a handheld laser.
You can
it's gonna be crazy
in terms of capturing spatial video, for instance, which you could use with the Vision Pro. So there are a lot of improvements that, while you're absolutely right, like on a year-to-year basis.
I'll have to mount it tonight. And I ordered a XLR microphone.
Significant. So that's
no, I haven't invested in everything else for it yet. I'm on the fence on how I build the microphone system.
Kind of mediocre assistant, maybe actually.
Microphones are weird. They're like
that I think people will look forward to using. This is involved.
Microphones are really weird. It's hard to explain, but there are some good enough USB-C mics out there. You can do way more with an XLR microphone, of course. You get more information that you can work with, but I was looking at switching over to an XLR mic, and I went down the rabbit hole for the second time on this, and I bought the microphone finally, but I did not make the jump on the rest of it because, man, like I'm looking at amps and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, if I just buy this one input amp, then I'm gonna want something that has 2 or 3 or 4 inputs, and then the prices are ridiculous, like $800 to $1,000 for an interface. And then is the amp any good? That kind of stuff. So it's all pretty expensive. It's not cheap. Watch out for the squeeze here. Is there any of you guys out there know anything about mics? It's really weird. Like, I was like, yeah, I'll just buy the XLR with some basic gear. And then once I went down the rabbit hole some more, it was like, I'm going to end up spending like fucking $3,000 on just a microphone setup. Plus a new soundboard, all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, it will. Can you use Twitch credits to activate the fog? Yeah, so what's going to happen is this. 2 good points. So, or the Symbian. So what I'll do is this. I talked to Bork about it, and I was like, look, I can't have it all happening all day, every day. But if we can set up a way for you guys to have moments where you can use that stuff, like there's a window, right? If the market's crashing on an intraday basis, on a 1-minute chart, there'll be like a window where you can use this stuff. Or if we're going to the moon, just during that last half an hour or hour, yes, I'm trying to build this so that you can activate this stuff at will. And I got a bunch of cool shit. You guys want to see some of it? Like, I'll show it to you right now if you want to see it. You guys getting squeezed out right now? I bet you are. You guys want to see some of it? Let me try to turn some of this shit on. Hold on. I got I got a bunch of stuff on smart. I have like smart bulbs, and then I've got. I think I have to order some smart outlet or plugs for like the fogger and the laser in particular, and maybe a few other things. There it goes, baby. Getting squoze right out right there, aren't you? Keep on squeezing. $2.57 power hour coming in. Am I going to get my squeeze into the close or not? I hope that I do. I hope they put the pain trade on these sellers into the close here today. Let me see if I can turn some of this stuff on. What is this? I don't know what that is. Well, let's turn that on. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff turning on now. Okay, I don't know what that is. Those are light dildos or something. I got some cheap disco lights up there somewhere. Turn that on. What else do I got going on here? I got to remember what I'm turning on. Stripper lights. I got stripper lights here somewhere. Let me see if I can turn those on for you. Well, those are bright as fuck. Look at how bright that. There we go. Those are just green now. Do I have any other lights here? I think I do have some more lights somewhere. Anyways, I got everything going on to like a smart system. So then I'm going to hand over some webhooks, I think, to Bork. And he's going to make some commands for you to turn this stuff on and off and make it flash or whatever. I don't know why the bear eyes are flashing today. I think I might have done something this morning. Those are supposed to be solid. And they're flashing. I got to fix that as soon as the stream is over. And I got this disco ball here that will start spinning if we start selling with those flashing lights. Oh, Chase is mad again. Chase says so dumb and manipulated. He wants his payday today. Yeah, it should be fun. It should be a blast. It should be something that we can fuck around with. It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be kind of or from my end, I think it's slightly complicated. So I built this office, right? And I built this off. There's two things I haven't done yet. So I built this office and ran all new power to it. So it's got dedicated 20 amp circuits everywhere. So that's pretty good. I'm happy about that. So I can run as much like this office right now. After I hooked up all these LEDs this week, my wife was like, my wife came to me this week after I hooked all this stuff up and turned it on. She goes, I just got a notice from the power company, and they said they were having unexpected surges in our power bill, and they pointed directly to that room over there. So I don't even know what's going to happen when I hook up the rest of this stuff. Yeah, there you go. Squeeze it out. Squeeze it out. 3:01 in the afternoon. A little bit of a squeeze, an hour left into tomorrow. If you don't know about tomorrow, let me read off some stuff for you about tomorrow. You probably know this already. It seems like everybody's talked about it, and they haven't stopped. Bears want blood. Bulls want a dip to buy. Bulls wanted to buy the dip and close that gap lower. They didn't get that choice, right? We've just been ping-ponging all week long. Now they're trapping everyone, long and short, into the volatility ahead coming tomorrow. And it's really the only volatility we have left is, for the week at least, we've got the GDP at 8:30. We've got trade balance goods. That's the wrong day. Tomorrow we've got initial jobless claims, PCE, PCI. Not PCI, personal income nominal, personal spending. We've got core PCE year over year. Chicago Business Barometer, PMI, that's at 9:45. Then we've got like pending home sales. We've got speakers like we got Bostick at 10:50, Goolsby 11 a.m., Mester at 1:15. Then we've got Mester again at 3:30. Then on Friday we've got U.S. manufacturing final at 9:45, ISM manufacturing at 10. We have consumer sentiment at 10. And then we have Waller speaking at 10:15. This is where we get back into these speakers again. We've got Waller, Bostick at 12:15, Daly at 1:30. Once she's done, we've got Adriana Kugler at 3:30 in the afternoon. So we just got like this litany of garbage talk from the start of tomorrow, and it doesn't end until Friday. So the recommendation here by the market gods is that we are all awaiting this data. I don't see it like that. It just looks like people are hedging the market here for any of this data, looking for an excuse to sell the market, squeezing even higher right now above the hourly trigger. Squeezing them out again. If you wanted to put on a short, you know where to do it, right? They've done it now 3 times, right? They did it once right here, did it again right there. And if you want to take that chance to short the market again, protect yourself into tomorrow in case this does trigger. There's a thesis here that they're going to trigger a major move to 480 in a corrective move. I am not on that train. I'm just looking for a dip to buy. If I can get that gap closed and buy that dip, I'm going to do it. I'm still not. Technically, we're not in that correction yet. So I'm not going to bother getting all bared up and lubing up and shaving my chest and all that kind of stuff and chaining myself to the wall in a basement. Get all freaked out. What can I tell you about seasonality on leap years? All I know is that the seasonality calendar that I'm using right now, I'm posting it once a week on the Pro membership updates page. And that is a 5-year average for the S&P 500, every ticker. It's a 5-year average. So if you are looking at that chart on the website, Career Low, it accounts for a leap year into its calculations. I don't know if that answers your question or not. But I haven't taken every leap year and done that chart yet. I guess you'd probably have to do it with an election year and a leap year. For myself, Career Low on seasonality charts, I find the rule for me is if we're in a bull market, they track really well. Even if you have divergences, like right now we haven't really corrected, right? When a time that we should be correcting. But if you have major divergences, they tend to resolve themselves, okay? Now, if we're in a bear market and you're looking at a seasonality calendar, I'm going to expect that seasonality calendar to get blown out and be invalid. To me, I don't find a lot of usefulness on seasonality calendars when we're in a bear market. Now, there is some information that I glean from those seasonality calendars in a bear market. Once there is a giant divergence, I'm checking those against PE ratios. I'm checking those against MBI indicators, market breadth indicators, stuff like that. I bring all those together, and I look for major bottoms in the market. But right now, last year's seasonality calendar, I've posted that a few times. Outside of some divergences, we followed that thing almost near perfect. So just for right now, we are due for a correction, I should say. Now, we're past due on a correction, and not only are we past due on it, if we continue to be late, I'm going to expect it to be more fast and violent than short-lived. Rather than an entire down season. I'm sure that there are bears out there that are like, I want to be fucking down from February 15th until fucking April 31st. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Or seasonally, we are way past due on a seasonal correction. We're about halfway through where it should happen. Matter of fact, career low, if you checked out that post I made on the pros subscriber updates for seasonality, it should show you that we're about halfway through the season for that correction right now. Oh, you're not? I'll send you. You guys want to see it right now? I'll show it to you right now. You want to see it? I'll show it to you right now, brother. Hold on. Give me one quick second, man. I'll show it right now. Give me one quick second, brother. I'll bring it up for you. I got you covered, man. I love you. So we do these once a week. Oh, hold on here. Are we following this exactly? Almost exactly the plan there. Right here. Give me one quick second. I'll bring this up. Okay. How do I share this?
Cut rates too early.
So just right here, this is a seasonality tracker, okay? And what I want you to see here is seasonally, so this is prior, the red and green is prior, or the 5-year calculation. And the red is where we currently are in the prediction. This is where price actually is, right? It's a big divergence right now being created. You see it, right? There's a pretty decent divergence. We're going up, and we're already halfway through the corrective part of the season, right here. And you can also see it in this predictor as well, saying that we should be way down here, and we're not quite there. So there's a lot of sellers here just saying, when is it going to happen? How deep is it going to be? And we're halfway through that, right? It's like right here. We only have, until this is April right here. So we don't have a lot of time left for that correction to take place. If it does happen, I would expect it to be quick and violent and not an entire, February, mid-February until late April. You want to take a snap of that maybe? You can.
All the devices are AI ready.
He said today at the shareholder meeting that they're going to, quote, break new ground this year. Now, we talked about active buyers. I'm glad we have Stephanie Link with us today of Hightower, the chief investment strategist and a CNBC contributor, because right there, you're looking at her, an active buyer recently of Apple.
Go off, Queen.
I think Apple is not going to go back up anytime soon because you mentioned it. There's not really a short-term catalyst. That being said, I think there is a smaller catalyst in the near term, say like in the April quarter, in that time frame. And that is because I do think the quarter is going to be better than expected. They'll have made progress with China. Services will stay double-digit growth, and I think they're going to announce another $90 billion buyback.
What was that? Hold on, I'm reading you right now, Carrillo. Hold on, I missed a bunch of what you said. Would think there's potential for some kind of gap in OI across indices since this is such an uncommon calendar date expiry. Maybe even cause for some confusion amongst algorithms. Oh, bring the previous screen back? Yeah, I'll do it right now. You guys want that screen back up? Hold on. Give me a second here. I'll do it for you right now. Apologize for that. Give me one quick second. I will bring that back up right now. Hold on. Sorry about that. Give me one quick second here, and I'll bring this back up for you. You can take a snapshot of this. You want to take that snapshot there? That should help you out. Now, another good point about this, too, is I want to tell you this. So if you ever are using seasonality charts, doesn't have to be this one, whatever you're using out there for a seasonality chart, if you begin to really break trend, if you break trend, right, it can get really sketchy here. So like this one specifically, like right there is pretty violent, right? We have seasonal weakness in October, but we blasted down here. So just like take these with a grain of salt is my point. I wouldn't be necessarily, or I don't really like. They're not like. Let me see if I can bring them closer together. So does that make any sense right there? They kind of work. But we move that all down. So they kind of match up. Kind of see that right there. But it's not something I'd be using as like a, I wouldn't be using this as a, if you're an investor, you could. If you're an investor, you're probably sitting there right now at home going, give me this so I can trade that for the rest of the year. I think that works for most investors. Like a seasonality chart is good for an investor. I wouldn't trade it per se. Like, hey, I'm short here because I know we're going to have a pullback. I don't know that I would do that personally, but it's hard to. I guess I would say if you were a all right, there you take your snap. I'm going to go right back over here. If you were a if you're just an investor, you know, like you got a job, you're retired, whatever it is, you're gonna be like, I'm gonna come into the market in March and April and look for a buy, and I'm bullish on the market. My thesis is we're gonna go up here this year. And I think it works. I don't know that it works for like I think it's good for awareness. Like it's good for market awareness. Where are we? Where are we with the calendar? Where's the market? That kind of stuff. Tell me what your thoughts are on seasonality calendars. Fourth tier tool, fifth tier tool, I can't really tell. You got it? Okay, cool. Yeah, they're going to make you pay for it, Chase. I saw that. It's so slow. They're going to make you pay for it, man. They're going to hold you into it. Yeah. I think David AMS is saying that he likes them till they work. What do you? Yeah, you got to be careful. You can they're really like, it's really weird when you look back on a year, right, on the seasonality calendar, you're like your 2020 hindsight, you're like, we're pretty close to that calendar, right? Like that was pretty good. But if you're looking forward on it, like right now, if I were to ask any of you, do you think a correction is coming? As a matter of fact, if Bork is here, I don't know if he's here right now, or if Career Low, if you know how to start a poll, I don't know if Career Low spoke to Bork yet, but we're gonna try to get somebody to work on polls for us and stuff like that. I would like to take a poll from everybody and ask you, or in the chat, if you can respond in the chat and say, tell me, looking at that seasonality calendar, are you expecting a correction for a seasonal low between now and, I'll give you April, whatever the last day of April is. Whether it's March, I don't care. Whether it's April, I don't care. Are you expecting a corrective move in the markets roughly around here? I'm interested in that answer because, or are you expecting it somewhere else? Are you expecting us to hit 535 and correct down to 5,000? 525, 5250, and then correct down to 5,000? Are you expecting corrective move below 5,000? We're going to blast down, close all that shit at 480 or 4,800. I'd like to know what your answer to that is, or start to think about that as a journal entry, maybe for yourself as a trader. Think to yourself, I want to look back on March, April. You want to find out two things too. You want to find out when the index, when the ETFs have their expiry, and when single tickers have their expiry for the quarter, and ask yourself, are we going to not roll until that happens? Is that when we roll? Is after all those expiries come out? You're going to tell me that's the window of weakness? Is that the window of weakness? Does that not mean we're going to correct? And then ask yourself, right now, I would ask yourself, do you believe in a correction, a seasonal low and correction from 50, 20, or 525 or 5,000 down to 48? And then look back in 2 months on your answers in your journal and see what actually takes place. Yeah, I'm fascinated by what you guys are saying out there and what your thoughts are, and then look back in a month or two and say, where did we actually do? What actually happened? Okay, Career Low. Can you reach out to Bork again and just say, hey man, I'd love to help out on the stream? I'm still having issues with that Twitch bot, huh? Hold on a second. I'll make a note of it to the devs. Hold on a second here. I'm still having issues with the Twitch bot. Oh, Bork is working on a poll right now. I'm all fluttery right now. Bork's actually working on a poll right now. Bork's working on the bot right now. He's working on polls in the background. Yeah, so I think Bork's setting up a poll right now for you to answer. Do you believe in the correction, seasonal correction for March or April? Yes or no? Would it surprise you if there was that seasonal correction into the end of spring? Squeezing higher right now again. 3:20 in the afternoon. Do we put the pain trade on these bears into the close is the question. I tried to take a trade earlier to prove that theory. They stopped me out. They took me for 8 5 cents. They took me 5 cents. I was going to say 8. I don't think it was quite 8. I think it was like 6 cents. I'll have to check. Fuck. I don't know. David the Contrarian, don't know him. We called the bottom in December, or not December, October. We think, like, my thesis is that we go up like moon into March of next year, but then I think that's the top of the market. I think we're going to have an acceleration to the upside that's insane. And I think you're going to get fucked for like 6 years. I think we're running into that like tech bubble, AI bubble. Now, if they try to extend it, they can possibly for another year or two. But I see really bad things coming here. I'm really, really scared for, not quite scared, I shouldn't say. I think that we're going to have a major top in March of 26 or 25, one of those two. More than likely in March of 20, did I say 22? I meant 25. I don't know if I said 22. But in 2025, I think we're going to do this insane, like, from the PE ratios, that's our next target, is the 1995 to 1999 run. And, but the problem that I'm seeing here is this, like, the problem that I'm seeing here is the 18-year housing cycle. Here comes the, this looks like the poll is up. Hold on here. Check this poll right now. Put this poll down here for you. You guys see that poll? So you click I vote and spacebar yes or no. Or not I vote, excuse me, exclamation point, vote, spacebar, then yes or no. The so anyways, from my perspective, I was trying to think about this. I haven't talked about this on stream yet. And I need to talk about this on stream. I think I talked about it briefly in the beginning of the year in December to January. I was talking about this, but I did an expectations post for the year in December, what to expect for this year, and you know, like, I'm looking at that housing cycle, and usually these late cycle runs are insane. It's like straight vertical, straight move to the top. And then I was thinking about when I was the last cycle in 2007 and 2008, how old was I? What was I doing? What do I remember from it? And the year 2000 and the year 2000, 2001, and then I was thinking about the years of 2000, 2007. And what particularly sparked my, or triggered my brain, was that I remember being about 18 years old, 17 years old, somewhere in there, and I remember a stark jump in wages for even entry-level workers. There was like a big jump. Whoop. And I remember I had a job, some kind of part-time job, and they were paying me $20 an hour. I had this like part-time weekend job, and they're paying like $20 an hour. Anyways, that job, right? I bet they were paying $20 an hour in that job for the last 20 years. Guaranteed that job paid $20 an hour for the next 20 years. What that made me think about is the wage increases that are actually happening. I know you don't want to believe that's happening, but it is happening. Wages are coming up. Whether you think that's enough or not, the wages are coming up. So I guess my point here is, once those wages come up, do we get that stagnation that takes place for 20 years? That's a real fear that next year is it. That's the top. We'll see that in the market too, a 5 or 6 year cycle of consolidation, and you're not going to see a payoff So if you're like 20 years old right now, you won't see a payoff for a decade. That's a generational buying opportunity too, by the way. But I'm going to expect that roll to happen into 26, 27, and 28. You're getting YouTube ads every couple minutes? Hold on a second here. Every couple minutes on YouTube? Is anybody out there getting... Do you have an ad blocker? Who's saying that right now? Who just said that? Wall Street woes. Do me a solid, will you? Do me a solid. Go on to Google, and I want you to look up two things. The first one is called Sponsor Block. Look that one up. Sponsor Block. And then the second one that I want you to look up is uBlock Origin. That's not me. That's YouTube. I have those set to like not aggressive, so that if they're hitting you with ads, this could be them fucking around right now. I don't doubt that they're going to get aggressive with the ads. But if you use those two things I said to you, uBlock Origin and Sponsor Block, you should never, ever see another ad ever again anywhere on YouTube. Ever. Recorded videos, live streams, you shouldn't see them. Maybe you do still with that, but do you guys use that tool out there and it still shows the ads or no? Let me check YouTube right now and see if what the ads are set to. I don't see any ads when I watch YouTube when I use those two tools. So maybe I'm missing something. Let me check YouTube really quick. Yeah, I've got it set to conservative, man, on the ads. I don't know what to say to you. It says YouTube threatens you when your blocker doesn't allow the ads to play. I had problems with that about 2 months ago, but it's since gone away for me. They were really messing with me. I had to switch over to Firefox for a minute, but I haven't had any issues as of late. Are you guys still experiencing issues on your end using those ad blocks, or is that happening on Apple? Yeah, I was trying to help you out there, Wall Street Woes. You want to sign up, man, for uBlock Origin and Sponsor Block. Put those on your browser at home, man. It's going to make your life way better. Your life should be way, 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 way better. Oh, yeah, squeeze these bears out into the close here. 328 right now. Trying to turn the screws here on the bears. Getting all lubed up and bared up for tomorrow. Did not get the push down to S3 down here, price target 3. Trapped some bears right here, coming right back up again. Yeah, try it, brother. Put them both on and see if that works. If you should have a way better internet experience, like just both of those tools. If you're watching my show right now, okay. It's not going to guarantee to work every time, but if you don't have those two tools, I don't know what to say to you. Your whole internet experience should become way less than shitified. Fight the enshitification of the internet. Oh, you're listening on an iPhone? Wall Street, whoa, have you ever tried? So I'm a big YouTube guy. But have you ever tried Twitch, man? I love it. It's awesome. Even on mobile, it's awesome.
Early market on close.
Just give it a whirl.
Sitting at 476 million to the sell side.
And if you sign up as a subscriber on Prime, I think you get an ad-free experience. I'm not positive on that, but I think you get an ad-free experience. Twitch, dude, at first I didn't like it, but I love it. I love it. It's awesome. It's lightweight. It's awesome. It's 1080. It's real time too. So if you're hearing me speak right now on YouTube, there's a native delay of anywhere from 7 to 15 seconds. Twitch is almost real time. It's like half a second. If you have good internet, it's about a half second delay. Twitch is awesome. But of course, you know, like I'm stuck in my ways. I'm like, I'm only going to watch YouTube. I'll only watch YouTube. But Twitch, dude, for me, at least in my experience, has been a great, can't be beat. Yeah, Goat Boy's saying Twitch is better and I'm old. I would make the jump to Twitch, specifically for live streams. Recorded videos I still love. I still watch YouTube all day long. That's my preferred platform for recorded video. Not to watch it all day long, but if I'm going to sleep at nighttime, I'll pop on a YouTube video and it just talks to me in the background, and I'm out cold, like gone. But for like live streaming and stuff, Twitch is for me at least, I think is a great platform. 100% on that. Yeah, it's Steve saying the same thing. Twitch is better. Some people say they don't like it. Some people have some negative things to say about Twitch. Do any of you guys have any negatives that you don't like about Twitch versus YouTube? YouTube's a weird beast, man. YouTube loves specific or YouTube algorithms and Twitch algorithms couldn't be more further apart in my view. What they're looking for content, like Google wants your posts on your website, then they want to schedule on your website with SEO to match to YouTube. They want to index and search for you on Google. Then they want to show us, hey, they're on between 9 and 4 every day, Monday through Friday. Then they want you to have videos that are 18 minutes or less. They want it to be on a relevant topic. I was just looking at some videos the other day and what they want me to do to get more subscribers. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this. Like, they want me to every day I'm going to find out what shit is bothering you, basically. Right? Whatever's up your ass today. Whenever you opened the internet this morning and you got angry, I'm supposed to make the thumbnail and the title something to do with that. And then we're supposed to at least spend some time on it. And if you're interested in that topic and think that I'm speaking with authority in that topic, boom, I'm in a new algorithmic circle. It's all fucked up. I'm not down with this YouTube algorithm shit. I'm not down with it. Yeah, Zero Date Heroes saying Twitch for live and YouTube for how do I change the cabin air filter on a 2006 Toyota Selena. I agree with that. Twitch has issues with Chromecast sometimes, I'm being told. You chat on Twitch but watch on YouTube on TV. Yeah, I'd probably do that too. I would probably, if I was a viewer, I'd probably have it on the TV and I'd be chatting on Twitch. I think I'd be doing that like how you do it. Look at this here, just grinding away. Woo! Another day of no action. When I came on stream this morning, I was like, this fucking day is going to suck. I'm like, some more of this stupid sideways action while waiting for Thursday. Place your doom trades today. I'm like, really? PCE starts the correction? We need a good old fashioned, I don't know. We need we need a good old fashioned bad news. We need some good old fashioned, something bad happen. I don't want to say what those news events are. We need some good old fashioned bear news. Something that wasn't on anyone's plate. Oh, really? Right on. Is government shutting down enough? Fuck, I haven't worked out yet today, have I? I think I might have lifted a few weights this morning. Hold on a second. Ooh. Get that workout in. Gotta push that ceiling up. You never know when you never know when you're gonna be walking down the road and a troll's gonna jump off the bridge and try to take you down. So you're gonna be able to lift them up over your head. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second here. Fucking bears jumping off bridges trying to murder me. 10 right there. All right, sorry about that. Woo! Get that blood flowing. If you're at home right now, do some push-ups. End of the day, baby. Second breath for the day. If you're at home right now or in an office right now, get down and fucking do 10 push-ups real fast. Get that blood flowing so you're ready to go for the nighttime. I'm already feeling better. That fucking helped. Woo. It feels good. Squeeze them out into the close. Squeeze them out into the close. Let me know in the chat. Are you long or short? Say something in the chat. I am long. I'm short. I'm sitting on my hands. Whatever it is you're doing. My take here is, yeah, you'll get some day traders that'll be able to trade the reaction trade tomorrow. So regardless of direction, right? If market goes really blasts up, you can trade the reaction trade off that, right? If the market blasts down, you can reaction trade that. You're not doing a guessing game into tomorrow. For me, any kind of size in the market, I'm waiting for the first 2 weeks of March. I would like to see this information come out and see what how the market reacts. I do have a hedge in the market right now, time-based one for, what is it for? It's for March 28th. And all I needed to do is be down below 500 for a brief. Well, it's been down twice. I've made some money in this trade twice already, but I want full print. So I'm hoping for like that 480 would be nice. I think I got a full print at below 493 or something like that. So we've already done that twice at this point. I was pretty close, dude, but not fucking quite there to close that trade out. But for taking a long or whatever, I want to see that gap closed. That's what I'm waiting. I'm greedy. I want to see that gap closed down below. Minimum. How about that? If you just close the fucking gap for me, you fucking bears and sellers can do that for me so I can buy a dip, please. Let's see what people are saying. I'm going to read off some of these comments to you. You're short Renault and hoping French economic data tomorrow is shit. And new car sales on Monday are shit. Goddamn France, man. How is it even still a country? Being said right now. Shaq says he's got a straddle in the market of some kind or a strangle of some kind in the market. Young trader saying I'm long. Gary H says I'm short. Maybe we'll do a poll inside of the Discord. Can we do a poll in the Discord, maybe? Let me see if we can do a poll in the Discord. Ian says he's hands off. I think David AMS said he was hands off for the trade for tomorrow. He's going to trade the reaction trade. Young trader is 3/4 into 511Cs. I'm going to hedge with those cheap puts before the close. That's a good idea, too. So if puts are that cheap, let's say you buy a $1 call and that the corresponding put is 10 cents. You're probably hoping that call goes to $2, right? Then you make 90 cents off the trade, even if the puts die. Or maybe you take the puts into Friday, cheap, but into Friday or Monday or something like that. And, or maybe put the call, or maybe I'm thinking maybe the calls for Monday, or maybe, no, Wednesday or Friday of next week. And then a cheap put hedge for Friday. I like that idea. Like calls for next Friday, and then puts expiring on, or calls for next Friday, and then puts for this Friday. Something outside the money and dirty, in case you do get blasted.
Early market on close imbalance.
Career low says long like my life depends upon it. Dr. Gon is saying short 0 dates. 801031 saying stand up desks rock. I like stand up desks. you guys can't see what's here. I should show you. Do you guys want to see? I'll get a camera set up, okay? I will set a second camera up so you can see what's in front of me. It's kind of it's not insane, but it's like light box, camera, stand, mic thing, key light, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 monitors in front of me. Bunch of computers over here daisy chained together. Some soundboard, cheap soundboard from Amazon on a wall. Maybe I'll take a camera and put it here so you can see it. So my point here is that it's hard for me to do the stand-up desk. I wish I could. I want one right now. So I got to do the lifting of the weights to get the blood going. Yeah, the Google trade. I saw that everybody's on that Google trade. What's the Discord saying right now? Anybody in the Discord want to say what their positioning is? Let me just check in the Discord. Looks like people are I'm going to go through the stream right now. "17 minutes until the bell. We've got 15 votes so far. We've got a majority of voters saying that they believe we will correct. We've got 2 votes. Let me see if I can check this somewhere else. 2 votes saying no correction. 1 vote saying, so what is something else? I can't read that. Something else posting in the chat, 1 voter. So everybody's still on this correction that we're going to get a correction here. If you want to continue to vote, there's a poll, an active poll. You type in VOTE spacebar yes or no. If you're just joining us or haven't been here, weren't here yesterday, we had a soft launch on our website, I believe at 10:45 p.m. on Monday evening. We're trying to just soft launch it right now. We're trying to move to a more sustainable community. In that, you should have if you're a free user, you should have an enhanced experience. If you want to support what we're doing, there's a supporter level. It's I think it's $32 a month if you buy it for the year. I thought it was 30. It's 32, I think. $32.08 a month for a year sign up. It's really cheap and inexpensive. It grants you access to the chat on Twitch. Yeah, let me get a list of what you get for that. Hold on here. Let me see here. So if you're trying to support this community, if you want to see this community be sustainable, see guys like David inside the Discord, see guys like John L. and Raveology. You want to see more development, that kind of stuff. And what we did was we had a public Discord that was free. And because it was free, it invited in nefarious individuals. So what we did was we shut it down. We created a private Discord. As a supporter, you're going to get if you're a free user, your user experience should only get better. You should see more consistent stream schedule. You should see you should see on the daily pivots or levels that we give. You can now get them for the entire market. Always free, will always be free. You're going to also see paper trading come out, and also an options profit calculator that we can build trades on together. If you wanted to support, though, and join the community, I think it's $32 if you sign up for the year. The supporter gets access to market updates whenever needed. So that would be in the morning and at nighttime. If something fundamentally changes, we'll give you a new market update for QQQs and SPY. You get access to 9, I think, or 12 trigger charts twice a day on the T3 trigger web page on our website. And you can actually manipulate those charts and see where the hourly trigger is, see where the daily trigger is on your favorite ticker, see where the velocity is. You also get an invitation to the now private Discord. That private Discord has premium bots that we got. I got the Trady Ticks, like the whole thing, premium one, and then I got the Unusual Whales premium bot, and I think a couple others. I think we got BB bot and something else. We tried GexBot, but it's not an actual Discord bot, so we had to cancel that one for you. You also get access to the Twitch chat. You also get a better indicator than just getting the levels every day. You get a daily pivot indicator that gives you traditional and Fibonacci levels, gives you RTX and STX buy and sell levels as well. And then you get access to the educational videos too. So $30, pretty cheap if you want to sign up. IWM rolling down right now. Chase probably very happy. You can see the weakness down here. Let me make this poll go away here. Hide the poll. Poll's still active. Weakness right now in IWM. Everybody's betting against IWM into tomorrow. So more weakness there than we're seeing in S&P 500 so far. Same zigzag channel looking for a move tomorrow. You can see right here. We talked about this earlier in the week, right? Expect the zigzag moves. I think I even posted this on Twitter. And they're setting up that bloodbath to go down tomorrow on volatility and continued volatility on Friday. You know what I should say to you? If you're a bear out there, you want that news? You want to know what that news would be? You want that bad news? You want to go to bed tonight with a dream? Imagine if they did an emergency rate hike tomorrow. That would do it for you. They just like those speakers come out and they just go fucking boom. 0.5, half a point. That'll be your catalyst. That's a bear wet dream, right? You just get like a surprise rate hike. Wham! Surprise rate hike. That would do it. No, someone has a down face. Someone just posted like a sad face when I said that. Someone had just me mentioning that. Someone was like, no. Too funny.
Markets on close imbalance, 1.2 billion to the sell side.
So what else we got for you? I think that's it. We've got 10 minutes left until the close. Place your bets for tomorrow. For myself, if you want to know my my thesis here is that we close the gap to the downside, but we are ultimately going to 525, 535, somewhere in there. So I'm looking for that gap to be filled tomorrow. I'm hoping to buy that dip down below. If you are long and strong only into tomorrow, I wish you well. Godspeed. I would prefer to trade the reaction, I think, rather than the. I've been waiting all week for this, so I'd rather trade the weakness into that event, or into the events, into the talk or the speakers tomorrow and PCE information coming out. What'd you say? Bears would, or banks would banks would shit Twinkies? You want the implied move for tomorrow? I can give that to you as well. You guys want to just see this chart here? Hold on. You guys can take a snap of this, okay? Give me one quick second here. I'll put on, give me a quick second here. And I'm going to add on triggers without channels right here. So let me show you guys. Close that. Let me see if I can go over to this chart. What I want to see happen. I'll show you what my hope is, okay? What I'm positioned for happening, what I want to see happen. So right here. This is SPX, okay? It's a 30-minute chart down here. Here, let me mute some of this stuff here so that, hold on here. Let me mute the chat box. And we'll mute me too. How about that? We'll mute all of it. Right there. Right there. Okay. So we're going to take a peek at what I want to see happen, okay? What do I got here? So I just deleted this, but I should have left it on. What I want to see here, right? We have the first move down, right? You come up here. We close this gap down below here. And we're likely going to bounce around in here, okay? When that happens. Now, my hope here is that, whoop, right down there, that hourly trigger comes down. Right, we get that nice blast down over here, whoop, whoop, right? Get caught into this vortex of range expansion, either to the downside or to the upside. And I'm going to be taking a trade somewhere in there, like right there, okay? So you get the squeeze above the hourly trigger, come back down, close all this crap over here. This is leading into the end of March, middle of March, end of March or whatever, and trying to take that trade. I think we do come down here into tomorrow, okay? So if you want my expectation here, we have that downside move. I'm targeting 4960, okay, into Friday. Blood into Friday, and then this consolidation mode, and then an upside move into end of quarter. That's all I'm expecting into tomorrow. Now, if that doesn't happen, if we start trading up here tomorrow, let's say we get some good news, right? Market says, fuck you, we're going to bleed down. Right? We squeeze right back up here. Take that bad boy out right there. And if we're situation normal and carrying on with the hourly trigger right here, I'd be more than happy to get bullish with the bulls up here and just keep riding it up to 525, 535. But for right now, this is setting itself up. It looks like they want it to happen. So my game plan here is to sit on my hands for that move down, okay? For that to trade the reaction basically. Rather than having to predict this stuff. If this starts going up, I don't lose any money. Let's say I'm all bared up right here, and we just bleed. By open, we're back again at 5080, 5100, something like that. I'll trade all this crap in here. But you know, like I'd rather not rather not be caught all bared up and down here, and then wake up and find out that situation normal market's going to continue higher. All right. Any questions for tomorrow? Any questions on any questions from here? From what I can see from the downside move down there, right? 4960 is valid into Friday. Absolutely 100%. It's valid, that downside move. Guaranteed? No. They only have so many chances this week. They're gunning for it. So I considered closing the puts twice. They don't expire until March 28th. So I've got a lot of time on them. So the more time that we spend down there, the better off I am. So I think I'm going to hold. Normally I'll hold a put spread or a call spread. Let's say it's a month call spread. If I can catch the first 50% of the trade and the first third of the time on the trade, I will usually exit that trade. If I don't, I will sometimes leave it on right until about 4:14 in the afternoon on the expiry. And try to catch that big print right into that close. Usually my spreads, that's another thing here. For me, for my spreads, they either print fast or I tend to have to hold them through. You'll notice that parking the bus stuff has a lot to do with it. Mr. Talking Monkey's letting us know that the MOC sell or imbalance is 1.7 billion to the sell side. We want to see 5 billion, right? Trader Podcast is always updating us on that. Yeah, I'm not getting any volume from, maybe I should reset it. Financial Juice is not speaking the squawker. There we go. Let's put that back on again and see if I can hear him this time. I took a nice Tesla trade this morning. I was happy with that trade. That was a pretty good trade. My SPY trade was dog shit. Squeezing higher now into the close. Next 2 minutes. What's wrong with the Qs? There's a feeling of risk off here on speculative tech, as PCE can be a real hammer on those tickers.
According to Politico, U.S. congressional leaders have struck a government funding deal.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest?
They struck a new funding deal? Ooh.
Payrolls?
Did you hear that just now?
And get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
U.S. congressional leaders have struck a government funding deal while everybody is short. Right at 359. $358.
Australian
Oh, dude. Oh, man.
Quarter GDP data is likely to be quite weak.
Okay.
And Chalmers says global and local soft landing is assumed but not assured.
Oh, man, they fucking Bears can't catch a fucking break, man. Can't catch a break. Everything is awesome. Yeah. Everything is awesome. Woo! Everything is awesome. Look at this right now. Everything is awesome. Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9. Hey, I came here this morning. You guys want me here at 9 a.m.? Or do you want the stream on at just 8:30 or 9? Don't care from here? What do you guys want? Do you guys like the stream on by itself at 8:30 or 9 in the morning? I can turn it on at 8:30 if you want. Answer that question for me. Is 9:30 okay, or what do you guys want? You like being early? Okay. Do you prefer 8:30 or 9 a.m.? All right. 9 o'clock? 9:20. Oh, thanks, Rockwood. 9 a.m. Okay, so we'll do 9. So let's start at 9 a.m., okay? We did it this morning at 9. Why don't we try 9? And we'll try 9 a.m. If that's not working for people, we'll do 8:30. If I do 8:30, I could turn it on, but I wouldn't be here. You might get me for like 10 minutes or something. I'll tell you what to expect in the bell, but I wouldn't be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate all the comments right now. I'm reading all your comments right now. I have a much better... I redid the comment thing so I can try to keep up with all the comments out there. Yeah, 8:30 is early, man. It is so fucking early. Sorry. Any of you guys out in the West Coast, I don't know. You guys are savages. I would probably blow my account up if I was trading at 4 a.m. every morning. 6 a.m. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so I'll put it on at... Hold on. What are you guys saying? I'll start at 9 o'clock. If you guys are like, I need another half an hour, we'll do that. Oh, look at, they're trying to reject it right now. They're so fucking mad. Okay, I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m., baby. See you then. That's really loud.
you